chapters 20 to 22 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Such conceptions, therefore, as these may be assumed from what is written in the Timaeus concerning the three intelligible triads, conformably to what is said of them in the Philebus, surveying in each bound infinity and that which is mixed. If you are willing also, we will show from what is scattered in the Sophista that Plato had the same conception as we have concerning the first principles. The Elean guest, therefore, in that dialogue, doubting against the assertion of Parmenides that the universe is one, unfolding intelligible multitude, and showing how it is suspended from the one, at first, indeed, he argues from the one being, or being characterized by the one, and reminds us that this is passive to the one, and participates of the one, but is not the one itself, nor that which is primarily one. But afterwards he produces the conception of the distinction between the imparticipable one and being from whole. For if the one being is a whole, as Parmenides testifies, but that which is a whole has parts, and that which has parts is not the one itself, the one being will not be the same as the one. In the third place, therefore, he argues from the all-perfect. For that which is perfectly divided and is connective of many parts can never have the same subsistence as that which is entirely one. And, having proceeded thus far, he shows that what is void of multitude is in its own nature exempt from the one being, proceeding in the demonstration of this through three arguments. And at one time indeed, he begins from the one being, at another time from whole, and at another from all. It is better, however, to hear the words themselves of Plato. That the one, therefore, is not the same with the one being, he proves through the following words, quote, "But what with respect to those who assert that the universe is one, must we not enquire to the utmost of our power what they say being is?" Certainly. To this question, therefore, they may answer, do you say there is one thing alone? We do say so. Or will they not speak in this manner? They will. What then? Do you call being anything? Yes. Do you call it the one, employing two names respecting the same thing? Or how do you say? What will be their answer after this, O guest? Close quote. Through this, therefore, Plato, separating the one and being from each other, and showing that the conception of the one is different from that of being, and that these are not the same with each other, evinces that the most proper and primary one is exempt from the one being. For the one being does not abide purely in an hyparxis, void of multitude, and possessing the form of one, but the one itself is exempt from every addition. For by whatever you may add to it, you will diminish its supreme and ineffable union. Hence it is necessary to arrange the one prior to the one being, and to suspend the one being from that which is one alone. For if the one and the one being were the same, and it made no difference to say one and being, since if they differed, the one would again be changed from the one being. If therefore the one differs in no respect from the one being, all things will be one, and there will not be multitude in beings, Nor will it be possible to denominate things, lest there should be two things, the thing and the name. For being exempt from all multitude and all division, there will neither be a name of any thing, nor any discourse about it, but the name will appear to be the same with the thing. And neither will a name be the name of a thing, but a name will be the name of a name, if a thing is the same with a name, and a name is the same with a thing, and a thing will be the thing of a thing. For all things will exist about a thing the same as about a name, through the union of the thing and the name. If therefore these things are absurd, and the one is, and also being, and being participates of the one and the one being are not the same. But that whole also is not the same with the one, Plato afterwards demonstrates in the same dialogue, beginning as follows: "What then? Will they say that whole is different from the one being, or that it is the same with it? Undoubtedly they will and do say so. If therefore whole is, as Parmenides says, that which is everywhere similar to the bulk of a perfect sphere, entirely possessing equal powers from the middle, for nothing is greater or more stable than this," if this be the case, it is necessary that being should have a middle and extremities, and having these, there is every necessity that it should have parts. Or how shall we say? Just so. Nothing, however, hinders but that when it is divided, it may have the passion of the one in all its parts, and that thus the all and whole may be one. Undoubtedly. But is it not impossible that that which suffers these things should be the one? Why? Because according to right reason, that which is truly one should be said to be entirely without parts. It must indeed necessarily be so. But such a thing as we have just now mentioned, in consequence of consisting of many parts, would not accord with the one. Through these things, therefore, the Elean guest, arguing from wholeness after the one being, and also from the division of the parts of wholeness, demonstrates that the all is not one. For if whole is in beings, as Parmenides in his verses testifies it is, all things will not be the one. For the one is impartible, but whole possesses parts. Whole, therefore, is not the one itself, for that transcends all things and wholeness, but whole is passive to the one. Hence also it is denominated whole, for it is not the one itself. Hence all things are not one, void of separation and multiplication. Moreover, the all is comprehensive of many parts. For whole indeed consists at first of two parts, but the all possesses a multitude of parts, and participating of wholeness at the same time is all, as being perfectly distributed into parts. This therefore is not the one itself, but is passive to the one. For the one itself is impartible, but it is impartible in such a manner as to be exempt from all parts. Hence the all is not the same with the one. We therefore have divided whole and the all. But Plato conjoins them when he says, "Nothing, however, hinders but that when it is divided, it may have the passion of the one in all its parts, and that thus the all and whole may be one." At the same time, however, they are divided after the above mentioned manner. From these three arguments, therefore, the Elean guest separates the One from the participants of the One, and doubts against those who assert all things to be one, videre licet, the One being whole and the All, of which the All indeed participates of whole, and is a self‐perfect multitude consisting of many parts. But whole participates of being, for being is not whole, as Parmenides testifies. These, therefore, having such an order as this, is it not necessary that the arguments of Plato should be made conformably to the three intelligible triads? For it was requisite, since Parmenides defined the One being in intelligibles, that Plato should from thence derive his demonstrations of the distinction between the One prior to intelligibles, and the One which is in intelligibles. For the doubts against Parmenides evince in many places that the One which is participated derives its subsistence from the imparticipable union. The One, therefore, is not in these triads, but the One being and whole. But with respect to the All, it is evident that it is in the extremity of the intelligible order. For that which is in every respect perfect, and all intelligible multitude, have their subsistence in that extremity. But whole is in the middle centre, and in the bond of the intelligible breadth. For whole is adapted to have a subsistence prior to the All, since the All is a whole, but whole is not necessarily all. For the All is divided multitude, but that which contains multitude in itself, and which is not yet separated, is whole. And this especially pertains to eternity. For eternity is the measure of all intelligible multitude, just as whole is the coherence and union of the All. But the One being is in the first triad, for the One is especially the peculiarity of this triad, as Timaeus also has demonstrated. And being, which is occultly and intelligibly being, and which is the cause of essence to all other things, primarily shines forth there. Again, therefore, following the Elean guest, three triads present themselves to our view. The first indeed according to the One being, the second according to whole, and the third according to the All, to which also the Demiurgus of the universe looking adorns the sensible universe, defining the visible nature with reference to that intelligible All, but time with reference to the intelligible wholeness. On which account also time is continued. And as the intelligible whole comprehends two parts, but contains the parts in one boundary, after the same manner time also is bounded by the now, but by its twofold parts is infinite. These things, therefore, we shall shortly after more fully discuss when we speak concerning the Parmenides. For the conceptions of the Elean guest are the protelia of the mysteries of the Parmenides. Before, however, we turn to the Parmenides, let us discuss, if it is agreeable to you, the three triads from the beginning, collecting the conception of Plato from his assertions that are scattered in many places. Chapter 21. There are three triads, therefore, as we have frequently observed, and they are divided after this manner into bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. Hence there are triple intelligible bounds, triple infinities, and triple mixtures. But of every intelligible triad, the bound in each is denominated father, the infinite, power, and that which is mixed, intellect. And let not any one apprehend that these names are foreign from the philosophy of Plato. For it will appear that he uses these appellations in the before mentioned triads more than any one. For he denominates the first God Father and Lord in his epistles. It is evident, however, that as the first God surpasses even the paternal order, the first paternal is in the intelligible Gods. For these are they that are most eminently allied to the One, and that intelligibly unfold his ineffable and unknown union. If therefore the first God is denominated One and Father from the natures that proximately proceed from him, if this be the case, as the intelligible Gods are primarily unities, so likewise they are primarily fathers. For Plato gives names to the ineffable in a twofold respect, either from the summits of beings, or from all beings. For through these the transcendency of the One is known. Moreover, the Elean guest calls being that which is powerful and power. The first power therefore exists prior to being, and is united to the Father, but it particularly accords with being, which also it fills. Hence being as participating of power is denominated powerful, but as united to it and producing all beings according to it, it is called power. If however, both Plato himself and his most genuine disciples frequently call all true beings intellect, on which account in many places they make three principles, the good, intellect, and soul, denominating every true being intellect, you will also have the third in these, intellect. But it is necessary not to be ignorant of the difference. For with respect to intellect, one kind is intellect, as with reference to hyparxis. For when we denominate the unity in each triad intelligible, as the object of desire to being, and as filling being, then we call that which ranks as the third in the triad intellect. For it is intelligible as essence and intellect, but not as the intellect of essence, but of Father and Deity. For every participated deity is intelligible, as being the plenitude of its participant. But another kind is intellect, which is the intellect of essence, according to which we say that the being of the third triad is the intellect of that which is primarily being. For this is essential intellect, being allotted its own essence by energizing. For all things are essentially in it, and both the more simple genera and the primary paradigms. For it is intelligible intellect. But the third kind is intellectual intellect, which subsists analogous to intelligible intellect, is conjoined with it, and is filled from it, possessing intellectually those things which are in the other intelligibly. And in short, it is necessary everywhere that such things as are first, according to each series, should have the form of the things that are prior to them. Hence also they are called things first, and possess a certain transcendency of essence towards coordinate natures. Since therefore that which is prior to intelligibles is God, the first intelligibles are Gods and unities. And since the intelligible is essential, the first intellects are essences. Since also intellect is everywhere according to its own nature intellectual, the first souls are intellectual. Because likewise souls are the plenitudes of life, the first of bodies are most vital. And because the bodies that are perpetual are moved in a circle, the summits of material bodies are moved in conjunction with those bodies that are perpetual. This therefore is the cause why the unities are frequently called intelligibles, and beings intelligible intellects. That Plato however knew this triad, I mean Father, Power, and Intellect, we shall learn by looking to the demiurgic order. For in this the triad is most remarkably apparent. Hence, on account of its union with the intelligible, it is filled with this triad, and possesses these things in a more divided manner than animal itself, or intelligible eternity. Immediately therefore in the beginning of the fabrication in the Timaeus, the Demiurgus calls himself father, quote, "of which works I am the Demiurgus and father," close quote. But shortly after he unfolds his power, quote, "imitating my power in your generation," close quote. This therefore is also wonderful, that he has delivered to us the most theological conception concerning power. For in the first place indeed he calls it the power of the Father when he says, quote, "of which works I am the Demiurgus and father," close quote. And that the power is his is evident from the words, quote, "imitating my power," close quote. So that according to Plato, power is of the Father. And in the next place, he ascribes to this power a peculiarity generative of the whole of things. For this is evident from the words, quote, "in your generation," close quote. Power therefore is the cause of generation and of the progression of beings. And in the last place he delivers the intellectual peculiarity of the Demiurgus, quote, "having thus spoke, again into the former crater, in which he had tempered the soul of the universe, he poured, mingling the remainder of the former mixture," close quote. For to pour, to mingle, mixture, and to be productive of soul pertain to intellect. Though what necessity is there for asserting these things, since prior to this he calls the Demiurgus intellect? Quote, "whatever ideas therefore intellect perceived by the dianoetic energy in animal itself, such and so many he conceived it necessary for this universe to contain," close quote. Hence the Demiurgus is father and power and intellect. And he possesses these things as much as possible on account of intelligibles. For he is a God as father on account of them. He is also power and the generator of wholes, and knows beings intellectually on account of them. For in them intelligible knowledge first subsists. Much more therefore are father, power, and intellect in intelligibles, from which also the Demiurgus, being filled, participates of this triad. For Plato assumes each of these analogously. For as the paternal triad in intelligibles gives subsistence to intelligible eternity, so the Demiurgus makes those works to be indissoluble of which he is the father. And as in intelligibles, eternity proceeding according to all power generates intelligible animal itself, so the demiurgic power gives subsistence to mundane animals that are perpetual and divine, and imparts to the junior Gods another power which is generative of mortal animals. That any one, therefore, may assume these names from Plato is evident from what has been said. Since, however, being has an hypostasis triply in intelligibles, one is primarily being and prior to the eternal, but another is secondarily being, and the first eternity, and another is being ultimately, and is intelligible and eternal intellect. And here indeed there is being, but there eternity, and there intellect. And eternity is more comprehensive than intellect, but being than eternity. For every intellect is eternal, but not everything eternal is intellect. For soul, according to its essence, is eternal, and everything which participates of eternity participates also by a much greater priority of being. For with perpetuity of existence, existence is entirely consubsistent. But that which participates of existence is not universally, eternally being. For bodies also participate in a certain respect of the nature of existence, but they are not eternal. Intellect therefore constitutes an intellectual essence only, so far as it is intellect, since so far as it is also life and being, it constitutes all things. But eternity constitutes both the intellectual and psychical essence. For the mixture in the second triad was intelligible life, but being constitutes the intellectual, the psychical, and the corporeal life. For matter also is being most obscurely, and is capacity indeed, but formless being and non-being, falling off from the participation of being. If, however, some one should say that it is being in power or capacity, yet it has this power from being. For capacity is the forerunning participation of energy, and thus much concerning these things. But what sufficient argument of division does Socrates afford us in the Phaedrus concerning these intelligible triads? And how, from what is delivered by him, may we recur to the conception of the hypostasis of the most principal Gods? Socrates, therefore, in that dialogue, being inspired by the nymphs, celebrates everything divine as beautiful, wise, and good, and says that by these the soul is nourished. But if everything divine is a thing of this kind, this is the case with the intelligible by a much greater priority. And all these indeed are everywhere, but in the first triad, the good principally subsists, in the second, the wise, and in the third, the beautiful. For in this there is the most beautiful of intelligibles. But in the second triad, truth and the first intelligence subsist. And in the first, there is the commensurate, which we say is the same as the good. But Socrates in the Philebus says that the element of the good is the desirable, the sufficient, and the perfect. The desirable therefore pertains indeed to bound, for it is the union and goodness of all the triad, and the triad converges about it. But the sufficient pertains to infinity, for sufficiency is a power capable of pervading to all things, and of being present to all things without impediment. And the perfect pertains to that which is mixed, for this is that which is primarily triadic, since every mixture has its coalition from the triad. The elements therefore of the good unfold to us the first triad, and the elements of intelligible wisdom the second triad. But everything wise is full of being, is generative of truth, and is convertive of imperfect natures to their perfection. The full therefore pertains to the second bound, for this is uniformly filled with the participation of the natures prior to itself. For the full is everywhere adapted to bound, just as that which cannot be filled is adapted to the infinite. But the prolific pertains to the second power and to infinity. For that which does not abide in the fullness of itself, but is prolific and generative of other things, is especially indicative of divine infinity. And the convertive pertains to that which is mixed. For this, as being allotted the end of the triad, converts everything imperfect to the full, and unites itself prior to other things to the bound of the whole triad. (Ch. 22). Moreover, the elements of beauty are the peculiarities of the third triad of intelligibles. But these are, as we have before observed, the lovely, the delicate, and the splendid. The lovely, therefore, being arranged analogous to the desirable, pertains to bound. But the delicate, being coordinate to the sufficient, pertains to the infinite power which is in the beautiful. And the splendid is of an intellectual peculiarity. For this is the beautiful of beauty, is that which illuminates all things, and astonishes those that are able to behold it. And as apparent beauty shining most manifestly is seen through the clearest of the senses, for the objects of this sense have many differences according to Aristotle, and this sense pervades farther than the rest, so likewise intelligible beauty appears to the intellect of the soul shining intelligibly. For it is an intelligible form, and on this account the splendor of beauty is apparent to intellect. Splendid beauty, therefore, as Socrates calls it, shines forth at the extremity of the intelligible order. For this is the most splendid of intelligibles, is intelligible intellect, and is that which emits the intelligible light, that when it appeared astonished the intellectual Gods, and made them admire their father, as Orpheus says. Such therefore is the preparation to the science of the intelligible Gods, which may from these things be assumed. And now it will appear how beauty is indeed occultly in the end of the first intelligible triad, but subsists in the third triad, so as to have manifestly proceeded into light. For in the former it subsists according to one form only, but in the latter it subsists triadically. It is also evident how each of the triads is at one and the same time a monad and a triad. For the first triad, being characterized according to the good, derives its completion from the three elements of the good. But the second, being characterized by the wise, is contained in the triad of wisdom. And the third, subsisting according to the beautiful, is all perfect through the triad of beauty. If, however, the beautiful is occultly in the first triad, and shines forth triadically in the third, it is evident that intelligible intellect loves the first triad, and has love conjoined with its beauty. And this is the intelligible love of the first beauty. From these, therefore, intellectual love proceeds together with faith and truth, as we have before observed. For the three intelligible monads, the good, the wise, and the beautiful, constitute three powers which lead upwards all other things, and prior to other things the intellectual Gods. Concerning these things, however, we shall speak hereafter. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 to 26 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Let us now then direct our attention to the theory of the Parmenides. But I wish again to remind the reader of what we have before demonstrated. It has been shown, therefore, that it is necessary to divide the second hypothesis into the whole progressions of the one being, and that this hypothesis is nothing else than the generation and progression of the Gods, proceeding supernally from the supreme union of intelligibles as far as to a deified essence. For the discussion is not, as some say it is, in the first hypothesis concerning God and the Gods. For it was not lawful to Parmenides to conjoin multitude with the one, and the one with multitude. For the first God is perfectly exempt from the whole of things. But in the first hypothesis essence, and even the one itself, are taken away from the first God. That such an oblation, however, as this is not adapted to the other Gods is evident to every one. Moreover, neither does Parmenides in the first hypothesis speak about the intelligible Gods, as they say he does. For they assert that the negations are of these Gods, because they are conjoined with the one, and in simplicity and union precede all the divine genera. For how can the similar or the dissimilar, or contact, and the privation of contact, and all the other particulars which are denied of the One, be inherent in the intelligible Gods. They appear indeed to me to be right in asserting that the things which are taken away are similitudes of the Gods. But they do not speak rightly when they say that all of them are similitudes of the intelligible Gods. To which it may be added, in opposition to this assertion, that the discussion is again concerning the intelligible Gods in the second hypothesis. For the things which are denied in the first are affirmed in the second hypothesis. This therefore, as I have said, is demonstrated that the conclusions with reference to each other have the order of prior and posterior, of causes and effects. It is necessary therefore that proceeding from the beginning, we should adapt the first conclusions to the first orders, the middle conclusions to the middle orders, and the last conclusions to the last orders, and should demonstrate that as many questions are asked as there are progressions of the divine orders. And in the first place we must deliver the doctrine of Parmenides concerning the intelligible Gods, of whom we have proposed to speak, since Plato speaks about these in many places, partly indicating and partly clearly unfolding his meaning. It is necessary, however, that we should collect into one the elaborate and synoptical theory about each order, since it would not be proper now to repeat the exposition which we have given in our commentaries on that dialogue. But assuming each of the conclusions itself by itself, I will endeavor to refer it to an appropriate order of the Gods, following in so doing the divine inspirations of our leader Surianus. For we also, through his assistance, have with a divine head pursued these sacred paths about the theory of the Parmenides, being agitated with a divine fury, and wakened as from a profound sleep to this arcane mystic discipline. And thus much concerning the mode of the whole of the conclusions. But from hence I shall pass to the narration of the things proposed. The first and imparticipable One, therefore, which pre-exists beyond the whole of things, and not only beyond the unities that participate, but also those that are participated, is celebrated through the first hypothesis, being demonstrated to be the cause of all things ineffably, but not being defined itself in any one of all things, nor having any power or peculiarity of a kindred nature with the other Gods. But after this imparticipable One, that which is alone superessential and surpassing and unmingled with all hyparxes, is a unity participated by being, and constituting about itself the first essence, and by the addition of this participation becoming more redundant than that which is primarily one. This, however, is a superessential hyparxis, and the hyparxis of the first intelligible triad. As there are therefore these two things in the first triad, videre licet, the One, and being, and the former generates, but the latter is generated, and the former perfects, but the latter is perfected, it is necessary that the middle of both should be power, through which and together with which the One constitutes and is perfective of being. For the progression of being from the One, and its conversion to the One, is through power. For what else conjoins being to the One, or causes the One to be participated by being except power? For it is the progression of the One, and its extension to being. Hence, In all the divine genera, powers precede progressions and generations. This triad, therefore, the One, Power, and Being, is the summit of intelligibles. The first of these indeed producing, the third being produced, and the second being suspended from the One, but coalescing with Being. Chapter 24. This triad, therefore, Parmenides delivers immediately in the beginning of the second hypothesis, adjoining to the One the most simple participation of essence. But he calls it the One Being, and says that Being participates of the One, and the One of Being. The participation, however, of these is different. For the One, indeed, so participates of Being, as illuminating and filling and deifying Being. But Being so participates of the One, as suspended from the One, and deified by it. But the habitude, which is the middle of both, is not with them void of essence. For neither is the habitude which is among sensibles in no respect Being, and much more is this the case with the habitude which is there. But this habitude is biformed. For it is of the One, and is connascent with Being. For it is the motion of the One, and its progression into Being. Parmenides delivers this triad, beginning what he says about it as follows, quote, "See therefore from the beginning if the One is. Is it possible then for it to be, and yet not to participate of essence? It is not possible." Close quote. But he ends speaking about it in the following words, quote, "Will therefore that which is said be anything else than this, that the One participates of essence, when it is summarily asserted by any one that the One is? It will not." Close quote. This therefore is the first intelligible triad, the One, Being, and the habitude of both, through which Being is of the One, and the One of Being, in a manner perfectly admirable. Plato indicating through these things that the Father is the Father of intellect, and that intellect is the intellect of the Father, and that power is concealed between the extremes. For Deity is the Father of the triad, and Being is the intellect of this Deity. Yet it is not intellect in the same way as we are accustomed to call the intellect of essence. For every such intellect stands still and is moved, as the Elean guest says. But that which is primarily Being neither stands still nor is moved, as he also teaches. The first triad, therefore, is called One Being, since power is here occultly. For the triad does not proceed from itself, but subsists without separation and uniformly, being primarily defined according to divine union. Hence, this is the first participation of essence, which participates of the One through power as the middle, which collects together and separates both the One and Being. And it is superessential indeed, but is conjoined with essence. We must never think, therefore, that all power is the progeny of essence. For the powers of the Gods are superessential, and are consubsistent with the unities themselves of the Gods. And through this power the Gods are generative of beings. Rightly therefore does poetry everywhere assert that the Gods are able to do all things. For essential powers indeed are not capable of affecting all things, since they are not constitutive of superessential natures. The first triad, therefore, is through these things unfolded to us by Parmenides. Chapter 25. But immediately after this, the second triad is allotted a progression, which Parmenides characterizes by intelligible wholeness, as we have shown in the Sophista. For the first triad being uniform and possessing all things intelligibly and occultly, videre licet hyparxis, power and being, so that power, which is the cause of division, subsisting between the one and being, is concealed, and becomes apparent through the communion of the extremes with each other. The second triad proceeds, being characterized by the first intelligible power, and having the monads in itself distinguished from each other. For all things being united and without distinction in the first triad, distinction and separation shine forth in this triad. Being also and power are more divided from each other, and that which consists of these is no longer one being, or being characterized by the one, but is a whole, so that it has the one and being in itself as parts. For above indeed, i.e. in the first triad, all things are prior to parts and wholeness. But in this triad there are both parts and a whole, power unfolding itself into light. For as there is separation here, there are parts and the whole consisting of these. The second triad therefore is called intelligible wholeness, but the parts of it, the one and being, I call the extremes. And power being here the middle, connects the one and being, and does not cause them to be one in the same manner as in the first triad. Since also it is the middle of both, through its communion indeed with being, it renders the one being, but through its communion with the one, it perfectly causes being to be one, and thus the one being consists of two parts, videre licet, of being, which is characterized by the one, and of the one which is characterized by being, as Parmenides himself says. He begins therefore to speak about this triad as follows. Quote, "Again, therefore, let us say if the one is what will happen. Consider then, if it is not necessary that this hypothesis should signify the one to be a thing of such a kind as to have parts." Close quote. But he ends in the following words, quote, "That which is one therefore is a whole and has a part." Close quote. Through these things therefore Parmenides defines the second order of intelligibles to be a wholeness. For as existence is derived to all things from the first triad, so whole from the second, and an all perfect division from the third. This however will be considered by us hereafter. Wholeness therefore is triple, being either prior to parts, or consisting of parts, or subsisting in a part according to the doctrine of Plato. For in the Politicus indeed he calls genus a whole, but species a part. Not that genus derives its completion from species, but exists prior to it. And in the Timaeus he says that the world is a whole of wholes, and all the world indeed derives its completion from parts that are wholes. But each of the parts is a whole, not as the universe is, but partially. Wholeness therefore being triple, as we have said, according to Plato, the unity and the intelligible and occult cause of these is now delivered, unically comprehending and constituting three wholenesses, according to the hyparxis indeed of itself, the wholeness prior to parts, but according to its power, the wholeness which is from parts, and according to its being, the wholeness which is in a part. For the one is prior to all multitude, But power communicates in a certain respect with both the extremes, and comprehends in itself the peculiarities of them, and being in a certain respect participates of the one. Hence, the first of the wholenesses, or that which is prior to parts, is derived from a unical hyparxis. For it is a monad, and is itself constitutive of parts, and of the multitude which is in them. But the second wholeness is from power, for it derives its completion from parts, just as in the power which is collective of the one and being, the extremes in a certain respect shine forth to the view. And the third wholeness is from being, for being is a part, and is the progeny both of power and the one, and possesses each of these partially. After the intelligible, therefore, three wholenesses are divided according to the different orders of beings. But the intelligible wholeness comprehends the three unically, and is the intelligibly connective monad of this triad, every way extending the powers of itself from the middle of the intelligible and occult order. (Ch. 26). Immediately after this triad, we may see another proceeding, in which all intelligible multitude shines forth, and which Parmenides indeed constitutes a wholeness, but a wholeness consisting of many parts. For after the occult union of the first triad, and the dyadic separation of the second, the progression of the third is generated, which has indeed its subsistence from parts, but the parts are many, with the multitude of which the triad prior to it is parturient. For in this triad there is a unity, and power and being. But the one is multiplied, and also being and power, and thus all the triad indeed is a wholeness, but each of its extremes, viderelicet the one and being, as it is multitude conjoined through collective power, is again divided and multiplied. For this power conjoining unical multitude to the multitude of beings, of some of these it causes each through progression to be being characterized by the one, but of others each according to participation to be the one characterized by being. For here indeed there are two parts of the wholeness, the one and being. But the one participates of being, for it is conjoined with it, and being participates of the one. The one of being therefore is again divided, so that the one and being generate a second unity conjoined with the part of being. But being participating of the one is again separated into being and the one. For it generates a more partial being suspended from a more partial unity, and being consists of more partial deified beings, and is a more specific monad. The cause, however, of this progression is power, for power is effective of two things, and is the operator of multitude. For the one, indeed, calls forth into multitude, but being converts to the participation of the divine unities. Whence, therefore, does Parmenides begin to teach us concerning this triad, and where does he conclude his discourse about it? The beginning, therefore, of what he says on this subject is as follows. Quote, "What then can each of these parts of the one being, viderelicet the one and being, desert each other, so that the one shall not be a part of being, or being shall not be a part of the one? It cannot be." Close quote. But he ends thus, quote, "Will not therefore the one being after this manner be an infinite multitude? It seems so." Close quote. In the first place, therefore, it is proper to understand the manner of the progression of the divine genera, and that conformably to the intelligible monad, which we arrange according to the one being, the duad posterior to it, which we call a wholeness, proceeds. But we say that it consists of two parts which are separated by power, and that intelligible multitude presents itself to the view from the monad and the duad. For when all things are said to be parts of the one being, videre licet, secondary things, and such as become apparent through the separating cause of power, then Parmenides delivers the union which pervades from the monad to the third triad. But when power, separating and conjoining the unities and beings, gives completion to multitude, then the participation of the duad becomes perfectly apparent, as I think Parmenides demonstrates when he says, "So that it is necessary two things should always be generated, and that there should never be one thing only." This triad, therefore, proceeds according to both the pre-existent triads, flowing according to the oracle, and proceeding to all intelligible multitude. For infinite multitude is indicative of this flux, and of the incomprehensible nature of power. Hence, in the first place, I have said that the hypostasis of this triad is through these things demonstrated to be suspended from the triads prior to it. And in the next place, I say that this triad, according to Parmenides, is primogenial. For this first imparts the power of being generated, and Parmenides calls the multitude which is in it in generation, i. e. becoming to be, or rising into existence. For he says, "And the part will be generated from two parts at least." And again, "Whatever part is generated will always have these parts." And in what follows, "So that it is necessary it should always be generated two things, and should never be one." Does not he, therefore, who frequently uses the word generation in teaching concerning the progression of the intelligible multitude, proclaim that the natures prior to this order are more united to each other? But this order proceeds to a greater extent, unfolds the occult nature of the triads prior to itself, and is primogenial, unfolding in itself prolific power. In addition to these things also, it is necessary to consider the infinity of multitude, not as those think fit to speak who assume the infinite in quantity, but since in the principles of the whole of things there are bound and infinity, the former being the cause of the union, but the latter of the separation of multitude. Parmenides calls the first and intelligible multitude infinite, because all multitude indeed, according to its own nature, is infinite as being the progeny of the first infinity. All intelligible multitude, however, is a thing of this kind. For it is the first multitude and multitude itself. But multitude itself is the first progeny of intelligible infinity. Intelligible multitude, therefore, is on this account infinite, as unfolding into light the first infinity, and this infinity is the same with the all perfect. For that which has proceeded to the all, and as far as it is requisite an intelligible nature should proceed, through the power which is generative of the whole of things, is infinite. For it cannot be comprehended by any other thing. But intelligible multitude is comprehensive of all intelligible multitude. For if indeed that which is primarily infinite was infinite according to quantity, it would be requisite to admit that the intelligible is infinite multitude of this kind. Since, however, the intelligible is infinite power, it is necessary that the participant of the primarily infinite should cause infinity to shine forth according to the power which is comprehensive of all prior natures. And if it be requisite to relate my own opinion, as that which is primarily one is primarily bound, so that which is primarily multitude is infinite multitude. For it receives the whole power of infinity, and producing all unities and all beings, as far as to the most individual natures it possesses never failing power. It is therefore more total than all multitude, and is an incomprehensible infinite. Hence, unfolding into light all multitude, it bounds and measures it by infinite power, and through wholeness introduces bound to all things. These things therefore may be assumed from Parmenides concerning the third intelligible triad. End of chapter 26. Chapters 27 and 28 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Let us, in the next place, speak in common about all the intelligible triads. With respect to the first triad, therefore, which is occult, and is allotted the intelligible summit in intelligibles, Plato at one time, proceeding from the union which is in it, and its exempt transcendency with respect to the other triads, denominates it one, as in the Timaeus. For eternity, says he, abides in one. But reason evinces that this one is the first triad of intelligibles. But at another time, proceeding from the extremities which are in it, videre licet that which is participated, and that which participates, he calls it the one being, considering the power which is comprehended in these as ineffable, in consequence of its subsisting uniformly and occultly. And at another time he unfolds the whole of it, according to the monads which are in it, bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. Bound, indeed, indicating its divine hyparxis, infinity, its generative power, and that which is mixed, the essence proceeding from this power. Plato, therefore, as I have said, teaches us through these names the first intelligible triad, at one time indeed through one name, but at another through two names, and at another again through three names, unfolding it to our view. For there is a triad in it, according to which the whole is characterized, and a duad, according to which the extremes communicate with each other, and a monad, which exhibits the ineffable, occult, and unical nature of the first through its own monads. But the second triad after this, Plato denominates in the Timaeus indeed eternity, but in the Parmenides the first wholeness. How these, however, are allotted the same peculiarity, we may learn by considering that everything eternal is indeed a whole. Videre licet, if it is perfectly eternal, and has the whole of its essence and energy at once present. For every intellect is a thing of this kind, perfectly establishing at once in itself the whole of intellectual perception. It likewise does not possess one part of being, but is deprived of another part, nor does it partially participate of energy, but it summarily comprehends the whole of being and the whole of intelligence. If, however, in its energies it proceeded according to time, but had an eternal essence, it would be allotted the whole of the latter, and this always stably the same, but would possess the former variably, so as to exert different energies at different times. Eternity, therefore, is everywhere the cause of wholeness to the natures to which it is primarily present, But whole also is everywhere comprehensive of perpetuity. For no whole abandons either its essence or its proper perfection, but that which is primarily corrupted and vitiated is a partial nature. For on this account also the whole world is perpetual, viz. Because it is a whole, and this is likewise the case with all that the heavens contain, and with each of the elements. For everywhere wholeness is connective of subjects. Hence eternity is consubsistent with wholeness, and whole and eternity are the same. Each also is a measure, the one of things eternal and of all perpetual natures, but the other of parts and of all multitude. Since, however, there are three wholenesses, one indeed being prior to parts, another subsisting from parts, and another in a part, through the wholeness which is prior to parts, eternity measures those unities of divine natures which are exempt from beings. But through the wholeness which derives its subsistence from parts, it measures the unities that are coordinate with beings. And through the wholeness which is in a part, it measures all beings and whole essences. For these wholenesses being parts of the divine unities, they possess partably what pre-exists unically in the unities. And moreover, eternity is nothing else than the ever shining forth from the unity which is connected with being. But whole consists of two parts, viz. Of the one and being, power existing as the collector of the parts. According to both these conceptions, therefore, the duad pertaining to the middle intelligible triad unfolds the uniform and occult hypostasis of the first triad. Moreover, in the Timaeus, Plato calls the third triad of intelligibles, animal itself, intelligible, all perfect, and only begotten. But in the Parmenides he denominates it infinite multitude, and a wholeness comprehensive of many parts. And in the Sophista he perpetually calls it the intelligible distributed into many beings. All these assertions, therefore, are the progeny of one science, and tend to one intelligible truth. For when Timaeus calls this triad intelligible animal, he also asserts it to be all perfect and comprehensive of intelligible animals as its parts, both according to one and according to parts. Hence animal itself is according to this a whole, comprehensive of intelligible animals as its parts. And Parmenides, when he shows that the one being is all perfect multitude, demonstrates that it is consubsistent with this order. For the infinite will be all powerful and all perfect, as we have before observed, comprehending in itself an intelligible multitude of parts, which also it generates, some of these being more total, but others more partial, and as Timaeus says, both according to one and according to genera. Farther still, as he calls animal itself eternal and only begotten, so Parmenides first attributes the ever and to be generated to infinite multitude, when he says, "And thus, according to the same reasoning, whatever part is generated will always possess these two parts. For the one will always contain being, and being the one, so that two things will necessarily always be generated, and no part will ever be one." Who therefore so clearly reminds us of eternal animal and the primogenial triad as Parmenides, first assuming in this order generation and the ever, and so continually using each of these. The same thing, therefore, is both an all perfect animal and all-powerful intelligible multitude. For the first infinity being power, and every intelligible subsisting according to it, and receiving from it a division into parts, I think it proper to call it all-powerful, thus avoiding the appellation of the infinite, which disturbs the multitude. That, however, which in these things is both difficult to understand, and for which Plato especially deserves to be admired, we must not omit, but demonstrate to the genuine lovers of truth. For intelligible animal comprehends four intelligible ideas, according to which it not only constitutes the genera of Gods, but also the more excellent kind of beings after the Gods, and also mortal animals themselves. For generating, it extends the idea of air-wandering, the idea of aquatic, and the idea of terrestrial animals, from the Gods as far as to mortal animals. Since animal itself, therefore, comprehends four ideas, and through the same paradigms produces totally divine, demoniacal, and mortal animals, this deservedly produces a doubt in those who love the contemplation of truth. How the causes being the same, and the same primary paradigms pre-existing, some of the natures which are constituted are Gods, others demons, and others mortal animals. For all these being generated with reference to one form, how is it possible they should not have the same form and nature, since it is requisite that one idea should everywhere be generative of things that have a similar form? For on this account we admit the hypothesis of ideas, in order that the intelligible genus of Gods may possess and contain prior to multitude monads productive of similar natures. This doubt, therefore, being so difficult, some one may solve it logically by saying that all things which subsist according to one form are not synonymous, and that they do not similarly participate of their common cause, but some things primarily and others ultimately. For each form is the leader of a certain series, beginning supernally, and subsiding as far as to the last of things. For according to the oracle, all things begin supernally to extend their admirable rays to the downward place. Hence, it will not be wonderful that the same idea should pre-exist as the cause of Gods, demons, and mortal animals, producing all things totally, and delivering the more partial separation of things to the demiurgic order, in the same manner as this order delivers the production of individuals to the junior Gods. For intelligibles are the causes of whole series, but intellectuals of divisions according to common genera. Supermundane forms are the causes of specific differences, but mundane of things which are now individuals. For they are causes which are moved, and are the leaders of mutation to their progeny. If, however, it be requisite to survey the thing itself by itself, and how one intelligible form is the cause of Gods, and demons, and mortals, Parmenides alone is able to satisfy us about the parts which are contained in the intelligible multitude. For he characterizes some things according to being, but others according to the one. For the one being, indeed, is absorbed by the one, but being which is one is rather absorbed by being, and the one being, and being which is one, contain in themselves each of the intelligible animals. According to the one being, therefore, Parmenides constitutes the divine genera together with an appropriate peculiarity. But according to being which is one, he constitutes the genera posterior to the Gods, and according to the one being indeed of being, which is one, he constitutes the genera of demons, but according to being which is one, the mortal genera. And again, according to the one being of the one being, he constitutes the first and highest genera of the Gods; but according to the being which is one of it, the second genera, and which have an angelic order. And thus all things are full of Gods, angels, demons, animals, and mortal natures. And you see how the medium is preserved of the more excellent genera. For being which is one is the angelic boundary of the one being which produces the Gods; but the one being is the demoniacal summit of being which is one, and which adorns secondary natures. As to the unions, however, of secondary natures, it is not immanifest that they approximate to multitude and to the progression of the natures placed above them. Nor must you wonder if being which is one is the cause of angels, but the one being of demons. For in one place being which is one is a part of the one being, but in another the one being is a part of being which is one. And here indeed the union is essential, but there essence has the form of the one. For the summit of being which is one is a thing of this kind. Deservedly therefore is intelligible multitude all powerful, and intelligible animal all perfect, as being at once the cause of all things; and this as far as to the last of things, Plato all but exclaiming, in the words of the Chaldean oracle, "Thence a fiery whirlwind sweeping along obscures the flower of fire, leaping at the same time into the cavities of the worlds." For the divine unities, proceeding gradually, generate the multitude of all mundane natures. This triad therefore is the fountain and cause of all things, and from it all the life, and all the progression of the Gods, and the genera superior to us, and of mortal animals subsist. For it produces totally and uniformly all things, and binds to itself the whole principles of the divisible rivers of vivification, and the production of forms. (Ch. 28). Again, therefore, let us recur from the divided theory of intelligibles to the all perfect and one science of them; and let us say to ourselves that this intelligible genus of the Gods is unically exempt from all the other divine orders, and is neither called intelligible as known by a partial intellect, nor as comprehended by intelligence in conjunction with reason, nor yet as pre‐existing in all perfect intellect. For it transcends both total and partial intelligibles, and exists prior to all intellectual objects, being an imparticipable and divine intelligible. Hence also it is allotted the same transcendency with respect to all the intelligible orders, as the one with respect to every genus of the Gods. For this intelligible is imparticipable, and supernally fills the divine and intellectual orders. For if every intellect is intelligible to itself, it possesses this property through the intelligible Gods. For plenitude is derived to all things from thence; and thus the intelligible is at the same time exempt from intellect, existing itself by itself, and at the same time the intelligible is not external to intellect. For there is an intelligible which is conjoined with intellect, the coordinate being derived from that which is exempt, the participated from that which is imparticipable, that which is inherent from that which is pre‐existent, and that which is multiplied from that which is uniform. Intelligible simplicity, therefore, must not be defined to be such as that which we are accustomed to assert of intelligibles; for in these the one becomes equal to multitude, and separation to the uniform sameness of essence. But intelligible simplicity is uniform, without separation and occult, excelling every divisible form of life and intellectual multitude. Hence, I do not place intelligible simplicity in the order of idea, for this form is partial, and is subordinate to intelligible union. But I consider it as the hyparxis of divine natures, and as generative of the whole of the good which is distributed to all divine natures, and in which the Gods themselves subsist. For the goodness of the Gods is neither form nor habit, but the plenitude of divine self‐sufficiency and divine power, according to which the Gods fill all things with good. In a much greater degree, therefore, are the intelligible Gods, because they are united to the good, wholly full of superessential goodness, and being established in this, they contain in it the supreme hyparxis of themselves. Very properly, therefore, do we say that the intelligible Gods unfold the ineffable principle of all things, and his admirable transcendency and union, subsisting themselves indeed occultly, but comprehending multitude uniformly and unically, reigning over the whole of things exemptly, and being uncoordinated with all the other Gods. For as the good illuminates all things with superessential light, and exhibits the Gods who are the fathers of all things, so likewise the intelligible genus of Gods, according to a similitude to the good, imparts from itself to all the secondary Gods intelligible plenitude. Hence, according to each distribution of the Gods, there is an appropriate intelligible multitude, just as a monad analogous to the good exists prior to each of the divine orders. And this monad indeed is the pre‐existent leader of union to secondary natures. But intelligible multitude is the pre‐existent source of beauty, self‐sufficiency, power, essence, and all intelligible goods. For the Gods antecedently and intelligibly comprehend all intellectual natures, and contain in themselves all things according to supreme union. End of chapter 28, and end of book 3. Chapters 1 to 3 of book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Let the discussion, therefore, of the intelligible Gods, unfolding the mystic doctrine of Plato concerning them, be here terminated by us. But it entirely follows in the next place that we should consider after the same manner the narration concerning the intellectual Gods. Since, however, of intellectuals some are both intelligible and intellectual, videre licet, such as according to the oracle, perceiving intellectually, are at the same time intellectually perceived, but others are intellectual only. This being the case, beginning from those that are intellectual and at the same time intelligible, we will in the first place determine what pertains to them in common, from which we shall render the doctrine concerning each order of them more perspicuous. Again, therefore, let us recall to our memory those things which we a little before demonstrated, videre licet, that there are three total monads which are entirely beyond the Gods, that are divided according to parts, videre licet, essence, life, and intellect. And these, prior to the partial participate of the superessential unities. Essence, however, is exempt from the rest. Life is allotted the middle order, But intellect converts the end of this triad to the beginning. And all these are indeed intelligibly in essence, but intelligibly and intellectually in life, and intellectually in intellect. And as secondary natures always participate of the natures placed above them, but these prior to participation presubsist themselves by themselves, and as in each order there are these three things, the cause of abiding, the cause of proceeding, and the cause of conversion, though intellect is more formalized according to conversion, but life according to progression, and essence according to permanency, this being the case, it is certainly necessary that the first intellectual Gods, being essentialized according to life, should conjoin imparticipable intellect, and the intelligible genus of Gods, and that they should uniformly connect the various progressions of secondary, but unfold and expand the stable hyparxis of precedaneous causes. For imparticipable life is a thing of this kind, circumscribing that which is primarily being and intellect, and participating indeed of being, but participated by intellect. But this is the same thing as to assert that intelligence is filled indeed from the intelligible, but fills intellect from itself. For being is the intelligible, but life is intelligence. And being indeed is characterized according to a divine hyparxis, but life according to power, and intellect according to intelligible intellect. For as being is to hyparxis, so is intellect to being. And as intelligible power is to each of the extremes, so is life to the intelligible and to intellect. And as power is generated from the one and hyparxis, but constitutes in conjunction with the one the nature of being, so life proceeds indeed from being, and gives subsistence to a power different from that which is in being. As also the one itself, which exists prior to being, imparts to being from itself a second unity, so likewise life, being allotted an hypostasis prior to intellect, generates intellectual life. For true being and the intelligible, which precede the rest, supply both life and intellect with union. Imparticipable life, therefore, but which participates of the intelligible monads, is the second after being, is generative of imparticipable intellect, and giving completion to this medium, and containing the bond of intelligibles and intellectuals, is illuminated by Gods, who are allotted a union secondary to the occult subsistence of intelligibles, but preceding, according to cause, the separation of intellectual natures. For the unical, indivisible, simple and primary nature of intelligibles subsides through the medium of these Gods into multitude and separation, and the inexplicable evolution of the divine orders. Whence also, I think, the Gods who connectedly contain life which is infinite, being the middle of the intelligible and intellectual Gods, and carried in the divisions of themselves as in a vehicle, are called intelligible, and at the same time intellectual, being filled indeed from the first intelligibles, but filling the intellectual Gods. For we call the intelligible Gods intelligible, not as coordinate with intellect. For the intelligible which is in intellect is one thing, and that which produces the intellectual Gods another. And we denominate the Gods that subsist according to life intelligible, and at the same time intellectual, not as giving completion to intellect, nor as being established according to intellectual intelligence, and imparting to intellect the power of intellectual perception, but to the intelligible the power of being intellectually perceived. But we give them this appellation, as deriving their subsistence from the intelligible monads, but generating all the intellectual hebdomads. And because they are illuminated indeed with intelligible life, but subsist prior to intellectuals, according to a generative cause, we think fit to denominate them in common, connecting their names from the extremes, in the same manner as they also are allotted a peculiarity collective of wholes in the divine orders. It is evident, therefore, that they subsist according to this medium, and that they are proximate to the intelligible Gods, who are both monadic and triadic. For the intelligible triads, with reference indeed to the highest union, and which is exempt from all things, are triads. But with reference to the divided essence of triads, they are monads, unfolding into light from themselves total triads. Since intelligibles, therefore, in their triadic progression, do not depart from a unical hyparxis, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods subsist triadically, exhibiting in themselves the separation of the monads, and through divine difference proceeding into multitude, and a variety of powers and essences. For the natures which subsist more remote from the one principle of all things, are more multiplied than the natures which are prior to them, and are diminished indeed in powers, and the comprehensions of secondary natures, but are divided into more numbers, and such as are more distant from the monad. They likewise relinquish the union which is the cause of primarily efficient natures, and variety is assumed by them in exchange for the occult hyparxis of those primary essences. According to this reasoning, therefore, the intelligible and intellectual separation is greater than the separation which is only intelligible. And of these again, the partial orders are allotted a much greater division, so as to unfold to us a multitude of Gods, which cannot be comprehended in the numbers within the decad. Their peculiarities also are indescribable and inexplicable by our conceptions, and are manifest only to the Gods themselves, and to the causes of them. Such, therefore, are the intelligible and intellectual Gods, and such is the peculiarity which they are allotted, a peculiarity connective of extremes, and which unfolds into light precedaneous, but converts secondary natures. For they intellectually perceive the Gods prior to them, but are objects of intellection to the Gods posterior to them. Hence also Timaeus establishes all perfect animal to be the most beautiful of intelligibles, because there are intelligibles posterior to it, which it surpasses in beauty, as being superior to them, and because it is the boundary of the first intelligibles, the natures posterior to it subsisting intellectually. According to this reasoning, therefore, the first intellectual Gods are also intelligible, and we do not, deriving these things from a foreign source, ascribe them to Plato, but they are asserted by us in consequence of receiving auxiliaries from him. This, however, will be more manifest through what follows. Chapter 2. In the next place, therefore, we shall discuss the manner in which the Gods, who illuminate the breadth of imparticipable life, proceed from the intelligible Gods. Since then the intelligible Gods establish in themselves uniformly things multiplied, occultly such as are divided, and according to a certain admirable transcendency of simplicity the various genera of beings, hence the first intellectual Gods, unfolding their indistinct union, and the unknown nature of their hypostasis, and being filled through intelligible power and essential life with the prolific abundance of wholes, are allotted a kingdom which ranks as the second after them. And they always indeed produce, perfect, and connect themselves, but receive from the intelligible Gods an occult generation; from intelligible power indeed, receiving a peculiarity generative of all things; but from intelligible life which pre‐exists according to cause in the intelligible, receiving the nature which is spread under them. For life is primarily indeed in intelligibles, but secondarily in intelligibles and intellectuals, and in a third degree in intellectuals; existing indeed according to cause in the first, but according to essence in the second, and according to participation in the last of these. The first intellectual therefore proceed from the intelligible Gods, multiplying indeed their union, and their unical powers, unfolding their occult hyparxis, and through prolific, connective, and perfective causes, assimilating themselves to the essential entire and all perfect transcendencies of intelligibles. For in intelligibles there were three primarily effective powers; one indeed constituting the essence of wholes; another measuring things which are multiplied; and another being productive of the forms of all generated natures. And conformably to these, the intelligible and intellectual powers subsist; one indeed by its very essence producing the life of secondary natures, according to a certain intelligible comprehension; but another being connective of every thing which is divided, and imparting by illumination the intelligible measure to those natures that relinquish the one union of all things; and another supplying all things with figure and form and perfection. The intelligible and intellectual orders of the Gods therefore are generated according to all the intelligible causes; from power indeed being allotted the peculiarity of progression, but from life receiving the portion of being which is suspended from them. For life is conjoined with power, since life is of itself infinite; all motion having infinity consubsistent with its nature, and the power of infinity is generative of the whole of things. But from the triadic hypostasis of intelligibles they receive a distribution into first, middle, and last; for it is necessary that all things should be detained by a triadic progression, and that this should be the case prior to all other things with the intelligible and at the same time intellectual genera of Gods. For because they subsist as the middle of wholes, and to give completion to the bond of the first orders, according to their summit indeed they are assimilated to intelligibles, but according to their extremity to intellectuals; and they are partly indeed intelligible, and partly intellectual. For every where the progressions of the divine genera are effected through continued similitude; and the first of subordinate are united to the ends of pre‐existent causes. As however the first and the last in the middle of wholes are both intelligible and intellectual, it is necessary there should be a connective medium of these, according to which medium the peculiarity of these Gods is principally apparent. For that which is intelligible and at the same time intellectual in one part indeed is more abundant than, but in another equally communicates with both these. From these things therefore, the continuity of the progression of the divine orders appears to be admirable. For the extremity of intelligibles indeed was intellectual, yet as in intelligibles; but the summit of intelligibles and at the same time intellectuals is intelligible indeed, yet it possesses this peculiarity vitally; and again the end of intelligibles and at the same time intellectuals is intellectual, but it is vitally so; but the beginning of intellectuals is intelligible, and presides over the intellectual Gods, yet it has the intelligible intellectually. And thus all the divine genera are allotted an indissoluble connection and communion, an admirable friendship, and well-ordered diminution, and a transcendency, partly coordinate and partly exempt. That which proceeds too is always in continuity with its producing cause, and secondary natures together with a firm establishment in their causes make a progression from them. There is likewise one series and alliance of all things, secondary natures always subsisting from those prior to them through similitude. After what manner, therefore, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods unfold themselves into light from the intelligible Gods, may through these things be recollected. CHAPTER 3. In the next place, let us show how they are divided in their progressions, and what difference the triads of these Gods are allotted with respect to the intelligible triads. These Gods, therefore, are also divided triply after the above mentioned manner, being conjoined indeed to the intelligible through their summit, but to the intellectual through their end, and through the middle bond of the extremes, being allotted the peculiarity of each equally, and extending to both the intelligible and intellectual genera of Gods, as the centre of these twofold orders, uniformly containing the communion of wholes. They are likewise divided triply, because in these all things, videre licet, essence, life, and intellect are vitally in the same manner as they are intelligibly in the Gods prior to them, and intellectually in the Gods that derive their subsistence from these. And essence indeed is the intelligible of life, but life is the middle, and at the same time the peculiarity of this order, and intellect is the extremity and that which is proximately carried in intellectuals as in a vehicle. All things therefore subsisting in these Gods, there will be a division of them into first, middle, and last genera. And in the third place, they are divided triply, because it is necessary that life should abide, proceed, and be converted to its principles, since of beings, the first triad was said to establish all things, and prior to other things the second triad. Eternity therefore abides stably in the first triad, but the triad posterior to this is the supplier to wholes, and therefore to all things, of progression, motion, and life according to energy, and the third triad is the supplier of conversion to the One, and of perfection which convolves all secondary natures to their principles. Hence it is necessary that the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods should primarily participate of these three powers, and should abide indeed in the summit of themselves, but proceeding from thence and extending themselves to all things, should again be converted to the intelligible place of survey, and conjoin to the beginning of their generation the end of their whole progression. The intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods therefore are, as I have said, triply divided, and essence indeed is that which ranks as first in them, but life is the middle, and intellect the extremity of them. Since however each of these three is perfect and participates of the intelligible monads, I mean of the essence which is there, of intelligible life, and of intelligible intellect, they are tripled according to the participation of primarily efficient causes. And the intelligible of life indeed possesses essence, intellect, and life intelligibly, but the intelligible and intellectual of it possesses essence, life, and intellect intelligibly, and at the same time intellectually. And the intellectual of it possesses these intellectually and intelligibly. And everywhere indeed there is a triad in each of the sections, but in conjunction with an appropriate peculiarity. Hence three intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads present themselves to our view, which are indeed illuminated by the divine unities, but each of them contains an all various multitude. For since in intelligibles there was an all powerful and all perfect multitude, how is it possible that this multitude should not in a much greater degree be evolved and multiplied in the Gods secondary to the intelligible order, according to the prolific cause of them? Each triad therefore comprehends in itself a multitude of powers, and a variety of forms, producing intelligible multitude into energy, and unfolding into light the generative infinity of intelligibles. And we indeed, being impelled from the participants, discover the peculiarity of the participated superessential Gods. But according to the order of things, the intelligible and intellectual monads generate about themselves essences, and all lives, and the intellectual genera. And through these they unfold the unknown transcendency of themselves, preserving by itself the pre-existent cause of the whole of things. There are, however, as we have said, three intelligible triads, and there are also three triads posterior to these, which appear to be tripled from them according to their prolific perfection. But it is necessary that the peculiarity of the intelligible, and also of the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triad, should be defined according to another mode. For in the intelligible order indeed, each triad had only the third part of being, for it consisted of bound and infinity, and from both these. But this was essence indeed in the first triad, intelligible life in the second, and intelligible intellect in the third. The natures, however, prior to these were unities, and superessential powers, which give completion to the whole triads. But in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual order, each triad has essence, life, and intellect, one indeed intelligibly, and at the same time intellectually, but more intelligibly, so far as it is in continuity with the first intelligibles, but another intellectually and intelligibly, but more intellectually, because it is proximately carried in intellectuals, and another according to an equal part, as it comprehends in itself both the peculiarities. Hence the first triad, that we may speak of each, was in intelligibles, bound, infinity, and essence. For essence was that which was primarily mixed. But here the first triad is essence, life, and intellect, with appropriate unities. For essence is suspended from the first deity of this triad, life from the second, and intellect from the third. And these three superessential monads unfold the monads of the first triad. But again, the second triad after this was in the intelligible order a superessential unity, power, and intelligible and occult life. Here, however, essence, life, and intellect are all vital, and are suspended from the Gods who contain the one bond of the whole of this order. For as the first unities were allotted a power unific of the middle genera, so the second unities after them exhibit the connective peculiarity of primarily efficient causes. After these, therefore, succeeds the third triad, which in the intelligible order indeed was unity, power, and intelligible intellect. But here it consists of three superessential Gods, who close the termination of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, and begird all things intellectually, I mean essence, life, and intellect. They are likewise the suppliers of divine perfection, imitating the all perfect intelligible triad, just as the connectedly containing Gods imitate the intelligible measure, and the Gods prior to these the generative cause of intelligibles. The three intelligible, therefore, and at the same time intellectual triads are thus generated, and are allotted such a difference as this with respect to the intelligible triads. End of chapter 3. chapters 4 to 9 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Again, however, returning to Plato, let us accord with him and exhibit the science which pre-exists with him concerning each of these triads. And, in the first place, let us assume what is written in the Phaedrus, and survey from the words themselves of Socrates how he unfolds to us the whole of the orderly distinction of these triads, and the differences which it contains. In the Phaedrus, therefore, there are said to be 12 leaders who preside over the whole of mundane concerns, and who conduct all the mundane gods, and all the herds of demons, and convert them to the intelligible nature. It is also said that Jupiter is the leader of all these 12 gods, that he drives a winged chariot, adorns and takes care of all things, and brings all the army of gods that follow him, first indeed to the place of survey within the heaven, and to the blessed spectacles, and discursive energies of the intelligibles which are there. But in the next place Jupiter brings them to the sub-celestial arch, which proximately begirds the heaven, and is contained in it. And after this to the heaven itself, and the back of heaven, where also divine souls stand, and being borne along together with the heaven, survey all the essence that is beyond it. Socrates further adds that prior to the heaven there is what is called the supercelestial place, in which true and real essence, the plane of truth, the kingdom of Adrastia, and the divine choir of virtue subsist, and that souls, being nourished through the intellection of these monads, are happily affected, following in their contemplation the circulation of the heaven. These things, therefore, are asserted in the Phaedrus, Socrates being clearly inspired by divinity, and discussing mystic concerns. It is necessary, however, prior to other things, to consider what the heaven is of which Socrates speaks, and in what order of beings it is established. For having discovered this, we may also survey the subcelestial arch, and the supercelestial place. For each of these is assumed according to habitude towards the heaven, the one indeed being primarily placed above it, but the other being primarily arranged under it. Chapter 5. What therefore is the heaven to which Jupiter leads the gods? For if we should say that it is the sensible heaven, as certain other persons say it is, it will be necessary that the more excellent genera should be converted to things naturally subordinate to themselves. For if Jupiter, the mighty leader in the heaven, proceeds to this sensible heaven, and leads to it all the gods that follow him, he will have a conversion to things subordinate and posterior to himself. And together with Jupiter, this will also be the case with all the leaders, and the gods and demons suspended from these. Though the same Socrates in the Phaedrus says that even a partial soul, when perfected, is conversant with sublime concerns, and governs the whole world. How is it possible, therefore, that the leaders of whole souls should be converted to the sensible heaven, and exchange the intelligible place of survey for an inferior allotment, when through these souls they preside over the universe, in order that they may illuminate mundane natures with a liberated and unrestrained power? In addition to these things also, what are the blessed intellections of the Gods within this sensible heaven? And what are the evolutions of all the knowledge of sensibles? For in short, the Gods know sensibles, not by a conversion to them, but by containing in themselves the causes of them. Hence, intellectually perceiving themselves, they know sensibles causally, and rule over them, not by looking to them and verging to the subjects of their government, but by converting through love inferior natures to themselves. Neither, therefore, is it lawful for the Gods who adorn the whole of heaven, and think it worthy their providential care, to be ever situated under the circulation of this heaven. Nor is there any blessedness in the contemplation of the things which exist under it. Nor are the souls that are converted to this contemplation among the number of those that are happy, and that follow the Gods, but they rank among those that exchange intelligible for doxastic nutriment, such as Socrates says the souls are that are lame, that have broken their wings, and are in a merged condition. Since therefore passions of this kind belong to partial souls, and these not such as are happy, how can we refer a conversion to the sensible heaven to the ruling and leading Gods? Farther still, Socrates says that souls standing on the back of the heaven are carried round by the circumvolution itself of the heaven. But Timaeus and the Athenian guest say that souls lead everything in the heavens by their own motions, externally cover bodies with their motions, and, living their own life through the whole of time, impart to bodies secondarily efficient powers of motion. How therefore do these things accord with those who make this heaven to be sensible? For souls do not contemplate and dance round intelligibles through the circulation of the heavens, but through the unapparent convolution of souls, bodies revolve in a circle, and about these perform their circulations. If therefore any one should say that the sensible heaven circumvolves souls, and that it is divided according to the back, the profundity, and the subcelestial arch, many absurdities must necessarily be admitted. But if some one should say that the heaven is intelligible, to which Jupiter is the leader, but all the Gods, and together with these daemons follow him, he will unfold the divinely inspired narrations of Plato consentaneously to the nature of things, and will follow the most celebrated of his interpreters. For Plotinus and Iamblichus are of opinion that this heaven is a certain intelligible, and prior to these, Plato himself in the Cratylus, following the Orphic Theogonies, calls the father indeed of Jupiter Saturn, but of Saturn heaven. And he evinces that Jupiter is the demiurgus of the whole of things through the names by which he is called, investigating for this purpose the truth concerning them. But he shows that Saturn is connective of a divine intellect, and that heaven is the intelligence or intellectual perception of the first intelligibles. For sight, says he, looking to the things above is heaven. Hence heaven subsists prior to every divine intellect, with which the mighty Saturn is replete. But it intellectually perceives the things above, and such as are beyond the celestial order. The mighty heaven, therefore, is allotted a kingdom which is between the intelligible and intellectual orders. For the circulation mentioned in the Phaedrus is intelligence, through which all the Gods and souls obtain the contemplation of intelligibles. But intelligence is a medium between intellect and the intelligible. It must be said, therefore, that the whole of heaven is established according to this medium, and that it contains the one bond of the divine orders, being the father indeed of the intellectual genus, but being generated from the kings prior to it, which also it is said to see. But on one side of it the supercelestial place, and on the other the subcelestial arch must be arranged. Chapter 6. Again, therefore, if indeed the supercelestial place is the imparticipable and occult genus of the intelligible Gods, how can we establish so great a divine multitude there, and this accompanied with separation, videre licet, truth, science, justice, temperance, the meadow, and adrastia? For neither do the fountains of the virtues, nor the separation and variety of forms pertain to the intelligible Gods. For the first and most unical of forms extend the demiurgic intellect of wholes to the intelligible paradigm, and the comprehension of forms which is there. But Socrates in the Phaedrus says that a partial intellect contemplates the supercelestial place. For this intellect is the governor of the soul, as it is well said by the philosophers prior to us. If therefore it be necessary from this analogy to investigate the difference of intelligibles, as the demiurgic intellect indeed is imparticipable, but a partial intellect is participable, so with respect to the intelligible, one indeed which is the first paradigm of the demiurgus pertains to the first intelligibles, but another which is the first paradigm of a partial intellect pertains to the second intelligibles, which are indeed intelligibles, but are allotted an intelligible transcendency, as subsisting at the summit of intellectuals. But if the supercelestial place is beyond the celestial circulation, but is inferior to those intelligible triads, because it is more expanded, for it is the plane of truth, and is not unknown, is divided according to a multitude of forms, and possesses a variety of powers, and the meadow which is there nourishes souls, and is visible to them, the first intelligibles illuminating souls with ineffable union, but not being known by them through intelligence. If this be the case, it is certainly necessary that the supercelestial place should subsist between the intelligible nature and the celestial circulation. If Plato himself also admits that essence which truly is, exists in this place, how is it possible that he should not also admit it to be intelligible, and to participate of the first intelligibles? For because indeed it is essence, it is intelligible, but because it truly is, it participates of being. Moreover, possessing in itself a multitude of intelligibles, it will not be arranged according to the first triad. For the one being is there, and not the multitude of beings. But possessing a various life, which the meadow indicates, it is subordinate to the second triad. For intelligible life is one and without separation, and again, since it shines forth to the view with divided forms, all various orders, and prolific powers, it falls short of the all-perfect triad in intelligibles. If therefore it is the second to these in dignity and power, but is established above the celestial order, it is intelligible indeed, but is the summit of the intellectual Gods. On this account also, nutriment is derived to souls from thence. For the intelligible is nutriment, since the first intelligibles also, videre licet, the beautiful, the wise, and the good, are said to nourish souls. For by these, says Socrates, the wing of the soul is nourished, but by the contraries to these it is corrupted and destroyed. These things, however, are indeed effected by the first intelligibles exemptly, and through union and silence. But the supercelestial place is said to nourish through intelligence and energy, and to fill the happy choir of souls with intelligible light, and the prolific rivers of life. Chapter 7. After the supercelestial place, however, and the heaven itself, is the subcelestial arch, which it is obvious to every one ought to be arranged under the heaven, and not in the heaven. For it is not called by Plato the celestial, but the subcelestial arch. That it is also proximately situated under the celestial circulation is evident from what is written concerning it. But if it be necessary to make the subcelestial arch, being such, the same with the summit of intellectuals, and not with the end of the intelligible and intellectual gods, it will be now necessary to contemplate what remains. For the summit of intellectuals separates itself from the kingdom of the heaven, but the subcelestial arch is on all sides comprehended by it. And the former indeed constitutes the whole of intellect, intellectual multitude, and, as Socrates says, the blessed discursive energies of the gods. But the latter only bounds the celestial series, and supplies the gods with the means of ascending to the heaven. For when the gods are elevated to the banquet and the delicious food, and are filled with intelligible goods, then they proceed ascending to the subcelestial arch, and through it are raised to the celestial circulation. Hence, if you say that the subcelestial arch is perfective of the gods, and converts them to the whole of the heaven, and the supercelestial place, you will not wander from the meaning of Plato. For the gods are indeed nourished by the intelligible, by the meadow, and by the divine forms, which the place above the heaven comprehends. But they are filled with this nutriment through the subcelestial arch. For through this they also participate of the celestial circulation. Hence they are converted indeed through the subcelestial arch, but they receive a vigorous intellectual perception from the celestial order, and they are filled with intelligible goods from the supercelestial place. It is evident, therefore, that the supercelestial place is allotted an intelligible summit, but the circulation of the heaven the middle breadth, and the arch the intelligible extremity. For all things are in it, and intellect indeed is convertive, but the intelligible is the object of desire. But divine intelligence gives completion to the middle, perfecting indeed the conversions of divine natures, and binding them to such as are first, but unfolding the tendencies to intelligibles, and filling secondary natures with precedaneous goods. I think, however, that through these things we have sufficiently reminded the reader of the order of these three. Chapter 8. Perhaps, however, some one may ask us why we here characterize the whole progression of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, according to the middle, and why we call one of the extremes supercelestial, but the other subcelestial, from their habitude to the middle, indicating the exempt transcendency of the one, but the proximate and connected diminution of the other. Perhaps, therefore, we may concisely answer such a one, that this whole genus of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, binds together both the extremes, being to the one the cause of conversion, but to the other of becoming unfolded into light, and being present with secondary natures. As therefore we denominate all the intelligible Gods paternal and unical, characterizing them from the summit, and as we say that they are the boundaries of the whole of things, viz. Those that are effective of essence, those that are the causes of perpetuity, and those that are the sources of the production of forms. After the same manner, we unfold these middle Gods as the leaders of all bonds, from the middle which is in them. For the whole of this middle order is vivific, connective, and perfective. But the summit of it indeed unfolds the impressions of intelligibles, and their ineffable union. The termination of it converts intellectuals, and conjoins them to intelligibles, and the middle collects into and fixes in itself as in a centre the whole genera of the Gods. For to the extremes also through reference to the middle we attribute the habitude of transcendency and diminution, calling the one above, but the other under the middle. (Ch. 9). Through these things therefore we may concisely answer him, as I have said, who doubts concerning these names. Here however it is fit that we should admire the divine science of Plato, because he has narrated the mode of the ascent of the whole of things to the intelligible conformably to the highest of initiators. For in the first place he elevates souls and the Gods themselves to the fountains, through the liberated leaders. For the blessed and most abundant spectacles and discursive energies are particularly in these fountains, in which also theurgists place all their hope of salvation. They are therefore blessed through the unpolluted monads, but they are most abundant through the cause of divine difference, and they are spectacles and discursive energies through the intellectual and paternal powers. But in the second place, Plato elevates souls and Gods from the fountains, and through the fountains to the leaders of perfection. For after many and divided intellections, the good of the perfective Gods shines forth, being supernally expanded from the intellectual Gods themselves, and illuminating us, and prior to our souls, whole souls, and prior to these, the Gods themselves. But from the perfective Gods, Plato elevates souls and Gods to the divinities, who are connective of all the intellectual orders. For the perfective Gods are suspended from these divinities, subsist together with them, and are comprehended by them. Such also is the communion and union of these Gods, that some of the most celebrated interpreters of Plato have supposed that there is an all-perfect and indivisible sameness among them, in consequence of not being able to apprehend by a reasoning process the separation which is in them. For here also it may appear to some one that Plato calls the extremity of the celestial circulation the arch. This however is not the case, for he does not denominate the arch celestial, but subcelestial. As therefore the supercelestial is essentially exempt from the heaven, thus also the subcelestial is inferior to the kingdom of the heaven. For the former indeed is indicative of transcendency, but the latter of a proximately arranged diminution. After this circulation, however, which is connective of the whole of things, Plato elevates souls and the Gods to the supercelestial place, and the intelligible union of intellectuals, where also the Gods abiding are nourished, are in a happy condition, and are filled with ineffable and unical goods. For with theurgists also, the ascent to the ineffable and intelligible powers, which are the summits of all intellectuals, is through the connective Gods. In what manner, however, the Gods are here conjoined to the first intelligibles, Plato no longer unfolds through words. For the contact with them is ineffable, and through ineffables, as he also teaches in what he says about them in the Phaedrus. And through this order, the mystic union with the intelligible and first producing causes is effected. With us, therefore, there is also the same mode of conjunction. And through this, the mode of theurgic ascent is more credible. For as wholes ascend to exempt principles, through the natures proximately placed above them, thus also parts, imitating the ascent of wholes, are conjoined through middle steps of ascent, with the most simple and ineffable causes. For what Plato has delivered in this dialogue concerning whole souls, he afterwards unfolds concerning ours. And in the first place indeed, he conjoins them with the liberated Gods. Afterwards, through these he elevates them to the perfective Gods. Afterwards, through these, to the connective Gods. And in a similar manner, as far as to the intelligible Gods. Socrates, therefore, narrating the mode of ascent to intelligible beauty, and how following the Gods, prior to bodies and generation, we were partakers of that blessed spectacle, says, quote, "For it was then lawful to see splendid beauty, when we obtained together with that happy choir this blessed vision and spectacle, we indeed following Jupiter, but others in conjunction with some other God, perceiving and being initiated in those mysteries, which it is lawful to call the most blessed of mysteries." How then were we once conjoined with intelligible beauty? Through being initiated, says he, in the most blessed of mysteries. What else, therefore, does this assert than that we were conjoined with the perfective leaders, and were initiated by them in order to our being replenished with beauty? Of what goods, therefore, is the initiation the procurer? "Which orgies," says he, "were celebrated by us, when we were entire and impassive, and were initiated in, and became spectators of entire, simple, and quietly stable visions." The entire, therefore, is derived to souls from the celestial circulation, for this contains and is connective of all the divine genera, and also of our souls. Everything, however, which in the whole contains parts, comprehends also that which is divided, and collects that which is various into union and simplicity. But the entire, quietly stable and simple visions are unfolded to souls supernally from the supercelestial place, through the connectedly containing Gods. For the mystic impressions of intelligibles shine forth in that place, and also the unknown and ineffable beauty of characters. For muesis and epopteia are symbols of ineffable silence, and of union with mystic natures through intelligible visions. And that which is the most admirable of all is this, that as theurgists order the whole body to be buried except the head in the most mystic of initiations, Plato also has anticipated this, being moved by the Gods themselves. "For being pure," says he, "and liberated from this surrounding vestment, which we now denominate body, we obtained this most blessed muesis and epopteia, being full of intelligible light. For the pure splendor which he mentions symbolically unfolds to us intelligible light. Hence, when we are situated in the intelligible, we shall have a life perfectly liberated from the body. But elevating the head of the charioteer to the place beyond the heaven, we shall be filled with the mysteries which are there, and with intelligible silence. It also appears to me that Plato sufficiently unfolds the three elevating causes, love, truth, and faith, to those who do not negligently read what he has written. For what besides love conjoins with beauty? Where is the plane of truth except in this place? And what else than faith is the cause of this ineffable muesis? For muesis, in short, is neither through intelligence nor judgment, but through the unical silence imparted by faith, which is better than every Gnostic energy, and which establishes both whole souls and ours in the ineffable and unknown nature of the Gods. These things, however, have proceeded to this length from my sympathy about such like concerns. End of chapter 9. Chapters 10 to 14 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. But again, returning to the proposed theology, let us unfold the conceptions which Plato indicates to us concerning each order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods. The supercelestial place therefore is intelligible. Hence also Plato says that it is essence which truly is, and that it is visible to the intellect of the soul. It is likewise the one comprehension and union of the intellectual Gods. For it is not intelligible after such a manner as animal itself, nor as the first eternity, nor as that which is itself primarily the one being. For as these are primarily intelligibles, they are exempt from all other intelligibles, and presubsist by themselves. But the supercelestial place is proximately established above the celestial circulation, and of this is the intelligible, yet it is not simply intelligible. And that we assert these things rightly, Socrates also testifies, imparting the intellection of this intelligible to souls likewise through the heaven. For in this period, according to which they are carried round together with the circulation of the heaven, they behold indeed justice, they behold temperance, and they also behold science, and each of the beings which have a true and real existence, so that if the supercelestial place is intelligible and real being, yet it is intelligible as being above the heaven. The first intelligibles, however, are intelligible according to their own essence, and according to the exempt and first efficient cause of all intellectual natures. For the mighty Saturn, likewise, though he is an intellectual God, and the fullness of intellect, is intelligible, as with reference to the Demiurgus, for he is the summit of the intellectual triad. Thus therefore the place also, which is above the heaven, is allotted an intelligible transcendency with respect to the celestial circulation, and is intelligible as in the first intellectuals. Hence also it subsists analogous to the first triad of intelligibles. That triad, however, was simply intelligible, For the intelligible which is in intelligibles at once exists prior to all second and third intelligibles. But the supercelestial place is not simply intelligible, for it is the summit of intellectuals, and not of intelligibles. Hence Plato calls the first triad of intelligibles the one being, but he denominates the supercelestial place truly existing essence. For the former indeed antecedes all beings in an admirable simplicity, and in the occult unity of being. For that being is the intelligible itself, and is not in one respect intelligible, but in another intellectual. Nor is it that which is passive to, videre licet, participates of, being. But it is the seat and the most ancient monad of being. This order, however, videre licet, the supercelestial place, falls short of the union of that triad, and participates of being, but is not simply being. Hence also Plato calls it essence, and essence which truly is, as receiving this intelligible, and essential according to the essence of that which is primarily being. And the first triad indeed of intelligibles was paternal, for it subsists according to divine union and bound, and is the occult and highest boundary of all intelligibles. But the supercelestial place is maternal, subsisting according to infinity, and the power of infinity. For this order is feminine and prolific, and produces all things by intelligible powers. Hence also Plato calls it a place, as being the receptacle of the paternal causes, and bringing forth and producing the generative powers of the Gods into the hypostasis of secondary natures. For having denominated matter also a place, he calls it the mother and nurse of the reasons, i.e. of the productive principles, which proceed into it, from being and the paternal cause. According to this analogy, therefore, Plato thus denominates the supercelestial place as feminine, and as being the cause of those things maternally, of which the intelligible father is the cause paternally. Matter, however, receives forms alone, but the mother and nurse of the Gods not only receives, but also constitutes and generates secondary natures together with the father. Nor does this generative deity produce from herself into an external place her progeny, and separate them from her own comprehension, in the same manner as the natures which generate here, deliver their offspring into light external to themselves. But she generates, comprehends, and establishes all things in herself. Hence also she is the place of them, as being a seat which on all sides contains them, and as by her prolific and primarily efficient powers, preoccupying and containing in herself all the progressions, multitude, and variety of secondary natures. For all beings subsist in the Gods, and are comprehended and saved by them. For where can they recede from the Gods, and from the comprehension which is in them? And how, if they depart from them, can they remain even for the smallest portion of time? In a particular manner, however, the powers which are generative of divine natures are said to comprehend their progeny, so far as they are the proximate causes of them, and constitute their essence with a more abundant division, and a more particular providence. For paternal causes produce secondary natures uniformly, exemptly, and without coordination, and comprehend, but unically, their own progeny. And in simplicity indeed, they preoccupy the variety of them, but in union their multitude. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that the supercelestial place is intelligible, and after what manner it is intelligible. In addition to these things also, it is evident how it is feminine. For place is adapted to the generative Gods through the above mentioned causes, and the meadow is the fountain of a vivific nature, as will be shortly demonstrated. Socrates likewise assumes all the divine natures that are in this place to be of this kind, viz. To be of the feminine genus, I mean science herself, justice herself, temperance herself, truth herself, and adrastia, which may especially be considered as a certain indication that Plato particularly attributes the feminine to this order, and not only other theologists. Chapter 11. What therefore is the cause through which Plato, in the first place, celebrates this deity negatively, analogous to the One? And what are the negations? For he denominates it without color, without figure, and without contact, and he takes away from it these three hyparxes, color, figure, and contact. I say, therefore, that this order, being the summit of the intellectual Gods, is unknown and ineffable, according to its peculiarity, and is only to be known through intelligible impressions. For, being the summit of intellectuals, it conjoins itself with intelligibles. For how could intellectuals be conjoined with intelligibles, unless they antecedently constituted an intelligible transcendency of themselves? But what connection and communion could be surveyed of the whole orders of things, unless the extremities of such as are first possessed a certain similitude to the beginnings of such as are second? For on account of this similitude, these are connascent with each other, and all things subsist according to one series. As therefore the end of intelligibles was intellectual, so likewise the beginning of intellectuals is allotted an intelligible hyparxis, and each of these indeed is intelligible, but the one is intelligible simply, and the other is not intelligible without the addition of the intellectual. These therefore are consubsistent with each other. And the one indeed is the paternal cause of the whole of things, so far as it is intelligible, and the intellectual which is in it is extended intelligibly. But the other is generatively constitutive of the same things, because it is intellectual, and intelligible good presides in the intellectual genus. All things, therefore, are from both, exemptly indeed from the intellectual of intelligibles, but coordinately from the intelligible of intellectuals. And both indeed rejoice in unknown hyparxes, and are alone, as Plato says, known by intelligible, mystic, and ineffable impressions. Hence also he calls the attempt boldness, which endeavors to unfold the arcana concerning them, and to explain by words their unknown union. From the end of the intelligible order, however, the summit of intellectuals possesses its unknown peculiarity. For so far as it conjoins itself to the first intelligibles, and is filled with their unical, ineffable, and paternal hyparxis, so far also it exists in an unknown manner prior to intellectuals. Hence, it is incomprehensible by the natures posterior to it. But it is known by those prior to it, being superexpanded into a continued union with them. It likewise knows the natures prior to itself intelligibly. But this does not at all differ from uniform and ineffable knowledge. For intelligible knowledge is the union, cause, summit, and unknown and occult hyparxis of all knowledge. Since therefore the one and united triad is, if it be lawful so to speak, the intellectual image of the unknown union of intelligibles, and presides over the same uniform and unknown power in intellectuals, as its own cause does, hence Plato mystically unfolds it through negations. For every where that which is highest and that which is unknown are analogous to the unical God. As therefore we are taught to celebrate this God through negations, after the same manner we endeavour to unfold negatively the uniform and unknown summits of secondary orders. And in short, since Socrates in the Phaedrus makes the ascent as far as to the supercelestial place, arranging it analogous to the first, as in this order, and in the ascent of souls, he celebrates it by negations. For in the Timaeus, Plato contends that the one Demiurgus, through whom every demiurgic genus of gods subsists, is ineffable and unknown. And everywhere that which is highest has this transcendency with respect to secondary natures. For it imitates the cause which is at once unically exempt from all beings. We celebrate this cause, however, through negations alone, as existing prior to all things. But we unfold the summits, which proceed analogous to it, affirmatively, and at the same time negatively. As participating indeed the natures prior to themselves, we celebrate them affirmatively. For Plato calls the supercelestial place essence, which truly is the plain of truth, the meadow, and the intelligible place of survey of the gods. And he does not only call it without colour, without figure, and without contact, thus mingling affirmations with negations. For this order is a medium between the intelligible gods and the first intellectual divine orders, containing the bond of both. And it guards indeed intellectually according to a uniform and unknown transcendency, but transmits the plenitudes of intelligibles as far as to the last of things. It likewise elevates all things at once according to one common union, as far as to the intelligible Father, and generates and produces them as far as to matter. Being therefore established between the unical and the multiplied gods, it is unfolded, negatively indeed through the unknown manner in which it transcends secondary natures, but affirmatively through its participation of the first natures. For the first Demiurgus is called in the Timaeus Fabricator and Father, and Good, and all such names, so far as he participates of pre-existent causes. But so far as he is the monad of all fabrication, Plato leaves him unknown and ineffable, exempt from all the fabricators of things. For he says, quote, "It is difficult to discover him, and when found it is impossible to speak of him to all men." Close quote. Thus therefore Plato unfolds the supercelestial place, affirmatively indeed, as being filled from the first causes, at one time indeed calling it essence, which truly is, at another the plane of truth, and at another something else of this kind. But so far as it transcends the intellectual Gods, and so far as it is supreme and unical, he celebrates it negatively, in the same manner as the principle which is exempt from all things. Chapter 12. It follows, therefore, in the next place, that we should consider what the negations are, and from what orders they are generated. In the Parmenides, then, the negations of the One are produced from all the divine orders, because the One is the cause of all of them. And everything divine, according to the hyparxis of itself, participates of the first principle, and the One, in consequence of transcending these, is in a much greater degree exempt from the natures posterior to these. For from these all things proceed, since they receive partably the peculiarities of these. This, however, is evident from the other hypotheses, in which the same conclusions are again circulated, at one time being connected together negatively, and at another affirmatively. For what is there which could be able to subsist, unless it was antecedently comprehended according to cause in wholes? But in the Phaedrus, the things which are denied of the intelligible summit of all intellectuals are the natures which are proximately established after this summit, viz. The sacred genera, the connective, the perfective, and the paternal of what are properly called intellectuals. For this summit, being exempt from these, it also transcends all the intellectual Gods. For what every genus of the Gods is to the One, that the three orders posterior to this summit are to it. Plato, therefore, denominates the celestial order which connectedly contains wholes, and illuminates them with intelligible light, color, because likewise the apparent beauty of this sensible heaven is resplendent with all various colors, and with light. Hence he calls that heaven intellectual color and light. For the light proceeding from the Good is in the orders above the heaven unknown and occult, abiding in the addita of the Gods. But it shines forth in this order, and from being unapparent becomes manifest. Hence it is assimilated to color, the offspring of light. Farther still, if the heaven is sight beholding the things above, the intelligible of it may very properly be called color, which is conjoined with the sight. The cause, therefore, of the intelligibles in the heaven is without color, but is exempt from them. For sensible color is the offspring of the solar light. But Plato denominates the order which proximately subsists after the celestial order, and which we have called the subcelestial arch, figure. For the arch itself is the name of a figure. And in short, in this order Parmenides also places intellectual figure. But Plato first attributes contact to the summit of intellectuals, as is evident from the conclusions of the Parmenides. For in the first hypothesis, taking away figure from the One, he uses this as a medium, viz. That the One does not touch itself, "But the One," says he, "does not touch itself." And the conclusion is evident. Here therefore contact first subsists, and subsists according to cause. For of those things of which the demiurgus is proximately the cause, the Father who is prior to him is paradigmatically the cause. In this order therefore, contact is the paradigm of the liberated Gods. Hence these three orders are successive, videre licet, colour, figure, and contact. And from these, the supercelestial place is essentially exempt. Hence it is without colour, without figure, and without contact. Nor does it transcend these three privatively, but according to causal excellence. For it imparts to colour from intelligibles the participation of light. On figure it confers by illumination intellectual bound. And in contact it supernally inserts union and continuity, and perfects all things by its power, things which are touched indeed through union, those that are figured through the participation of bound, and those that are coloured through the illumination of light. But it draws upward and allures to itself everything ineffably, and through intelligible impressions, and fills everything with unical goods. If therefore we assert these things rightly, we must not admit the interpretation of those who are busily occupied in sensible colours, and contacts, and figures, and to assert that the supercelestial place is exempt from these. For these are trifling, and by no means adapted to that place. For even nature, not only that which exists as a whole, but that also which is partial, is exempt from sensible colours, from apparent figures, and from corporeal contact. What therefore is there venerable in this, if it is also present to natures themselves? But it is necessary to extend colours and figures, and contacts from on high as far as to the last of things, and to evince that the supercelestial place is similarly exempt from all these. For soul also and intellect participate of figure, and contact is frequently in incorporeal natures, according to the communion of first with secondary beings. And it is usual to call these communications contacts, and to denominate the touchings of intellectual perceptions adhesions. We should not therefore be carried from things first to things last, nor compare the highest order of intellectuals with the last of beings, above which both soul and nature are established. For in so doing we shall err, and shall not attend to Plato, who exclaims that it is boldness to assert these things concerning it. For where is the boldness, and what the unknown power transcending our conceptions, in contemplating the truth of sensible colours, figures, and contacts? For an hypostasis of this kind is known by physiologists, and not by the sons of theologists. Such therefore is the power possessed by the negations through which Plato celebrates the supercelestial place. (Ch. 13). Again then, let us in the next place survey the affirmations, how they exist according to the participation of the first intelligibles themselves. The supercelestial place therefore is said to be essence, which truly is, because it participates of that which is primarily being. For to be and truly to be are present to all things, as the progeny of the intelligible essence. For as the One is from the first principle which is prior to intelligibles, so the nature of being is from intelligibles. For there the one being subsists, as Parmenides a little before taught us. But the supercelestial place is beheld by the governor of the soul, because it is allotted an intelligible transcendency with respect to the other intellectual Gods. Hence, the intelligible good of it is rendered manifest from its being known by intellect. This intelligible, therefore, in the same manner as that which is truly being, arrives to it from the unical Gods. For they are primarily and imparticipably intelligibles, and the first efficient causes of all intelligibles. These things also concur with each other, videre licet, that which is truly being and the intelligible. For every intelligible is truly being, and everything which is truly being is intelligible. For intellect is intelligible according to the being which is in it, but according to its Gnostic power it is intellect. Hence also every intellect is the supplier of knowledge, but every intelligible is the supplier of essence. For that which each is primarily, it imparts by illumination to the secondary orders. Chapter 14. In the third place, therefore, the genus of true science is said to be established about the supercelestial place. For these two things ascend to the contemplation of that essence, videre licet, intellect the governor of the soul. But this is a partial intellect established indeed above souls, and elevating them to their paternal port. And true science, which is the perfection of the soul. This therefore energizes about that place, as transitively revolving in harmonic measures about being. But intellect contemplates it as employing simple intellection. Farther still, the science which is in us is one thing, but that which is in the supercelestial place another. And the former indeed is true, but the latter is truth itself. What therefore is it, and whence does it subsist? It is indeed a deity which is the fountain of all intellectual knowledge, and the first efficient cause of undefiled and stable intelligence. But it shines forth in the first triad of intellectuals, because this is perfective of all other things, and likewise of divine souls. For these, ascending to this uniform power of all knowledge, perfect their own knowledge. For each of the undefiled souls, says Socrates, revolving together with Jupiter and the heaven, surveys justice, temperance, and science. Hence, these three fountains are there, being intelligible deities, and the fountains of the intellectual virtues, and not being, as some think they are, intellectual forms. For Plato is accustomed to characterize these by the term itself, as for instance, science itself, and justice itself. And this Socrates says somewhere in the Phaedo. But here, when he says justice herself, temperance herself, and science herself, he appears to unfold to us certain self-perfect and intelligible deities, which have a triadic subsistence. And of these, science indeed is the monad, but temperance has the second order, and justice the third. And science indeed is the supplier of undefiled, firm, and immutable intelligence, but temperance imparts to all the Gods the cause of conversion to themselves, and justice imparts to them the cause of the distribution of the whole of good according to desert. And through science indeed, each of the Gods intellectually perceives the natures prior to himself, and is filled with intelligible intelligence. But through temperance he is converted to himself, and enjoys a second union, and a good coordinate to the conversion to himself. And through justice he rules over the natures posterior to himself, in a silent path, as they say, measures their desert, and supplies a distribution adapted to each. These three fountains, therefore, contain all the energies of the Gods. And science indeed proceeds analogous to the first triad of intelligibles. And as that triad imparts essence to all things, so this illuminates the Gods with knowledge. But temperance proceeds analogous to the second triad of intelligibles. For temperance imitates the connective and measuring power of that triad, since it measures the energies of the Gods, and converts each of them to itself. And justice proceeds analogous to the third triad of intelligibles. For it also separates secondary natures according to appropriate desert, in the same manner as that triad separates them intelligibly by the first paradigms. End of chapter 14. Chapters 15 to 19 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. After these things, therefore, we may survey another triad pre-existing in this place, which also Socrates celebrates, videre licet, the plain of truth, the meadow, and the nutriment of the Gods. The plain of truth, therefore, is intellectually expanded to intelligible light, and is splendid with the illuminations that proceed from thence. For as the one emits by illumination intelligible light, so the intelligible imparts to secondary natures a participation productive of essence. But the meadow is the prolific power of life, and of all various reasons, is the comprehension of the first efficient causes of life, and is the cause of the variety and generation of forms. For the meadows also which are here are productive of all various forms and reasons, and bear water, which is the symbol of vivification. And the nourishing cause of the Gods is a certain intelligible union, comprehending in itself the whole perfection of the Gods, and filling the Gods with acme and power, in order that they may bestow a providential attention to secondary natures, and may possess an immutable intellectual perception of such natures as are first. Above, however, the Gods participate of these uniformly, but in a divided manner in their progressions. With respect to the nutriment likewise, one kind is called by Plato ambrosia, but the other nectar. "For the charioteer," says he, "stopping the horses at the manger, places before them ambrosia, and afterwards gives them nectar to drink." The charioteer, therefore, being nourished with intelligibles, unically participates of the perfection which is imparted through illumination by the Gods. But the horses participate of this divisibly, first indeed of ambrosia, and afterwards of nectar. For it is necessary that from ambrosia they should stably and undeviatingly abide in more excellent natures, but that through nectar they should immutably provide for secondary natures. For they say that ambrosia is solid, but nectar liquid nutriment, which Plato also indicates when he says that the charioteer places before the horses ambrosia, and afterwards gives them nectar to drink. Hence the nutriment of nectar manifests the unrestrained and indissoluble nature of providence, and its proceeding to all things in an unpolluted manner. But the nutriment of ambrosia manifests stability and a firm settlement in more excellent natures. From both these, however, it is evident that the Gods both abide and proceed to all things, and that neither their undeviating nature, and which is without conversion to subordinate beings, is unprolific, nor their prolific power and progression is unstable. But abiding they proceed, and being established in the divinities prior to themselves, they provide for secondary natures without being contaminated. Nectar and ambrosia, therefore, are the perfections of the Gods, so far as they are Gods. But other things are the perfections of intellect, nature, and bodies. Hence Plato, having assumed these in souls, calls the souls which are nourished with these, Gods. For so far as they also participate of the Gods, so far they are filled with nectar and ambrosia. These, however, in their progressions have a bipartite division, the one indeed being the supplier to the Gods of stable and firm perfection, but the other of undeviating providence, of liberated administration, and of an unenvying and abundant communication of good, according to the two principles of the whole of things, which preside over a distribution of this kind. For it must be admitted that ambrosia is indeed analogous to bound, but nectar to infinity. Hence the one is as it were humid and not bounded from itself, but the other is as it were solid, and has a boundary from itself. Nectar therefore is prolific, and is perfective of the secondary presence of the Gods, and is the cause of power, of a vigour which provides for the whole of things, and of infinite and never failing supply. But ambrosia is stable perfection, is similar to bound, is the cause to the Gods of an establishment in themselves, and is the supplier of firm and undeviating intellection. Prior to both these, however, is the one fountain of perfection and seat to all the Gods, which Plato calls nutriment, and the banquet, and delicious food, is unically perfecting indeed the divided multitude of the Gods, but converting all things to itself through divine intelligence. For dice, the banquet, indeed, manifests the divided distribution of divine nutriment, but thoine, delicious food, the united conversion of the whole of things to it. For it is the intellectual perception of the Gods, so far as they are Gods, but nutriment connectedly contains both these powers, being the plenitude of intelligible goods, and the uniform perfection of divine self-sufficiency. Chapter 16. Concerning these things, therefore, thus much may suffice as to the present theory. But it follows that we should discuss the division of the supercelestial place into three parts. For the intelligible summit of intellectuals is, as we have before observed, a triad. Immediately, therefore, according to the first conception of this place, Plato unfolds its triadic nature, assuming indeed three negatives, the uncoloured, the unfigured, and the untangible. Having likewise established three divinities in it, videre licet, science, temperance, and justice, Our preceptor and leader, Syrianus, thinks fit to divide this triad into three monads, and also demonstrates this conformably to the Orphic theologies. If, however, it be requisite to discover the definite peculiarities of these three goddesses from what has been already laid down, we must understand that the plain of truth, the meadow, and the nourishing cause of the Gods are posited there. To nourish, therefore, is the province of intelligible perfection. Hence, the elevating impulse is given to the wing of the soul, and also intellectual perfection, according to the nourishment which flows from thence into the soul. But the peculiarity of the meadow is to possess a power generative of reasons and forms, and of the causes of the production of animals. Hence also souls are fed about the meadow, and the pablum (nome) is indeed nutriment, but in a divided manner. The plain, however, of truth is the expansion and manifestation of intelligible light, the evolution of inward reasons, and perfection proceeding everywhere. This therefore is the peculiarity of the third monad, but fecundity is the peculiarity of the second, and intelligible plenitude of the first. For all the supercelestial place is indeed illuminated with the light of truth. Hence, all the natures that are contained in it are called true. And Socrates says, "That whatever soul attending on divinity has beheld anything of reality shall be free from damage till another period takes place." For everything in that place is truly being and intelligible, and is full of divine union. In the first monads, however, i.e. in the plain of truth and the meadow, this intelligible light subsists contractedly, and is occultly established as it were in the adyta. But in the third monad, videre licet, in the nourishing cause of the Gods, it shines forth and is co-expanded and is co-divided with the multitude of powers. We may therefore from these things survey the differences of the three monads in a manner conformable to the Platonic hypotheses. But if indeed science pertains to the first monad, temperance to the second, and justice to the third, from these things also the triad will be perfectly apparent. And does not science, which is stable, and the uniform intelligence of wholes, and which at the same time is consubsistent with intelligibles, pertain to the power which is united to the intelligible Father, and which does not proceed nor separate its union from the deity of that Father? But does not the genus of justice pertain to the power which is divided, which separates the intellectual genera, leads the intelligible multitude into order, and imparts by illumination distribution according to desert? And does not the genus of temperance pertain to the power which is the medium of both these, which is converted to itself, and possesses the common bond of this triad? For the harmonic and a communication with the extremes, according to reason, are the illustrious good of this middle power. That we may not therefore be prolix, what has been said being sufficient to remind us of the meaning of Plato, those three deities are celebrated by us, which, dividing the supercelestial place, are indeed all of them intelligible as in intellectuals, and are likewise summits and collective of all things into one intelligible union. One of these, however, is so stably, another generatively, and another convertively, possessing a primary effective power in intellectuals. For one of them indeed unites the monads of all the Gods and collects them about the intelligible, but another effects this about the progressions of the Gods. and another about their conversions. All of them, however, at the same time collect into one the whole of an hyparxis, which always abides, proceeds, and returns. Hence also Plato elevates the Gods that are distributed in the world to this one place, and converts them, energizing about this as collective of the whole orders of the Gods to the participation of intelligibles. These monads therefore educe intelligible forms, fill them with the participation of divine union, and again recall the natures that have proceeded and conjoin them to intelligibles. Concerning this whole triad, however, what has been said may suffice. Chapter 17. It remains therefore that we should pass to the discussion of Adrastia, Socrates indicating that she possesses her kingdom in this place. For that which defines the measures of a blameless life to souls, from the vision of these intelligible goods, is certainly there allotted its first evolution into light. For the elevating cause, being secondary to the objects of desire, may be able to raise both itself and other things to the supercelestial place through conversion. But that which defines and measures the fruits of the vision of the intelligible to souls, since it has its hyparxis in the intelligible, imparts by illumination beatitude to them from thence. It is established, therefore, as I have said, in that place, but it rules over all the divine laws uniformly from on high, as far as to the last of things. It likewise binds to the one sacred law of itself all the sacred laws, videre licet, the intellectual, the supermundane, and the mundane. Whether therefore there are certain Saturnian laws, as Socrates in the Gorgias indicates there are, when he says, "The law, therefore, which was in the time of Saturn, is now also among the Gods," or whether there are Jovian laws, as the Athenian guest asserts there are, when he says, "But justice follows Jupiter, which is the avenger of those that desert the divine law," or whether there are fatal laws, as Timaeus teaches there are, when he says, "That the Demiurgus announced to souls the laws of fate." Of all these, the sacred law of Adrastia is connective according to one intelligible simplicity, and at the same time imparts existence to all of them, and the measures of power. And if it be requisite to relate my own opinion, the inevitable guardian power of this triad, and the immutable comprehension of order pervading everywhere, presubsist in this Goddess. For these three deities not only unfold and collect all things, but they are also guardians according to the oracle of the works of the Father, and of one intelligible intellect. This guardian power, therefore, the sacred law of Adrastia indicates, which nothing is able to escape. For with respect to the laws of fate, not only the Gods are superior to them, but also partial souls, when they live according to intellect, and give themselves up to the light of providence. And the Saturnian Gods are essentially exempt from the Jovian laws, and the connective and perfective Gods from the Saturnian laws. But all things are obedient to the sacred law of Adrastia, and all the distributions of the Gods, and all measures and guardianships subsist on account of this. By Orpheus also she is said to guard the Demiurgus of the universe, and receiving brazen drumsticks, and a drum made from the skin of a goat, to produce so loud a sound as to convert all the Gods to herself. And Socrates, imitating this fabulous sound, which extends a certain proclamation to all things, in a similar manner produces the sacred law of adrastia to all souls. For he says, "This is the sacred law of adrastia, that whatever soul has perceived anything of truth shall be free from harm till another period." All but expressing the Orphic sound through this proclamation, and uttering this as a certain hymn of adrastia. For in the first place indeed he calls it thesmos, a sacred law, and not nomos, a law, as he does the Saturnian and Jovian laws. For thesmos is connected with deity, and pertains more to intelligibles than to the intellectuals. But nomos, indicating intellectual distribution, is adapted to the intellectual fathers. And in the second place, he speaks of it in the singular, and not in the plural number, as Timaeus does of the fatal laws. In the third place, therefore, he extends it to all the genera of souls, and evinces that it is the common measure of their happy and blessed life, and the true guard of those souls that are able to abide on high, free from all passivity. For such is the meaning of the words, "And the soul that is able to do this always shall always be free from harm." This sacred law therefore comprehends all the undefiled life of divine souls, and the temporal blessedness of partial souls, and it guards the former indeed intelligibly, but measures the latter by the vision of intelligible goods. And thus much concerning adrastia. Chapter 18. With respect to what remains, therefore, we shall summarily say that the supercelestial place is the first triad of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, possessing three peculiarities: the unfolding into light, the collective, and the defensive. It likewise comprehends all these intelligibly, and in an unknown manner, conjoining indeed intellectuals to intelligibles, but calling forth the prolific powers of intelligibles, receiving in itself the plenitude of forms from the intelligible paradigms, and producing its own meadow from the fontal summit which is there. But from the one intellect it gives subsistence to the three virtues, perfects all itself by intelligible impressions, and in its ineffable bosoms receives the whole of intelligible light. At one and the same time also it abides in the occult nature of the intelligible Gods, and proceeds intelligibly from thence, shines forth to the view of intellectuals, and converts and draws upward by ineffable powers all the images of its proper union which it has disseminated in every thing. To this place likewise it is necessary that we should mystically approach, leaving in the earth all the generation producing life, and the corporeal nature, with which on coming hither we were surrounded as with a wall, but exciting alone the summit of the soul to the participation of total truth, and the plenitude of intelligible nutriment. Chapter 19. After this intelligible and unknown triad, however, which presides over all the intellectual genera, let us survey the triad which connectedly contains the bond of them, intelligibly and at the same time intellectually. For it is necessary that prior to intellect and the intellectual Gods, the cause of connectedly containing should be in these Gods, and that this being established in the middle of the intelligible and intellectual order, should extend to all the divine multitudes, all the genera of beings, and all the divisions of the world. For what is it which primarily connects things? If, as some say, the nature of spirit and local motion, body itself, which is connective of other things, will require connection. For every body according to its own composition is dissipable and divisible, which also the Elian guest, indicating to those who make corporeal principles, says that the essence which is so much celebrated by them is broken and dissipated. Body, therefore, is not naturally adapted to be connective of other things, nor even if a power of this kind pertained to bodies, would spirit be able to afford us this power, because it is always defluous and dissipated, and diffusing itself beyond that which bounds it. But if we suppose that habits and connective forms which are divided about bodies illuminate their subjects with connection, it is perfectly necessary that they should effect this by being present with them. But how will these habits and forms connect themselves? For it is difficult to devise how this can be effected. For these, being distributed about material bulks and divided together with their subjects, require a boundary and connection. But they are not naturally adapted to be bounded or connected from themselves, because they have not an essence self-begotten and self-subsistent. That, however, which neither produces nor perfects itself, cannot connect itself. And moreover, every habit and every material form is altermotive, and depends on another more ancient cause, and on this account is inseparable from subjects, not being able to verge to itself. But if abandoning these, we should assert that souls which are incorporeal and self-begotten are the first efficient causes of connection, where shall we place the partible and at the same time impartible nature of souls, that which is mixed from the partible and impartible, that which participates of the genera of being, and that which is divided into harmonic reasons? For souls indeed connect bodies and natures, because they participate of an impartible peculiarity, but they are in want of another connective nature, which may impart the first principle of mixture to the genera, and of connection to divided reasons. For the self-motive nature of souls being transitive and extended to time, requires that which may connect its one life, and may render it total and indivisible. For the whole which is connective of parts exists prior to parts, since the whole which consists of parts receives connection introduced from something different from itself. But if proceeding with the reasoning power beyond souls, we survey intellect, whether the intellect which is participated, or if you are willing that which is imparticipable and divine, and in short, if we survey at once the intellectual genus of the Gods, if this is primarily connective of beings, we shall find also in this all various multitude divisions of genera, and as Socrates says, many and blessed visions, and discussive energies. For the separation of divine natures, and the variety of forms, present themselves to the view in intellectuals, and also fabulous sections and generative powers. How therefore can that which connects be primarily here, where the divisive genus shines forth? And how is it possible that intellectual multitude should not refer to another more ancient cause, the participation of its proper connection? For intellectual multitude is that which is primarily connected, since it is that which is primarily divided, and that which requires connection is divisible, but the indivisible itself is beyond the connective hyparxis. But it is not that which primarily connects. For everything which is connected by another thing which primarily possesses the power of connection. It is evident therefore from what has been said, that the connective order of beings is established prior to the intellectual Gods. The intelligible indeed and occult hyparxis is the supplier of union to all things, as proximately subsisting after the one, and being indivisible and uniform. But connection is the contraction of multitude into impartible communion, on which account it subsists as secondary to intelligibles. For the medium which was there was intelligible, and the united primarily efficient cause of connection. The connective, however, of intelligibles and intellectuals imitates the unific power of intelligibles. For there the three triadic monads were the unions of wholes, one of them indeed according to transcendency, another according to the middle centre, and another according to conversion. But in the intelligible and at the same time intellectual orders, these three triads are the second after those unions, and are connascent with multitude. Hence, one of these triads is collective, another is connective of multitude, and another is of a perfective nature. For that which is collected, that which is connected, and that which is perfected is multitude. Whether therefore it is intellectual, or supermundane, or mundane, or any other multitude, it is collected, connected, and perfected through these three triads. And when collected indeed, it is elevated to the union of intelligibles, and is firmly established in them. When it is connected, it abides impartible and undissipated in its progeny. And when it is perfected, it receives completion from its proper parts or powers. Since, however, it is necessary that beings abiding, proceeding, and returning should enjoy this triple providence, there are indeed three pre-existent collective monads, three connective, and three perfective monads. And we do not say this, that on account of the good of secondary natures, first natures are thus divided, and preside over so many orders and powers. But they indeed are always the primary causes of good to things subordinate, while we from inferior natures recur to the causes of wholes. The intelligible therefore and intellectual triads perfect things triadically, and always connect and collect them into union. But the intelligible monads generate without separation, and unically, their permanencies, progressions, and conversions. With respect to other things, however, we have partly spoken, and shall again partly speak concerning them. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 22 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Let us therefore speak at present concerning the connective triad. This then Socrates in the Phaedrus calls the celestial circulation, because indeed it possesses the middle centre of imparticipable life, and is that which is most vital itself of life. He calls it circulation, as comprehending circularly, and on all sides all other lives, and divine intellections. For on account of this, souls also which are elevated to it are perfected according to intellection, and are conjoined with intelligible spectacles. The circulation of the heaven, however, is always established after the same manner. For it is an eternal, whole, one, and united intelligence. But the circulation of souls is effected through time, subsists in a more partial manner, and is not an at once collected comprehension of intelligibles. Souls, therefore, are carried round in a circle, and are restored to their pristine state, the celestial circulation always remaining the same. Because, however, it gives completion to the bond of the intelligible and intellectual Gods, and connects all the orders in their abiding, proceeding, and returning, Socrates calls it celestial. For Timaeus says that this sensible heaven also compresses on all sides the elements that are under it, and that on this account no place is left for a vacuum. As therefore the apparent heaven is connective of all things that are under it, and is the cause of continuity, coherence, and sympathy, for the intervention of a vacuum would interrupt the continuity of things, and the subversion of this continuity would destroy the sympathy of bodies. Thus also that intellectual heaven binds all the multitudes of beings into an impartible communion, illuminating each with an appropriate portion of connection. For intellect participates of the connective cause in one way, the nature of soul in another, and a corporeal state of being in another. For through the highest participation of connection, intellect is impartible, but through second measures of participation, soul is partible and impartible, according to one mixture. And through an ultimate diminution, bodies possessing a partible hypostasis at the same time remain connected, and do not in consequence of being dissipated perish, but enjoy their own division and imbecility. The whole of the connective triad therefore is denominated heaven according to the hyparxis of itself. But the breadth of life which is spread under it is called circulation. For in things apparent to sense, the period of the heavens is motion, and is as it were the life of body. (Ch. 21). If, however, it be requisite to discover the triadic nature of it from what has been laid down, we must employ the mode of analogy. Since therefore Plato himself calls the back of the heaven one thing, and its profundity another, it is evident that the celestial arch is the third thing. For the arch which is under this he directly calls subcelestial. But as we say that the supercelestial place is established above the back of the heaven, so likewise we must grant that the subcelestial is different from the celestial arch. For the heaven is bounded, supernally indeed by the back, but beneath by the arch, and it is comprehended indeed by the supercelestial place, but it comprehends the subcelestial arch. It is evident therefore from these things that the heaven presents itself to our view as triadic according to its back indeed, connectedly containing all things in one simplicity, but according to its arch bounding the whole triad, and according to its profundity, itself proceeding into itself, and constituting the middle breadth of connection and coherence. The back, however, of the whole celestial order is an intelligible deity, being perhaps allotted from hence this appellation. But it is intelligible, as in the connective triad, externally compressing, and connectedly comprehending all the kingdom of the heaven. It likewise imparts to all the Gods by illumination a uniform and simple comprehension of secondary natures, and is supernally filled with intelligible union. Hence also divine souls being led through all the celestial profundity, stand indeed on the back of the heaven, but the circulation carries them round as they stand, and thus they survey what is called the supercelestial place. The station therefore is the establishment of souls in the intelligible watchtower of the heaven, extending to souls sameness, undefiled power, and undeviating intellection. But the circumduction is the participation of a life full of vigor, and the most acute energy. And the common presence of both these comprehends the prolific energy, the quiet motion, and the stable intellection of intelligibles. But the celestial profundity is the one continuity of the whole triad, and the middle deity which conjoins the whole celestial order, proceeding indeed from the intelligible comprehension, but ending in the celestial arch, which defines the boundary of the whole of the heaven. There is therefore one union and connection of all this triad, and an indissoluble progression from the back as far as to the arch, through this middle deity, which is connascent with both the extremes, and which unfolds indeed the connective multitude, but on each side is bounded by the extremes, one of which comprehends it supernally, but the other from beneath bounds its progression. The celestial arch, therefore, remains, which is the boundary beneath of the triad, and this is also the case with the intellect which is in it, being filled indeed by life, but united by the intelligible, and converting all the triad to its principle. For the arch also is similar to the back of the heaven, though according to interval it is less. Through subjection, therefore, it is diminished, but through similitude it is converted to the celestial summit. And this is the celestial intellect, which is the proximate synochius of the subcelestial arch. Hence, each arch is called the intellectual boundary of the intelligible and intellectual Gods. The whole connective triad, therefore, is allotted such a division as this: the back, ta noton, according to the intelligible, kata ta noiton; the profundity according to life, and the arch according to intellect. But the whole of it is one and continued, because that which connects all other things ought much more to be connective of itself. For each peculiarity of the Gods begins its energy from itself, the peculiarity indeed which is collective, fixing itself collectively in the highest union; that which is convertive of wholes, converting itself to the principle; and that which is undefiled, preserving itself prior to other things pure from matter. Hence the connective peculiarity also, prior to its participants, connects itself intelligibly and intellectually; and through this connection the nature of the heaven is asserted to be one and continued. For all the triad converges to itself, and preserves its proper wholeness united, and most similar to itself according to nature. And the arch indeed proximately connects all intellectuals, and compresses them on all sides; but prior to this, the celestial profundity itself, which also comprehends the arch, binds together the whole orders; and prior to these, the celestial back uniformly comprehends according to one ambit of simplicity all the celestial kingdom itself, and all things that are contained under it, and binds them to themselves by connective power and hyparxis. For in the things also that are apparent to sense, the concave circumference of the heavens proximately compresses the elements, and does not suffer them in their indefinite motions on all sides to be dissipated and blown away; and still prior to these, the celestial bulk strongly compresses and impels all things to the middle, and leaves no void place. But there is one comprehension of all these, videre licet, the back of the heavens, which is the cause to the heavens of similitude, and to the elements of contact with the heavens. For the smooth and equable nature of the back of the heavens, as Timaeus says, makes the whole of heaven similar to itself; and always the natures which comprehend are connective of the natures that are comprehended. It is necessary, therefore, from things that are apparent, to transfer the similitude to the father of the intellectual Gods, heaven, and to survey how he is both one and triple, supernally indeed, and beneath, possessing the intelligible and intellect, but according to the middle possessing life, which being the cause of progressions and intervals, and generative powers, we have properly arranged according to interval under the celestial profundity; since Plato himself also calls the summit the back. "For those," says he, "that are called immortals, when proceeding beyond the heaven they arrive at the summit, stand on the back of the heaven." He calls therefore the summit of the celestial order and beyond, the back of the heaven, which things are in a remarkable manner the prerogatives of the first of the Synonches. For, connectedly containing all things in the one summit of his hyparxis, according to the oracle, he wholly exists beyond, and is united to the supercelestial place, and to the ineffable power of it, being enclosed on all sides by it, and shutting himself in the uniform comprehension of intelligibles. For what difference is there between saying that the first of the Synonches is shut in the intelligible place of survey, and evincing that it is proximately comprehended by the supercelestial place which was intelligible, but expanded in intellectuals? If, however, that which is beyond is the first, the summit is evidently co-arranged with the rest, and is exempt from them. But if the first is a thing of this kind, being established according to the intelligible summit, and imparting by illumination to the other Gods contact with the intelligible, and with the paternal port, it is indeed necessary that there should be a middle and an extremity, the one according to the celestial profundity, but the other according to the termination of the whole circulation. If, however, the circulation of the whole of the heaven is one and continued, the peculiarity of this order must be assigned as the cause of this. For being connective of the whole orders of the Gods, and prior to other things of itself, and being as it were the centre and bond of the divine genera, it in the first place binds and connects itself, and extends itself to one life. The heaven therefore is one, and at the same time triple, and proceeds into three monads, being both unapparent and apparent, and that which is between these, and imitating the intelligible Gods who subside into intelligible triads. Chapter 22. If you are willing, however, from what is written in the Crotylus to see the peculiarity of this order, in the first place, let this be considered by you as an argument of the Synonche, established in the middle, that a twofold habitude of it is delivered, one towards intelligibles, but the other towards intellectuals. For it is said to see the things above, and to generate a pure intellect. Hence, of intelligibles it is the intelligence, but of intellectuals the intelligible. For the cause of intellect subsists prior to an intellectual cause, and that which is at once both these, especially gives completion to the middle order of intelligibles and intellectuals. For the collective deity, perceiving intelligibles, or rather being united to them, does not primarily give subsistence to a divine intellect. And the perfective deity, producing together with the middle divinity intellectuals, proximately perceives intellectually the celestial order, and not the intelligibles prior to the heaven. But the middle divinity alone, occupying the intelligible and intellectual centre, equally indeed extends to both. But perceiving intelligibles intellectually, it is the cause of intellectuals intelligibly. Since, however, habitude to its causes precedes the power in it which is generative of intellectuals, Socrates, beginning from this habitude, delivers also a second power as suspended from it. But sight directed to things above is very properly assigned the appellation of celestial, as seeing the things above. This therefore perfectly defines for us a habitude more ancient than the connectedly containing order, jointly assuming it to be intellectual as with reference to intelligibles, and sight as with reference to the objects of sight, though it intellectually perceives itself, and is intelligible in itself. But the intelligible of it, as with reference to that which is primarily intelligible, is allotted an intellectual order. What follows, however, unfolds the habitude of this middle to intellectuals. For Socrates adds, quote, "Whence also, O Hermogenes, those who are conversant with things on high say that heaven generates a pure intellect, and that this name is properly assigned to it." Close quote. The order, therefore, of the heaven is expanded as a middle in the middle intellectual and intelligible Gods, comprehending at once the intelligible and intellectual in one impartible connection, subsisting similarly with respect to each of these, and being equally distant from the first intellectuals and the unical intelligibles. Hence it is said to perceive intellectually the things above, and thus to produce a pure intellect. Assuming this, therefore, in the first place from what has been laid down, in the next place we should attend to this, that the celestial order being triple, and the whole of it intellectually perceiving intelligibles, and producing intellectuals, the first monad indeed in an eminent manner intellectually perceives intelligibles. For it mingles itself with intelligibles, knows intelligible intellect, is united to the natures prior to itself, and is impartible as in impartibles, superexpanding itself towards intelligible simplicity. But the third monad is especially generative of intellectuals, since it is the intellect of the whole connective triad. And with the Orphic theologists also, heaven, the father of Saturn, is the third. But the middle monad produces together with the third the intellectual order of the Gods, but is conjoined together with the first two intelligibles, and is filled indeed with intelligible union from the first, but fills the third with prolific powers. Do you not see therefore how Plato, through the peculiarity of the extremes, unfolds to us the whole celestial order, conjoining indeed the intelligible hyparxis of it to intelligibles, but its intellectual hyparxis to intellectuals, and affording us the means of collecting its hyparxis, which is the middle of both these, and which proceeds according to a common peculiarity? For if you likewise wish to assume this from what has been said, the celestial light is conjoined to the light of intelligibles. For sight is nothing else than light. The middle order therefore, by its own light, and by the divine summit of itself, is conjoined to the first natures. But by an intellectual nature and the boundary of the whole triad, it generates intellect, and all the unpolluted deity of intellectuals. For it does not produce intellect by itself, but in conjunction with purity. For this Socrates himself asserts, quote, "Whence also they say that a pure intellect is generated by it." Close quote. Hence the celestial order is the first efficient cause of the intellectual hyparxis and of undefiled power. If however it is necessary that purity should not be inherent in intellect from accident, it is the deity of those beings that are exempt from secondary natures, and is the supplier of immutable power, which the mighty heaven, producing in conjunction with intellect, is at the same time the efficient cause of the Gods, who are the sources of purity and of the intellectual fathers. These indications, therefore, of the truth concerning the connective Gods may also be assumed from the Cratylus. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 to 26 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. It remains therefore that in conformity to what is written in the Phaedrus, we should survey the subcelestial arch, and the peculiarity of the Gods that are there. Before, however, we begin the doctrine concerning it, I wish to premise thus much, that some of the most celebrated of the interpreters, prior to us, conceiving that this subcelestial arch is a divine order arranged under the heaven, have thought fit to rank it immediately after the first God, calling the first God heaven. But others have arranged both the heaven and the subcelestial arch in the breadth of intelligibles. For the Asinine philosopher indeed, Theodorus, being persuaded by Plotinus, calls that which proximately proceeds from the ineffable the subcelestial arch, as in his treatise concerning names he philosophizes about these things. But the great Iamblichus, conceiving the mighty heaven to be a certain order of the intelligible Gods, and in one place he considers it to be the same with the Demiurgus, asserts that the order proximately established under the heaven, and as it were begirding it, is the subcelestial arch. And these things he has written in his commentaries on the Phaedrus. Let no one therefore think that we make any innovation concerning the theology of this order, and that we are the first who divide the subcelestial arch from the heaven, but that we are principally persuaded by Plato, who distinguishes these three orders: the supercelestial place, the celestial circulation, and the subcelestial arch, and that after Plato we are persuaded by those who investigate his theory in a divinely inspired manner, videre licet, by Iamblichus and Theodorus. For why is it necessary to speak of our leader Syrianus, who was truly a Bacchus, i.e., one agitated with divine fury, and who in a remarkable manner was full of deity about Plato, and caused as far as to us the admirable nature of the Platonic theory, and the astonishment with which it is attended to shine forth? He therefore, in his treatise on the concord of Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Plato, has most perfectly unfolded the peculiarity of this order, the subcelestial arch. The two above mentioned wise men, however, differ very much from each other in their theory. For Theodorus, in calling the first cause heaven, does not any longer permit heaven to be sight perceiving the things above, as Socrates in the Cratylus etymologizes it to be. For the first God neither sees, nor is sight, nor is inferior to anything. Neither therefore does Theodorus admit this explanation of the name, nor does he celebrate the supercelestial place, as Socrates does under the influence of divine inspiration. For there is neither any place nor intelligible of the one, nor any multitude of forms, nor does the genus of souls ascend beyond the first God, since there is not anything beyond him. But the divine Iamblichus, as he supposes that heaven subsists indefinitely after the first cause, and as he has not delivered the peculiarity of its hyparxis, he is indeed pure from the above mentioned doubts, but he should teach us what the celestial order is, how it subsists, and what genus of Gods prior to the Demiurgus gives completion to it. He, however, who has perfected everything on this subject, and has confirmed all that he has said by invincible arguments, is our preceptor Syrianus, who has surveyed all the orders between the first God and the kingdom of the heaven, and who has intellectually beheld the peculiarity of this order, and has delivered to us his mystics the accurate truth concerning it. In this way, therefore, our fathers and grandfathers differ from each other, but all of them in common distinguish the subcelestial arch from the celestial circulation. Chapter 24. This therefore must also be supposed by us, and likewise in addition to this, that this order of Gods, the subcelestial arch, is proximately arranged under the heaven. Hence, since the heaven, being one and triple, is allotted the connective order, But the supercelestial place is allotted the highest order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods. It is undoubtedly necessary that the subcelestial arch should terminate the middle progression of the Gods, should close this whole order, and convert it to its principle, and that it should receive an order which is secondary indeed to the heaven, but which it convolves to the highest union, and should be connascently conjoined with the middle genera, but exist prior to intellectuals. For these indeed separate their kingdom from the celestial power, but the subcelestial arch is united to the heaven, and is comprehended by the celestial order. Whence also it is denominated subcelestial, as it is conjoined therefore to the celestial circulation, and subsists proximately from it. It converts all secondary natures to intelligibles, and perfects them according to the intellectual place of survey. For since the intellectual Gods are generated according to conversion, and are convolved to themselves according to one spherical union, it is necessary that the perfective empire should be proximately established above them. Hence I am led to wonder at those who are ignorant of this divine order, and do not maintain the whole fountain of perfection. But some of them betake themselves to entelechias, of whom we admit thus much alone, that they also conjoin the perfect with the form of connection. They are ignorant therefore of the perfection which is separate from subjects, willingly embrace the resemblances of true perfections, and are conversant with these. Others again assign soul as the cause of perfection, who are ignorant that they do not vindicate to themselves a perfection pre-existing in eternity, and who begin from the life which energizes according to time, and possesses its perfection in periods. It is necessary, however, that a perfection, the whole of which subsists at once, should be prior to that which is divided, and that stable perfection should be prior to that which is moved. For the motion itself, which is according to time, is indigent of end, and of the desirable, and is evolved about it according to parts. In the third place after these, others recur to intellect, and suppose the first perfection to be intellectual. For intellect indeed is energy and intellectual perfection, but it aspires after divine perfection, subsists about it, and is converted to itself through it. It is necessary therefore that the cause of conversion should exist prior to the intellectual genera, which are converted to divine perfection, and that the leader of the perfection which is one, should be expanded above the natures which are perfected. Deservedly therefore does the subcelestial arch, prior to all intellectual natures, pre-establish an order of Gods convertive and perfective of all the secondary divine genera. And on this account Plato elevates the Gods and demons that follow Jupiter to this arch, and through this to the heaven, and the supercelestial place. For when they proceed to the banquet and delicious food, they ascend to the subcelestial arch. Hence, through this they are perfected, participate of the circulation of the heaven, and are extended to the intelligible. For the intelligible is that which nourishes and fills all things. The perfective therefore is established under the connective order, and it perfects indeed all the natures that ascend to the intelligible, dilates souls to the reception of divine goods, and illuminates intellectual light. But comprehending in the bosoms of itself the second genera of the Gods, it establishes all things in the connective circulation of wholes. Through these things therefore, Socrates also shortly after says, that the souls that are elevated together with the 12 Gods to intelligible beauty are initiated, viderelicet rendered perfect in the most blessed of the mysteries, and through this initiation receive the mysteries with a pure soul, and become established in and spectators of things ineffable. Hence the initiation of the Gods is there. The first mysteries are there. Nor is it at all wonderful if Plato also tolerates us in calling the Gods of this order teletarchs, since he says that the souls that are there are initiated, the Gods themselves indeed initiating them. But how is it possible otherwise to denominate those who are the primary sources of telete, or initiation, than teletarchs? For I indeed, perceiving so great an energy, even as far as to the names themselves, do not see how they can be called differently. Initiation, however, being one and triple, for the perfective are co-divided with the connective Gods, Plato calls the one union of it the subcelestial arch, in the same manner as he calls the connective order heaven. But the depth which is in it is indicated by his admitting that there is in it an extreme subjection, and a steep path to the summit of the arch. As therefore, in the order prior to this, we thought it proper to arrange the intelligible according to the summit, the vital according to the profundity, and the intellectual according to the extremity, which defines the whole celestial circulation, so likewise in this perfective order we must consider the intelligible of the arch as its summit, denominating it after the same manner as the back of the heaven, because these are coordinate to each other. But we must consider the profundity as coordinate to life, through which souls proceed to the summit, and the extremity which closes the whole arch as coordinate to intellect. Chapter 25. This whole order, however, which is united to the order prior to it, we must analogously divide. For the perfective Gods are spread under all the connective triad, and one of these indeed is the supplier to the Gods of stable perfection, establishing all the Gods in, and uniting them to themselves. But another is the primary source of a perfection, generative of wholes, exciting things which precede according to essence, to the providence of secondary natures. And a third is the leader of conversion to causes, convolving everything which has proceeded to its proper principle. For through this triad, everything which is perfect is self-sufficient and subsists in itself. Everything which generates is perfect, and generates full of vigor, and everything which aspires after its proper principle is conjoined to it, through its own perfection. Whether therefore you assume the power of nature, which is perfective of things that are generated, or the perfect number of the restitutions of the soul to its pristine state, or the perfection of intellect, which is established according to energy in one, all these are suspended from the one perfection of the Gods, and being referred to it, some are allotted a greater, but others a less portion of a perfect hyparxis, and every perfection proceeds from thence. But in short, perfection is triple, one indeed being prior to parts, such as is the perfection of the Gods. For this has its subsistence in unity, pre-existing self-perfectly, prior to all multitude. For such indeed is the one of the Gods, not being such as the one of souls, or of bodies, since these indeed are in a kindred manner conjoined with multitude, and are commingled with essences. But the unities of the Gods are self-perfect, and subsist prior to essences, generating multitudes, and not being generated together with them. But another perfection is that which consists of parts, and which derives its completion through parts, such as is the perfection of the world. For it possesses the all perfect from its plenitudes. And a third other perfection is that which is in parts. But thus also each part of the world is perfect. For as this universe is a whole consisting of wholes, so likewise it is perfect from the perfect parts that are in it, according to Timaeus. And in short, perfection is divided after the same manner as wholeness. For, as Timaeus says, they are conjoined with each other. Hence also the perfective genus is connascent with the connective, and the perfective monad is arranged under all the connective genera. And as the wholeness of the heaven which connectedly contains parts is triple, so likewise perfection is triple. And if it be requisite to deliver my own opinion, all the perfections are derived from all the leaders. But the perfection which is prior to parts pertains in a greater degree to the first leader, that which consists of parts to the middle, and that which is in a part to the third leader. But prior to this triad is the intelligible triad, which is uniform perfection, and an all perfect hyparxis, and which Timaeus also denominates perfect according to all things. There, however, the three perfections pre-existed unitedly, or rather, there was one fountain of every perfection. As therefore the connective triad is the evolution of the intelligible connection, and the collective triad of the unific, and that which is the first in intelligibles, so likewise the perfective triad is the image of the all perfect triad. For the intelligible and intellectual proceed analogous to the intelligible triads. Perfection therefore is triple, prior to parts, from parts, in a part. According to another mode also, perfection is stable, generative, convertive. And according to another conception, there is one perfection of intellectual and imparticipable essences, another of psychical essences, and another of the natures which are divisible about bodies. Very properly, therefore, there are three leaders of perfection prior to the intellectual Gods, who constitute one order under the celestial circulation, who elevate through themselves all secondary natures to the intelligible, perfect them by intelligible light, convert and conjoin them to the kingdom of the heaven, impart an unsluggish energy to the natures that are perfected, and are the guardians of their undefiled perfection. Chapter 26. Such are the conceptions which may be assumed from Plato concerning the third triad of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders, which at one time he denominates the subcelestial arch, possessing a summit, middle, and extremity, but at another a blessed mystery, and of all mysteries the most ancient and august, through which he elevates souls and conjoins them to the mystic plenitude of intelligibles. For this triad opens the celestial paths, being established under the celestial circulation, and exhibits the self-splendid appearances of the Gods, which are both entire and firm, and expand to the mystic inspection of intelligible spectacles, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus. For telete precedes muesis, and muesis epopteia. Hence we are initiated, teleumetha, in ascending by the perfective Gods, but we view with closed eyes, i.e. with the pure soul itself, mometha, entire and stable appearances, through the connective Gods, with whom there is the intellectual wholeness and the firm establishment of souls. And we become fixed in and spectators of epopteuomon, the intelligible watchtower, through the Gods who are the collectors of wholes. We speak indeed of all these things as with reference to the intelligible, but we obtain a different thing according to a different order. For the perfective Gods initiate us in the intelligible through themselves, and the collective monads are through themselves the leaders of the inspection of intelligibles. And there are indeed many steps of ascent, but all of them extend to the paternal port, and the paternal initiation, in which may the teletarchs, who are the leaders of all good, likewise establish us, illuminating us not by words, but by deeds. May they also think us worthy of being filled with intelligible beauty under the mighty Jupiter, and perfectly free us from those evils about generation with which we are now surrounded as with a wall. May they likewise impart to us by illumination this most beautiful fruit of the present theory, which, following the divine Plato, we have sufficiently delivered to those who love the contemplation of truth. End of chapter 26. Chapters 27 to 30 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Let us now therefore again follow Parmenides in another way, who, after the intelligible triads, generates the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders, and unfolds the continued progression of divine natures through successive conclusions. For the connection of the words and their dependence on each other imitates the indissoluble order of things, which always conjoins middles to extremes, and proceeds through middle genera to the last progressions of beings. This therefore we must survey prior to the several intellectual conceptions, how the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual triads, proceed analogous to the intelligible triads, that we may comprehend by a reasoning process the well-arranged order of things. There were three intelligible triads therefore, videre licet, the one being, whole, and infinite multitude, and three intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads have also presented themselves to our view, videre licet, number, whole, and the perfect. Hence, from the one being, number is derived, from the intelligible whole, the whole that is in these, and from infinite multitude the perfect. For the infinite which is there was all powerful and all perfect, comprehending indeed all things, but being itself incomprehensible. To the all powerful therefore and all perfect, the perfect is analogous, possessing a perfection which is intellectual, and secondary to the first effective and intelligible perfection. The whole also, which is both intelligible and intellectual, is allied to the intelligible whole, but it differs from it so far as the latter possesses wholeness according to the one union of the one being, but the one of the former appears to be itself by itself a whole, consisting of unical parts, and being appears to consist of many beings. These wholenesses therefore, being divided, differ from the wholeness which precedes according to union and is intelligible. For the wholenesses of this whole are parts of the intelligible wholeness. In the third place, therefore, we must consider number as analogous to the one being. For the one being is there indeed occultly, intelligibly, and paternally. But here in conjunction with difference it generates number, which constitutes the separation of forms and reasons. For difference itself first shines forth in this order, being power indeed, and the duad in intelligibles, but here it is maternal and a prolific fountain. For there power was collective of the One, and the One being, on which account also it was ineffable, as existing occultly in the One and in hyparxis. But here difference separates indeed being and the One. After this likewise it multiplies the One, proceeding generatively, and calls forth being into second and third progressions, breaking indeed being into many beings, and dividing the One into more partial unities, but according to each of these completing the decrements, the wholes remaining. Very properly therefore does Plato make the negations of the One from this. For here the many subsist through difference, which divides being and the One, since the whole also which is denied of the One is intellectual and not intelligible. The negation therefore says that the One is not a whole, so that the affirmation is, the One is a whole. This whole, however, is intellectual and not intelligible. Parmenides also denies the many as follows, quote, "The One is not many," close quote. But the opposite to this is, the One is many. The multitude of intelligibles, however, does not make the One to be many, but causes the one being to be many. And in short, every intelligible is characterized by the one being. For in the intelligible, being and the One are complicated, and are connascent with each other, and being is most unical. But when each of these proceeds into multitude, they are separated from each other, and evince a greater difference with respect to each other. Each of these also is divided into multitude through the prolific nature of difference. From these things, therefore, it is evident that the intelligible and intellectual orders, being analogous to the intelligible orders, proceed in conjunction with diminution. Chapter 28. After this, however, let us discuss each of them, beginning according to nature. First, therefore, the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual number presents itself to our view, and which is connected with multitude. For every number is multitude. But with respect to multitude, one kind subsists unitedly, and another kind with separation. Number, however, is separate multitude, for there is difference in it. For in the intelligible there was power, and not difference, and this power generated multitude, and conjoined it to the monads. Number, therefore, is in continuity with intelligible multitude, and this is necessary. For the monad was there, and also the duad, since whole also was there, and was always monadic, and becoming to be two, has no cessation. Hence the monad and the duad were there, which are the first and exempt principles of numbers. And in these, multitude was unitedly, since the monad, which is the fountain of numbers, and the duad possess all multitude according to cause. The former paternally, but the latter maternally. And on this account intelligible multitude is not yet number, but is intelligibly established in the uniform principles, I mean the monad and the duad, generatively indeed in the duad, but paternally in the monad. For the third God was father and mother, since if animal itself is in it, it is also necessary that the cause of the male and the female should there primarily pre-exist, for these are in animals. Hence, according to Timaeus, and according to Parmenides, the maternal and the paternal cause are there, and in these, intelligible animals and intelligible multitudes are comprehended. From these first principles also number together with difference proceed, and they generate the monads and the duads which are in number, and all numbers. For both the generative and the paternal subsist in these in a feminine manner. All the monads likewise of this triad are paternal. Hence, prior to other things, they participate of the monadic cause, but according to the power of difference. For there indeed, I mean in the intelligible, the maternal was paternally, but here the paternal subsists maternally, just as there the intellectual subsists intelligibly, but here the intelligible intellectually. From that order, therefore, the first number subsists proximately, but being generated analogous to the first triad of intelligibles, it also evidently proceeds from it. Hence also, Parmenides, beginning his discourse about number, reminds us of the first hypothesis through which he generates the one being, asserting that the one participates of essence, and essence of the one, in consequence of this subsisting according to that triad. And this very properly. For being intelligible and intellectual, so far indeed as it is allotted an intelligible order in intellectuals, it proceeds from the summit of intelligibles. But so far as it precedes the intellectual orders, it proceeds from the intellectual of intelligibles. In that intelligible triad, however, the one was of being, and being of the one, through the ineffable and occult union of these two, and their subsistence in each other. But in the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triad, difference presenting itself to the view, which is the image of the concealed and ineffable power in the first triad of intelligibles, and luminously exerting its own energy, separates the one from being, and being from the one, leads each into divided multitude, and thus generates total number. For number, as we have frequently said, is divided and not united multitude, and subsists from the principles according to a second progression, but is not occultly established in the principles. Hence also it is simply different from multitude. And in intelligibles indeed there is multitude, but in intellectuals number. For there indeed number is according to cause, but here multitude is according to participation. For there indeed division subsists intelligibly, but here union has an intellectual subsistence. If therefore number proceeds from these, and is allotted such an order, Parmenides very properly especially mentions these triads, asserting that the one participates of essence, and essence of the one, and that through these the many become apparent. For one of these indeed is the illustrious property of the first triad, but the other of the third triad. And in the first triad indeed participation was the presubsistence of the union of the one and being. But in the third triad many intelligibles present themselves to the view. Plato all but proclaiming that the most splendid of intelligibles subsists according to intelligible multitude, though multitude is there occult and uniformly. For according to each order of divine natures, multitude is appropriately generated in the extremities. Chapter 29. The intelligible number, therefore, of the intellectual genera proceeds from these and through these, and it possesses indeed properties incomprehensible by human reasonings, but which are divided into two first effective powers, viz. The power generative of wholes, and the power which collects into union all progressions. For according to the monad indeed, it collects intellectual multitude and conjoins it to intelligibles, but according to the duad, it produces multitude and separates it according to difference. And according to the odd number indeed, it collects the many orders into indivisible union, but according to the even number, it prolifically produces into light all the genera of the Gods. For being established as the middle of the intelligible and intellectual Gods, and giving completion to the one bond of them, it is carried in its summit indeed, in intellectuals as in a vehicle, but being united to intelligibles, it evolves intelligible multitude, and calls forth its occult and unical nature into separation and prolific generation. It also collects that which is intellectual into union and impartible communion, and not this only, but generating all things as far as to the last of things according to the incomprehensible cause of the duad, and the nature of the even number, it again unites the proceeding natures, and convolves them according to the monad, and the sameness of the odd number. Through unity indeed, and the duad it produces, collects and binds all things intelligibly, occultly, and in an unknown manner to the intelligible, and effects this even in the last matter and the vestiges of forms which it contains. But through the even and odd number it constitutes the two coordinations, viz. The vivific and the immutable, the prolific and the effective, all the impartible genera of fabricating and animal producing powers, those powers that preside over a partible life, or partible production, the more intellectual and singular mundane natures, and which belong to the better coordination, and those natures that are more irrational and multiplied, and which give completion to the subordinate series. And again, through this divided generation, we may see that each of the proceeding natures is united and at the same time multiplied, is indivisible and divided in its causes, and through diminution is separated from them. And we attribute indeed things that are more excellent and more simple to the nature of the odd number, but things that are less excellent and more various to the nature of the even number. For everywhere indeed the odd number is the leader of impartible, simple and unical goods, but the even number is the cause of divided, various and generative progressions. And thus we may see all the orders of beings woven together according to divine number, which is most ancient, intellectual, and exempt from all the dinumerated genera. For it is necessary that number should exist prior to the things that are numbered, and that prior to things which are separated there should be the cause of all separation, according to which the genera of the Gods are divided, and are distinguished in an orderly manner by appropriate numbers. If therefore in intellectuals there are divisions, contacts, and separations of the proceeding natures, and likewise communications of coordinate natures, it is necessary that number should be prior to intellectuals, which divides and collects all things intelligibly by the powers of itself. And if all things subsist occultly, intelligibly, in an unknown manner and exemptly in this summit, there is a number of them, and a peculiarity unical and without separation. Number therefore subsists according to the middle bond of intelligibles and intellectuals, being indeed expanded above intellectuals through intelligible goods, but subordinate to intelligibles through intellectual separations. and it is assimilated indeed to intelligibles, according to the power which is collective of many things, into union, but to intellectuals according to the power which is generative of the many from the one. But from this highest place of survey of the intellectual Gods, it constitutes the first intellectual numbers themselves, which have the nature of forms, are universal, and preside over the whole of generation and production. It likewise constitutes the second numbers, which are supermundane and vivific, and measure the Gods that are in the world. But it constitutes as the third numbers the celestial governors of the perpetual circulations, and who convolve all the orbs according to the intellectual causes of them. And it constitutes as the last numbers those powers that in the sublunary region connect and bound the infinity and unstable nature of matter by forms, and numbers and reasons, through which both the wholes and parts of all mortal natures are variegated with proper numbers. But it everywhere connects the precedaneous and more perfect genera of the Gods by the odd number, but the subordinate and secondary genera by the even number. Thus, for instance, in the intellectual orders, it produces the female and the prolific according to the even number, but the male and the paternal according to the odd number. But in the supermundane orders it characterizes similitude and the immutable according to the odd number, but dissimilitude and a progression into secondary natures according to the even number. For thus the Athenian guest also orders that in sacred worship odd things should be distributed to the celestial, but even to the terrestrial powers. And according to each of these genera, that which is of a more ruling nature must be referred to the odd number, but that which is subordinate to the even number. The nature of number therefore pervades from on high, as far as to the last of things, adorning all things and connecting them by appropriate forms. For how could a perfect number comprehend the period of the whole world, as the Muses in Plato assert that it does? Or how could numbers, some of which are productive of fertility, and others of sterility, comprehend the descents of souls? Or how could some of them define the ascents of souls in less, but others in greater periods, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, where he delivers to us restitutions consisting of 3,000 and 10,000 years? Or how could time itself, which is uniquely comprehensive of the psychical measures, proceed according to number, as Timaeus says it does, unless divine number exists prior to all these, which imparts to all things a principal cause of order, according to numbers? Since all things therefore subsist through numbers and forms, numbers are allotted a progression from the intellectual summit, but forms have their generation from intelligible forms. For forms subsist primarily in the third triad of intelligibles, but numbers are primarily in the first triad of intellectuals. Since also in the effects of these, every number indeed is form, but not every form is number. If, however, it be requisite clearly to unfold the truth, numbers are also prior to forms. For there are indeed superessential numbers, but there are not superessential forms. And according to this reasoning, every form is number, as also the Pythagorean said. For Timaeus, being a Pythagorean, not only asserts that there are intelligible forms, but also intelligible numbers. For he says that the intelligible forms are four. There, however, number is intelligibly, and monadically according to cause. For intelligible animal is a monad, occultly containing the whole of number. But in the summit of intellectuals, number subsists separately, evolving the number which pre-exists in the monad according to cause, and uniformly. For there is a difference, I think, between saying multitude in its cause, and multitude from its cause, and between saying united and saying separated multitude. And the one indeed is prior to number, but the other is number. So that according to Timaeus, there are intelligible numbers together with forms, and prior to forms. And according to Parmenides, number is after multitude. For Timaeus calls uniform and occult multitude the number of forms. But since number is primarily in the Gods, but forms participate of the divine unities, he denominates the first ideas four. For monad and triad were primarily indeed in the Gods themselves, but secondarily in intellectuals, and superessentially indeed in the former, but formally in the latter. In intelligibles, therefore, multitude was unically, but in intellectuals it subsists separately. But where there is separation, there also there is number, as we have frequently observed. Hence likewise all the genera of the Gods are from hence generated, and they are divided, the paternal indeed and generative among intelligibles and intellectuals, but the demiurgic and vivific among intellectuals. And the genera indeed that bind through similitude are divided among supermundane natures, but those that are both exempt and distributed are divided among the liberated Gods. And the celestial and sublunary genera are divided among the mundane Gods. And in short, all the coordinations of beings receive their distinction and separation from this order. From these things, therefore, it is evident what the peculiarities are which intelligible and at the same time intellectual number possesses, and of what it is the cause to the Gods. Chapter 30. In the next place, we must likewise assert that the first number is of a feminine nature. For in this, difference first shines forth, separating the one from being, and dividing the one into many unities, and being into many beings. What therefore is the difference which is the cause of these things to the Gods? For if we should call it a genus of being, in the first place indeed, how is it prior to being? For separating being and the one, it is arranged between both of them. But existing as a middle, it calls forth indeed the one into generations, but it fills being with generative cause. If therefore it is prior to being, how will it be one certain genus of being? And in the second place after this, the different, which is a genus of being, is everywhere essential, and is by no means inherent in superessential natures. But difference itself is primarily present with the unities themselves, and separates and produces many unities from one. How therefore can superessential difference ever come to be the same with the difference which gives completion to essences? In the third place, that different, which is a genus of being, presents itself to the view in intellectuals, according to the demiurgic order. But difference itself is the intelligible summit of intellectuals. And the former indeed subsists together with sameness, but the latter has by itself a subsistence in the intelligibles of intellectuals, to which also may be added that in what follows, Plato, as he proceeds, makes mention of difference, and generates it in conjunction with sameness. How therefore does he effect the same conclusion twice? For he does not employ such a repetition as this in any one of the other conclusions. For whole, which he seems to assume twice, is not the same whole. Videre licet, the intellectual is not the same with the intelligible. But these, as we have said, differ from each other. For how could he unfold to us the different progressions of divine natures, if he collected the same conclusions? According to all these conceptions, therefore, we must separate the difference which is generative of numbers from the genus of beings. But if difference itself is not the nature of the different, but a power generative of beings, it will be collective of being and the one. For everywhere power is allotted an hyparxis of this kind. For through power the one participates of being, and being of the one. Power therefore was the cause not of division but of communion, of contact without separation, and of the habitude of the one to being, and of being to the one. Hence it is necessary that it should neither be arranged according to intelligible power, nor according to the intellectual difference of beings, but that being the middle of both, it should subsist analogous to intelligible power, but should generate in the extremities of intellectuals the portion of the different. What else therefore is it than the feminine nature of the Gods? Hence also it imitates intelligible power, and is prolific of many unities and of many beings. And how could it otherwise separate number from itself, and the forms and powers of number, unless it was the cause of the divine progressions in a feminine manner? Multitude therefore is paternally in intelligibles, but maternally in intellectuals. Hence, in the former indeed, it subsists monadically, but in the latter according to number. Very properly therefore, in the second genera of the Gods also, union is derived from the male, but separation from the female divinities, and bound indeed proceeds from the males, but infinity from the females. For the male is analogous to bound, but the female to infinity. The female, however, differs from infinite power so far as power indeed is united to the father, and is in him, but the female is divided from the paternal cause. For power is not only in the female divinities, but is also prior to them, since the intelligible powers are in the male divinities according to Timaeus, who says that the power of the demiurgus is the cause of the generation of perpetual natures. For the demiurgus says to the junior Gods, "Imitating my power, produce and generate animals." Power therefore is prior to the male and the female, and is in both, and posterior to both. For it pervades through all beings, and every being participates of power, as the Elean guest says. For power is everywhere, but the female participates in a greater degree of its peculiarity, and the male of union according to bound. That the first number, therefore, which presents itself to the view from intelligibles, is of a feminine nature, is through these things evident. End of chapter 30. Chapters 31 to 34 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. It remains then that we should speak concerning the triadic division of it, following Parmenides. These three things, therefore, have appeared to us from the beginning, according to the separation of the one from being. videre licet, the one, difference and being, difference not being the same either with the one or being. For though the one and being were in intelligibles, yet difference first subsists here. Since, however, power above, i.e. in intelligibles, was collective, but here is the separator of the extremes, there are not only three monads, but also three duads, videre licet, the one in conjunction with difference, difference in conjunction with being, and the one in conjunction with being. For difference also is the cause of a separation of this kind, not preserving the union of the one being with genuine purity. There are therefore three monads and three duads, but these likewise may become three triads, when we begin at one time from the one, at another time from being, and at another from difference. Hence this triad subsists monadically and triadically. But this is the same thing as to assert that difference and the first feminine nature generates in itself monads, duads, and triads. For the divided assumption generates for us different monads, but the conjoined assumption, duads and triads, some indeed being vanquished by the one, others by difference, and others by being. And thus far the first deity presents itself to the view, being prolific of the first numbers, according to the one indeed of unical numbers, but according to difference of generative, and according to being of essential numbers. Since, however, from this deity, which is intelligible, that which is posterior to it proceeds, it is evidently necessary that the monad, duad, and triad should severally have prolific power. These powers, therefore, Parmenides calls once, twice, thrice. For each of these is a power which is the cause of the above mentioned essences that produce either separately or connectedly. For there, with respect to the generations of them, some of them are entirely peculiar, but others are common to secondary natures. The progeny therefore of these are the oddly odd, the evenly even, and the evenly odd. And of these, the oddly odd indeed, as we have before observed, is collective into union of the divine progressions. But the evenly even is generative of wholes, and proceeds as far as to the last of things. The evenly odd, however, is mixed, having its subsistence from both the even and the odd. Hence we must establish the first as analogous to bound, but the second as analogous to power, and the third as analogous to being. And you may see how indeed in the first order all things had a primary subsistence, videre licet, monad, duad, triad, but how in this order all things are secondarily and subordinately. And the mixture, which is the triad, subsisted there indeed in one way, but here the evenly odd subsists in another way. For there the extremes were odd because they were intelligible, but here the even is more abundant, and the intelligible summit only is odd. For the middle of the triad is analogous to power, and there indeed is the monad, which has all the forms of odd numbers according to cause, and the duad is there, which is occultly all the forms of even numbers, and also the triad, which is number primarily. But here both the odd and the even number now subsist in a twofold respect, in one place in an unmingled, and in another in a mingled manner. All things, therefore, are here prolifically, but there paternally and intelligibly. But that monad does not proceed from intelligibles, but subsists in them in unproceeding union. Hence, after these, and from these, we may survey the whole of number subsisting according to a third progression. For these things, says Parmenides, pre-existing, no number will be absent. Every number, therefore, is generated through these in the third monad, and both the one and being become many, difference separating each of them. And every part indeed of being participates of the one, but every unity is carried, as in a vehicle, in a certain portion of being. Each of these, however, is multiplied, intellectually separated, divided into minute parts, and proceeds to infinity. For as in intelligibles we attribute infinite multitude to the third triad, so here in this triad we assign infinite number to the third part of the triad. For, in short, everywhere the infinite is the extremity, as proceeding in an all perfect manner, and comprehending indeed all secondary natures, but being itself participated by none of them. In the first monad, therefore, there were powers, but intelligibly. In the second there were progressions and generations, but both intelligibly and intellectually. And in the third there was all powerful number, unfolding the whole of itself into light, and which also Parmenides denominates infinite. It is likewise especially manifest that it is not proper to transfer this infinity to quantity. For how can there be an infinite number, since infinity is hostile to the nature of number? And how are the parts of the one equal to the minute parts of being? For in infinites there is not the equal, but this indeed has been thought worthy of attention by those who were prior to us. (Ch. 32). The division, therefore, into three, having been demonstrated by us, we shall briefly observe that the one appears to be many according to this order, the one itself proceeding into a multitude of unities, and being in a similar manner becoming generated in conjunction with the one. For those three monads are the intelligible comprehensions of all orders, and they at once preside over all the progressions from intelligibles, produce all of them in an exempt manner, and collect them to the intelligible causes. Since, however, Plotinus admits that number is prior to animal itself, and says that the first being produces from itself number, and that this is established as a medium between the one being and animal itself, but is the basis and place of beings, it is worth while to speak likewise concisely about this. For if he says that animal itself has intelligible and occult number, as comprehended in the monad, he speaks rightly, and accords with Plato. But if he says that animal itself comprehends number, now separated, or which has a multiform subsistence, and is the progeny of difference, intelligible multitude is not a thing of this kind. For there indeed, the one is being, and being is the one. Hence animal itself is according to all things perfect, but in number the one is separated from being, and being from the one, and each of the parts is no longer an intelligible whole as an animal itself. For that is a whole of wholes, and every where the one was with being in the parts of it, and animal itself was only begotten. But number proceeded after the twofold coordinations, I mean the monad and duad, the odd and the even number. How therefore can we place in animal itself the first number? If however some one should say that number exists there, it is according to cause and intelligibly. But it is intellectually separated by difference, and farther still, in addition to these things, if animal itself is surveyed by some one in the demiurgic order, and he denominates it the plenitude of forms, and the intelligible of the demiurgic intellect, it will thus have intellectual number as being arranged near the intellectual end. But if he should call intelligible animal number, in this case there will be separation and difference in the Gods, whom we have asserted to be established above the whole of things according to supreme union. For all section and division originate from the intellectual Gods, since here difference proceeds, adorning things in conjunction with the one and being. How therefore does the division of the unities into minute parts, or the multiform nature of beings pertain to intelligibles? And how can the multitude of all forms accord with the first animal itself? For the tetrad was there, divided by the monad and triad, a division of this kind being adapted to the third order of intelligible forms. For as the one being is a monad, but eternity is a monad and duad, for to be is conjoined with the ever, so animal itself is a monad and triad. Since however it comprehends in itself the cause of all number, Timaeus denominates it the tetrad which is comprehensive of the four first effective causes. For the tetrad itself pre-exists as the fountain of all the production of forms. But in intelligibles the monad, duad, and triad subsist unically, but in intellectuals in a divided manner. Difference, therefore, necessarily generates all these for us with separation. For every where the first of subordinate natures have the peculiar form of the natures that exist prior to them. Hence the first multitudes proceed indeed from the one, but they are unical, without separation and without number, imitating the one principle of the whole of things. Very properly therefore does Parmenides constitute multitude in intelligibles according to the end of the intelligible order, but number in intellectuals according to the beginning of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual order. And these are conjoined with each other. Parmenides also pre-establishes unical and intelligible multitude as the cause of intellectual numbers. And Timaeus shows that animal itself is only begotten, because it was monadically the cause of the whole of things, and not dyadically, nor according to divine difference. That number, however, is the first thing in intellectuals, we have abundantly shown. Chapter 33. But Parmenides begins to speak about it as follows, quote, "Proceed therefore, and still farther consider this. What? We have said that the one participates of essence, so far as it is being. We have said so. And on this account, the one being appears to be many." Close quote. But he completes his discourse about the first monad thus, quote, are not three things odd and two even? How should they not? Close quote. And about the second monad as follows, quote, hence there will be the evenly even and the oddly odd, and the oddly even and the evenly odd. Close quote. But he completes his discourse about the third and all the succeeding triad as follows, quote, the one being therefore is not only many, but it is likewise necessary that the one which is distributed by being should be many. Entirely so. Close quote. The first triad, therefore, of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, is through these things unfolded to us by Plato, and which possesses indeed, according to the first monad, the first powers of numbers, I mean the odd and the even, and is completed through these principles, which were in intelligibles occultly, videre licet, monad, duad, triad. But according to the second monad, it possesses the second powers of numbers, which subsist from these, i.e. from the first powers. For the section of the forms of the even number is allotted a second order, and the oddly odd is subordinate to the first odd numbers. But according to the third monad, it possesses the more partial causes of divine numbers. Hence also a separation into minute parts, infinity, all perfect division, and unical and essential number are here, receiving indeed the unical and the essential from unity and being, but the separation of number from difference. For every where difference is in the three monads, but it particularly unfolds the multitudes of numbers according to the third monad, generates more partial gods, and divides being in conjunction with the gods. For neither is deity in these imparticipable, because unity is not separate from being, nor is essence destitute of deity, because neither is being deprived of the one. Since, however, all things are in each of the monads, but unically and intelligibly in the first, generatively, and according to the peculiarity of difference in the second, and intellectually and according to being in the third. This being the case, Plato, when unfolding to us the first monad, very properly begins from the monad and proceeds as far as to the triad. But when teaching about the second, he begins from evenly even numbers, and proceeds as far as to those that are evenly odd, both which belong to the nature of the even number. And when he adds the third monad, he begins from being, and recurs through difference to the one. For having shown that being participates of number, he from hence leads us round to unical number, employing the mode of conversion in the conception of this monad. Chapter 34. If, however, it be requisite to survey the unknown peculiarity of divine numbers, and how the first order of intelligibles and intellectuals, and number, which subsists according to this order, is the most ancient of all numbers, in the first place we should consider the infinity mentioned by Parmenides, and see whether he does not say that intelligible multitude is infinite on account of this number, in consequence of its being unknown and incomprehensible by partial conceptions. For the all perfect and all powerful peculiarity of divine numbers is exempt from the comprehension of partible natures such as ours. They are therefore unknown, and on this account are said to be inexplicable and not to be investigated. For number also, in the last of things, and multitude, together with the known, have likewise the unknown. And we are not able to comprehend the progression of every number in consequence of being vanquished by infinity. The incomprehensibility, therefore, of this power, which is unknown according to a discursive energy, is comprehended according to cause in intelligible numbers and multitudes. For there would not be a thing of this kind in the last of numbers, unless the unknown pre-existed in intelligible numbers, and unless the former were ultimate imitations of the exempt incomprehensibility of the latter. In the second place, after this, we may also add that unical numbers are likewise of themselves unknown. For they are more ancient than beings, more single than forms, and being generative of, exist prior to the forms which we call intelligible. But the most venerable of divine operations manifest this, since they employ numbers as possessing an ineffable efficacy, and through these effect the greatest and most arcane of works. And prior to these, nature ineffably, according to sympathy, imparts different powers to different things. To some solar, but to others lunar powers, and renders the productions of these concordant with numbers. For in these monadic numbers also, the forms of numbers, such as the triad, the pentad, and the heptad, are one thing, but the unions of the forms another thing. For each of these forms is both one and multitude. Hence form is unknown according to the highest union. If therefore monadic number participates of a certain unknown power, much more must the first number possess this peculiarity unically exempt from the whole of things. And besides this, we may also assume the anagogic power of numbers, not only because they define the periods of the physical restitutions, circumscribing our indefinite lation by appropriate measures, perfecting us according to these measures, and conjoining us to our first causes, but because likewise number, in a remarkable manner, possesses a certain power of attracting to truth, as Socrates says in the Republic, leading us to intelligibles from a sensible nature. As therefore the last number is allotted this peculiarity, what ought we to say about the first number? Is it not this, that it unfolds intelligible light, especially persuades to an establishment in intelligibles, and through its own order announces to us the uniform power of principles? If therefore we rightly assert these things, we shall in a greater degree admire Timaeus, who, having placed time over the perfections of souls, and the whole world, through which it would become more similar to animal itself, says, that time proceeds according to number, and by number measures the existence of total souls. And as in intellectuals, number is established above the celestial circulation, collecting and causing it to be one, thus also in sensibles Timaeus says that time, being number, measures the celestial periods, and comprehends in itself the first causes of the perfection of the periods. If also Socrates in the Republic, in the speech of the Muses, speaks about the one and entire period of the universe, which he says a perfect number comprehends, does it not through these things appear that divine number is perfective of wholes, and restores them to their pristine state, and that it measures all periods? The power likewise of collecting things imperfect to the perfect accedes to all things from number, which elevates souls from things apparent to those that are unapparent, illuminates the whole world with the perfection of motion, and defines to all things measures and the order of periods. But if not only a perfect number contains the period of a divine generated nature, but another second number after this is the lord of better and worse generations, as the same Socrates says, number will not only restore things to their pristine state, but will also be of a generative nature. And it is evident that these things subsist in a divided manner, according to the second and third periods of numbers, but at once and contractedly in the first of numbers. The first number, therefore, is generative, mensurative, and perfective of generated natures. End of chapter 34. Chapters 35 to 39 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. The first order, therefore, of intelligibles and intellectuals is thus surveyed by Parmenides. But after this, the order which possesses the middle place of intelligibles and intellectuals, and which a little before we called connective, presents itself to the view. It is, however, denominated in a threefold respect, videre licet, one, many, whole, parts, finite, infinite. For since the separation of unities and beings from number extends to it, the one and being, which we have said difference divides, become wholes. But the things proceeding from these are the parts of these. And wholeness indeed connectedly contains parts, but these are contained by their wholeness, in one way indeed by the one, but in another by being. For there indeed, I mean in the summit of the intellectual Gods, unity was the cause of multitude, at the same time being exempt from multitude and generative of the many. But here unity is coarranged with multitude. Hence also it is a whole, which has reference to many unities as to parts. Since, however, the connective order is triple, one division of it being intelligible, another intelligible and intellectual, and another intellectual, the first monad indeed subsists according to the one and the many, but the second according to whole and parts, and the third according to the finite and the infinite. For where the first triad ends, there the second has its beginning. Hence, in the triad prior to this, Parmenides infers that the one is many, and in this triad he concludes the same thing together with what remains. There, however, the one was generative of infinites, but here the one is comprehensive of many, the whole of parts, and the finite of infinites. Hence, there indeed unity is exempt from the many, but here it is coarranged with multitude. Hence also the first coarrangement generates whole together with parts, but the subsistence of whole and parts produces the finite and at the same time infinite. For these are successive to each other, videre licet, the one, the whole, the finite, and the things which are as it were in an opposite arrangement to these, the many, parts, infinites, and the one itself is indeed the principle of the rest, but whole has now a habitude with respect to parts, and a representation of the duad, and proceeds into a co-arrangement with reference to the parts. The finite, however, is now multitude, participating of bound and the one, and is, as it were, a triad. For it is neither bound alone as the monad, nor infinite alone as the duad, but it participates of bound, which is primarily a triad. Everything finite, therefore, is a whole, but not every whole is finite. For the infinite is a whole, whether it is multitude or magnitude, and every whole indeed is one, but not every one is a whole. For that which is without habitude to multitude is not a whole. The one, therefore, is beyond whole, but whole is beyond the finite. After the same manner also, infinite parts are said to be the parts of that which is finite. For the infinite of itself has no subsistence, by which also it is evident that the infinite is not in quantity in energy, but in capacity. All parts, however, are not infinite. For according to bound, they are characterized by one of the parts. And again, parts indeed are many, but the many are not entirely parts. The many, therefore, are prior to parts, and parts are prior to infinites. Hence, as the many are to the one, so are parts to whole, and so are infinites to the finite. And these three connectedly containing monads give completion to the middle order of intelligibles and intellectuals. For unity indeed is the supplier of stable and intelligible connection to all the secondary orders, but wholeness connects the progressions of divine natures, and produces one habitude of the orderly distribution of wholes. And the finite monad imparts by illumination to the conversions of second natures connection with the natures prior to them. And one of these indeed is analogous to the one being, on which account also it is intelligible. But another is analogous to the third order, in which there was the one, and the duad, which generates infinite multitude. Such is the connective triad which Parmenides exhibits to us through these things. The one, therefore, is one and many, whole and parts, finite and infinite multitude. Let no one, however, be disturbed that Plato calls the one, or being, infinite multitude. For he calls the one and being, when they have proceeded and are divided, infinite in multitude. For all multitude indeed is referred to the intelligible infinity, but divided multitude, and which has proceeded perfectly, is most signally infinite. Since, therefore, all the primary causes of intellectuals are in this triad, and all things are disseminated in its bosoms, the first Xenocchius indeed comprehends these causes as multitude, being himself an intelligible unity, and the flower as it were of the triad. But the second comprehends indeed secondarily these causes, but co-arranged and co-multiplied with them. And the third, together with all perfect division, connects the multitude comprehended in himself. Each of them also is connective, but one as bounding, another as giving completion to a whole, and another as uniting. Plato therefore made and makes, as he proceeds, his demonstrations of the One. For the whole theory is concerning the One. But it is evident that being is co-divided with the One. For universally it has been before observed that every deity proceeding thence is participable, and that every portion of being participates of deity. It is necessary, however, not to stop in the One alone, but to consider the same peculiarity as imparted to being in a secondary degree, since Plato also produces the One itself by itself according to the differences of the divine orders, which occasions me to wonder at those who think that all the conclusions of the second hypothesis are concerning intellect, and do not perceive that Plato, omitting being, surveys the One itself by itself, as proceeding and generated, and receiving different peculiarities. For how, in discoursing concerning intellect, could he omit being, according to which intellect has its subsistence, power, and energy? For the One is beyond the nature of intellect, but being gives hyparxis to intellect, and intellect is nothing else than being. This opinion, however, of these men may be confuted by many other arguments. But if the three connective Gods are divided after the above mentioned manner, and the intelligible connective deity is one many, but the intelligible and at the same time intellectual deity is whole and parts, and the intellectual is finite and infinite, each of them is very properly called much. For each of the synanches, according to his own peculiarity, is a multitude. For the first about the many receives many synanches of a more partial nature, the second receives these according to parts, and the third according to infinites. If therefore there are certain partial Gods who are allotted this peculiarity, they are comprehended in this first triad. Chapter 36. Moreover, it is easy for every one to see how these things accord with what is written in the Phaedrus. For the connective one accords with the back of the heaven that comprehends these. For the One and the back are the same, comprehending according to one simplicity the whole circulation. But whole is the same with the profundity of the heaven, and with as it were the bulk of it. For the celestial profundity is a whole extended from the back as far as to the arch, and end is the same with the arch. This therefore is evident beyond every thing, and each of the other conclusions is to be referred to the same conceptions. Hence, from what has been said, it may be collected that these three things pertain in a remarkable degree to the synanches, videre licet, the One, whole, and the end, or the finite. For what is so able to connect multitude as the One which is co-arranged with it? What is so connectedly comprehensive of parts as whole? And how is it possible that the end, or bound, should not be the cause of binding together things which are borne along to infinity? It terminates, therefore, their progression, and brings back their dispersed section to the one essence of connection. And thus much concerning the connective triad. Chapter 37. But the third, as they say to the Saviour, and let us also following Plato in what remains, celebrate the perfective order of the Gods. Because therefore the end of the connective order was the finite, or the bounded, the perfective order has extremes. For the end or bound is the extremity. There, however, indeed, the one was said to be the finite. But here it is said to have an extremity, as receiving, according to participation, that which has the power of terminating many things. And there, indeed, the one was end or bound, which also connectedly contains the infinite. But here, having an extremity, it will also have a middle and beginning, and will be perfect. For that which receives its completion from all these is perfect. Here, therefore, the perfection which consists of parts is apparent. For the consummation of the parts produces the perfect. Moreover, because such a one as this has a middle and extremes, it will have the figure of a circumference, or it will be rectilinear, or it will be mixed from the right and circular line. For all these require a middle and extremes, some indeed with simplicity, but others with connection. Three peculiarities therefore again present themselves to our view. The first indeed being that which we said was to have extremes, the second being according to the perfect, and the third according to figure. And there are also three perfective leaders of wholes, one indeed being intelligible, another intelligible and intellectual, and the third intellectual. The intelligible leader, therefore, is said to have extremes, as being directly arranged under the end of the connective gods, and in the boundaries of himself intelligibly comprehending all the intellectual orders. But the intelligible and intellectual leader is defined according to the perfect, comprehending in himself the beginnings, middles, and ends of beings, and giving completion to the middle bond of the whole perfective triad. And the intellectual leader proceeds according to triadic figure, being the cause of bound and divine perfection, and imparting termination to things indefinite, but intellectual perfection to things imperfect. And this triad indeed is produced according to the connective triad. For the end in them is the cause of the possession of the extremity, but it is also produced from itself. For that which has extremes, having become a whole, constitutes the perfect through end or bound, but the perfect comprehending beginnings, middles, and ends, unfolds figure. And thus the perfective triad proceeds supernally as far as to the last of things, pervading to all things, and perfecting both whole and partial causes. (Ch. 38). And do you not see how each of the triads conjoins the summit of itself with the ends placed above it? For the one many was the end of the collective and unknown triad, and the same is the beginning of the connective triad. The end of the connective triad was the finite, and this again is the beginning of the perfective triad. For to have extremes manifests that which consists of ends or bounds, and thus the whole middle order is connected with and united to itself, and is truly the bond of total orders, itself establishing an admirable communion with itself, but conjoining intellectuals to intelligibles, and convolving them to one impartible union, above indeed having the intelligible and unknown triad, but in the middle producing the triad which is connective of progressions, and at the end the convertive empire, through which it proximately converts the intellectual to the intelligible gods. For on what account does intellect look to itself, and is in itself? Is it not because it is on all sides finite or bounded, converges to itself, and convolves its appropriate energies about itself? But why is it perfect and full of intellectual goods? Is it not because it first participates of the perfection of the above-mentioned leaders, and subsists according to them, possessing a self-perfect essence and intellectual perception? After what manner likewise is it said to be a sphere, both by Plato and other theologists? Is it not because it is the first participant of figure, and is intellectually figured according to it? All conversion, therefore, all perfection, and every intellectual figure accede to the intellectual Gods from the perfective triad. For the intelligible leader of perfection gives perfection to the ends and summits and hyparxes of wholes, but the intelligible and intellectual leader terminates their progressions, which extend from on high as far as to the last of things. And the intellectual leader comprehends in his own perfection the conversions of all the Gods, and bounds and perfects through figures their progressions to infinity. Chapter 39. Looking therefore to this division, we may be able to survey causally many things which are to be found among other theologists. For why is one of the deities of the unknown triad carried in the first of the worlds, but another in the middle breadth, and another in the extremity? It is because the first of these was uniform, but the second proceeded according to difference, and the third according to the infinite number of beings. But why of the three connective Gods is the first empyrean, the second ethereal, and the third material? It is because the first indeed subsists according to the one, and connectedly contains the one world, but the second subsists according to whole, and divides the ethereal world, and the third according to the finite, and rules over material infinity. But why again are the teletarchs co-divided with the synarches? Because the first, having extremes, governs like a charioteer the wing of fire, but the middle, comprehending beginnings, ends, and middles, perfects ether, which is also itself triple. And the third, which comprehends according to one union the orbicular, the rectilinear, and the mixed figure, perfects unfigured and formless matter, giving form indeed, morphosis, to the inerratic sphere, and the first matter by the orbicular, but to the planetary sphere and the second matter by the mixed figure. For the spiral is there, and it gives form to the sublunary region, and the last matter by the rectilinear. For the motions according to a right line are in this region. Hence the first triad is uniformly the cause of the division of the worlds, but the second has a more abundant representation of section, and of progression into parts. It does not exhibit to us the multitude of the worlds, and the third unfolds the seven worlds, and the monad together with two triads. So great is the divine conception of Plato, that from these things we may survey the causes of what after his time became apparent. For this, indeed, from what has been said, appears to be very admirable, that according to each of the triads, the middle is characteristic of the whole triad. Thus, for instance, in the unknown triad, difference is established as the middle between the one and being. But in the connective triad, whole is the characteristic which is the middle of the one and the finite. And in the perfective triad, the perfect is the characteristic which is itself established as the middle of that which has extremes and of figure. For difference is the feminine itself, and the prolific nature of the Gods, and whole is itself the form of connected comprehension, binding together many parts, And the perfect is itself the good of perfection, possessing a beginning, middle, and end, and conjoining the end to the beginning according to the peculiarity of conversion. Being also nothing else than a perfect governor, it is the cause of the peculiarity of these Gods, subsisting everywhere according to the middle centres. Hence, the whole order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, may be surveyed as having its subsistence in the middle. For the intelligible Gods indeed are especially defined according to hyparxes and summits, on which account also they are called fathers and unical Gods. For the One and Father are in them the same. But the intellectual Gods are defined according to ends or extremes, and on this account all of them are denominated intellects and intellectual. The intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods, however, being middles, especially present themselves to the view according to the middles of the triads. Farther still, this also may be considered in common about all these triads, that each according to the end proceeds to infinity. For the end of the first triad is number, of the second the infinite in multitude, and of the third the rectilinear, which itself participates of the nature of the infinite. And of this the cause is, that each of the triads, according to its extremity, is carried as in a vehicle in the material worlds, and comprehends according to one cause the infinity of the natures that are generated in them. In addition likewise to what has been said, we may survey the order of the triads from the ends that are in them. For the end of the first triad is number, but of the second the finite and the infinite, and of the third the orbicular, the mixed figure, and the rectilinear. It is evident therefore that the first triad is monadic, but the second dyadic, and the third triadic. And the first of these indeed is analogous to the one being, but the second to the intelligible whole, and the third to the all perfect whole. But that these have this order with respect to each other has been before observed. In short, therefore, every intelligible and at the same time intellectual triad is according to its summit indeed conjoined to the intelligible, but according to its middle unfolds its proper power, and according to its termination comprehends the infinity of secondary natures. And here we shall end the doctrine concerning the intelligible and intellectual Gods. End of chapter 39 and end of book 4. Chapters 1 to 3 of book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. In the next place, let us survey another order of Gods, which is called intellectual, being indeed conjoined to the orders prior to it, but terminating the total progressions of the Gods, converting them to their principle, and producing one circle of the primarily efficient and all perfect orders. Let us also extend the intellect that is in us to the imparticipable and divine intellect, and distinguish the orders and diminutions of essence that are in it, according to the narration of Plato. This intellectual hypostasis, therefore, of the Gods is suspended indeed from more ancient causes, and is filled from them with total goodness and self‐sufficiency. But after these causes, it establishes an illustrious empire over all secondary natures, binding to its dominion all the partial progressions of the Gods. And it is denominated indeed intellectual, because it generates an impartible and divine intellect, but it is filled from intelligibles, not as from those intelligibles which are co‐arranged with intellect, nor as with those which are alone divided from intellect by the conception of the mind, but as establishing in itself unically all multitudes, and occultly containing the evolutions of the Gods into light, and the hyparxes of intelligibles. It is likewise allotted the total intellect of intellectuals, the variety of beings, and the multiform orders of divine natures, and it convolves the end of the whole progression of the Gods to the one intelligible principle. For intellectuals are converted to intelligibles, and some intellectuals indeed are united and firmly established prior to the divided Gods, but others are multiplied, and through conversion are conjoined to primarily efficient causes. The intellectual Gods, however, proceed from all the Gods prior to them, receiving indeed unions from the one that is prior to intelligibles, but essences from intelligibles, and being allotted lives all perfect, connective and generative of divine natures, from the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods, but the intellectual peculiarity from themselves. They likewise convert to themselves all the divided orders, but establish themselves in intelligibles, existing wholly through the whole, pure and unknown knowledges and fervid lives. Besides these things also, they are all perfect essences, producing all secondary natures through subsisting from themselves, and being neither diminished by their progression, nor receiving an addition by their progeny, but through their own never failing and infinite powers, being the fathers, causes, and leaders of all things. Nor are they co‐divided with their progeny, nor do they depart from themselves in their progressions, but at once and according to union they govern total multitudes, and all orders, and convolve them to the intelligible and to occult good. Whether therefore I may speak of life, it is not proper to think that it is such a life as we surveyed a little before. For that was imparticipable, but this is participated; and that indeed was generative, but this is vivific. But it is not immanifest that these differ from each other; for the vivific cause indeed is also evidently generative, but the generative cause is not entirely vivific, for it imparts figure to things unfigured, bound to things indefinite, and perfection to things imperfect. Or whether I may denominate the cause in intellectuals intelligible, it must not immediately be conceived to be such an intelligible as that of which we have before spoken. For that was imparticipable and prior to intellectuals, itself pre‐existing by itself, and exempt from wholes, not being denominated intelligible as the plenitude of intellect, but as the prior cause of it, and the object of desire and love to it, subsisting uniformly uncoordinated with it. The intelligible, however, which is now the subject of consideration, is participated and co‐arranged with intellect, is multiform, and contains in itself the divided causes of all things. Or whether we may call the Gods in this order fathers and fabricators, it must be admitted that this paternal and fabricative characteristic is different from the hyparxis of the intelligible fathers, For they indeed were generative of whole essences, but these pre-exist as the causes of divisible emanations, and of definite productions of form. And they indeed contained in themselves powers fabricative of the divine progressions, but these separate from themselves prolific causes, and are not conjoined to them according to union, but according to a communion subordinate to union. For the marriages which are celebrated by fables, and the concordant conjunction of divine natures, are in the intellectual Gods. But the demiurgic being mingled with the vivific effluxions, every genus of the Gods is unfolded into light, both the supermundane and the mundane. This, however, will be hereafter discussed. Chapter 2. Since, however, we have, in short, surveyed the peculiarity of the intellectual Gods, it remains that we should deliver an appropriate theory concerning the division of them. For the intellectual order is not one and indivisible, but is allotted progressions more various than those of the more elevated genera. There will therefore be here also three fathers who divide the whole intellectual essence, one indeed being arranged according to the intelligible, but another according to life, and another according to intellect. They also imitate the intelligible fathers, who divide the intelligible breadth in a threefold manner, and who are allotted a difference of this kind with respect to each other. For one of these intellectual fathers proceeds analogous to the first intelligible father, and is intelligible. But another proceeds analogous to the second intelligible father, and binds to himself the whole of intellectual life. And another proceeds analogous to the third father, and closes the whole intellectual, in the same manner as he closes the intelligible order. But these fathers being three, and the first indeed abiding in himself, but the second proceeding and vivifying all things, and the third glittering with fabricative productions, it is evidently necessary that other triple Gods should be conjoined with them, of which one indeed will be the source to the first intellectual God of stable purity, but another of undefiled progression to the second God, and another of exempt fabrication to the third. For in the Gods prior to these, the undefiled deities were according to cause, through union without separation, and a sameness collective of powers which are not in want of the communion of these. But in the intellectual Gods, where there is an all perfect separation, as in total orders, and a greater habitude to secondary natures, unpolluted deity or power is necessary, which has the ratio of sameness, and undeviating subsistence to the paternal cause, and which is co-divided with the fathers, so that each of the undefiled Gods is conjoined with a peculiar father. These two triads, therefore, have presented themselves to our view. One indeed of the intellectual fathers, but the other of the undefiled Gods. There is, however, besides these two, a third other triadic monad, which is the cause of separation to intellectuals, and which subsists together with the above mentioned triads. For the fathers indeed are the suppliers of all essence, but the inflexible Gods of sameness. But it is evidently fit that there should be also the cause of separation, and that this should be one and at the same time triple, separating the intellectual Gods from the above mentioned orders. from themselves and from inferior natures. For why are they the leaders of another order, if they are not divided from the first orders? Why are they multiplied? And why do they differ from each other in their kingdoms, unless they are separated? Why also do they transcend the partial Gods, unless they are also separated from these? The cause of separation, therefore, will be for us one and a triple monad. But the paternal and undefiled causes will be each of them a uniform triad. And what is most paradoxical of all, the separative cause is more monadic, but the paternal and also the undefiled cause are each of them more triadic. For the separative monad indeed is the cause of separation to the other monads, but the others are the sources of communion and union to it. Hence each of these, being separated, becomes triadic, but the separative monad is monadic, in consequence of being united by these. For all intellectuals pervade through each other, and are in each other according to a certain admirable communion, imitating the union of intelligibles, through being present and mingled with each other. The sphere also which is there is the intellectual order, energizing in and about itself, and proceeding into itself hebdomadically, being a monad and a hebdomad, the image, if it be lawful so to speak, of the all perfect intelligible monad, and unfolding its occult union through progression and separation. This first progression, therefore, of the intellectual Gods, which is separated by us into a heptad, we have perfectly celebrated. Other secondary 7 hebdomads, however, are to be considered under this, which produce as far as to the last of things the monads of this heptad. For each monad is the leader of an intellectual hebdomad conjoined with it, and extends this hebdomad from on high, from the summit of Olympus, as far as to the last and terrestrial orders. I say, for instance, the first paternal monad indeed constitutes 7 such monads, but the second again constitutes 7 vivific monads, and the third 7 demiurgic monads. Each likewise of the undefiled monads constitutes a number equal to that produced by the Fathers, and the monad of separation constitutes 7 separative monads. For all these causes proceed in conjunction with each other. And as the first triad of the Fathers subsists together with the undefiled triad, and the divisive monad, after the same manner also, the second triads are allotted 7 coordinate undefiled triads, and separative monads. Whence, therefore, does so great a number of intellectual Gods present itself to our view? It is evident indeed from what has been said. For the first hebdomad, indeed, the cause of the second hebdomads, and which has the relation of a monad to them, and which a little before we denominated an intellectual sphere, subsists according to the intelligible breadth, imitating the paternal nature of it through the paternal triad, but the eternity of its power through undefiled sameness, and the multitude shining forth in its extremities through the monad which is divisive of wholes. The remaining hebdomads, however, which are derived from this, proceed according to the intelligible and intellectual genera. For each monad, conformably to the summits of those genera, constitutes a monad co-arranged with the multitude proceeding from it. Since every summit is uniform, id est has the form of the one, as we have before demonstrated. But according to the middle and third progressions of those genera, each monad generates two triads. For the separation of them was apparent in the middle and ultimate progressions, as we have before observed. As therefore the intelligible and at the same time intellectual genera produced the intelligible breadth, which is of a unical nature, into a triadic multitude, after the same manner also the intellectual monads call forth the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads, into intellectual hebdomads. And they constitute indeed the monads, which are coarranged with the hebdomads, according to the summits of the triads, but the two triads according to the second and third decrements of those triads. Hence every hebdomad has the first monad indeed intelligible, but the second after this, and which is triadic, intelligible and intellectual, and the third triad, which is the next in order, intellectual. All these likewise subsist as in intellectuals, for they are characterized according to the peculiarity of the constitutive monad. In short, the intellectual powers proceed according to the intelligible orders, but they constitute these seven hebdomads according to the first intellectual orders. For it is indeed necessary that exempt causes should be assimilated to the intelligible Gods, but that coarranged causes, and which proceed every where, should be assimilated to the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods, since these also are the first that divide the worlds triadically, and pervade as far as to the last of things, connectedly containing and perfecting all things. But the intelligible Gods contain the causes of wholes uniformly and occultly. You may also say that the intelligible Gods produce all things uniformly, for numbers subsist in them monadically. But the intelligible and intellectual Gods produce all things triadically. For the monads in these are divided according to number, and what the monad was in the former, that number is in the latter. And the intellectual Gods produce all things hebdomadically, for they evolve the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads into intellectual hebdomads, and expand their contracted powers into intellectual variety. Since they define multitude itself and variety by numbers which are nearest to the monad. For the numbers of the partial are different from the numbers of the total orders in the Gods. And the whole of this intellectual number is indeed more expanded than the natures prior to it, and is divided into more various progressions. Yet it does not desert its alliance with the monad. For hebdomadic multitude has an abundant affinity with the nature of the monad, since it is measured according to it, and primarily subsists from it. And the Pythagoreans, when they denominate the heptad light according to intellect, evidently admit its hyparxis to be intellectual, and on this account suspended from the monad. For the unical, which light manifests, is inherent from this in all the divine numbers. And thus much concerning the division of these intellectual Gods. (Ch. 3). It follows in the next place that we should adapt the theory of Plato to this order, and show that he does not dissent from any of the theological dogmas concerning it. Since, therefore, we have demonstrated that the celestial order, which we find in the Cratylus perfectly celebrated, possesses the middle bond of the intellectual and at the same time intelligible gods, but that under this another order of gods is immediately arranged, as Socrates shows in the Phaedrus, called the subcelestial arch, and which we have considered as not divided from the heaven. This being the case, what order is it which divides itself from the kingdom of the heaven, but is the leader of the intellectual order of the gods, and is primarily the supplier of intellect, according to the doctrine of Plato, as Socrates says in the Quotiles, except that which the mighty Saturn comprehends? For he calls this God the first and most pure intellect. This God, therefore, is the summit of a divine intellect, and, as he says, the purest part of it, separating himself indeed from the celestial order, but reigning over all the intellectual gods, because he is full of intellect, but of a pure intellect, and is a God extended to the summit of the intellectual hypostasis. Hence also he is the father of the mighty Jupiter, and is simply father. For he who is the father of all things is evidently allotted in a much greater degree the paternal dignity. Saturn, therefore, is the first intellect, but the mighty Jupiter is also an intellect, containing, as Socrates says in the Philebus, a royal soul and a royal intellect. And these gods are two intellects, and intellectual fathers, the one indeed being intellectual, but the other intelligible in intellectuals. For the Saturnian bonds, which Socrates mentions in the Quotiles, are unific of the intelligence of Jupiter about the intelligible of his father, and fill the Jovian intellect with the all perfect intelligence of the Saturnian intellect. And this, I think, is likewise evident from the analogy of souls to Pluto. For as he binds souls about himself, filling them with wisdom and intelligence, thus also Saturn, being the object of desire and love to Jupiter, contains him in himself by indissoluble bonds. And these things Socrates indicates in the Quotiles, jesting, and at the same time being serious in what he says. The object of desire, therefore, and the intelligible to Jupiter, is Saturn. But the mighty Jupiter himself is a divine and demiurgic intellect. Hence it is necessary that there should be a third other intellectual cause generative of life. For Jupiter indeed is the cause of life, as Socrates says, but intellectually and secondarily. But we say that life is everywhere arranged prior to intellect. Hence we must say that the queen Rhea, being the mother of Jupiter, but subordinate to the father Saturn, gives completion to this middle, existing as a vivific world, and establishing in herself the causes of the whole of life. These three paternal orders, therefore, have appeared to us in intellectuals, one of them indeed subsisting according to the intelligible power of intellectuals, but another according to divine and intellectual life, and another according to intellectual intellect. For we celebrate the middle deity, herself by herself, as the mother of the demiurgus and of wholes. When, however, we survey her together with the extremes, we denominate her a paternal cause, as being comprehended in the fathers, and as generating some things together with Saturn, but others in conjunction with Jupiter. Moreover, Plato, following Orpheus, calls the inflexible and undefiled triad of the intellectual gods curetic, as is evident from what the Athenian guest says in the Laws, celebrating the armed sports of the Curetes and their rhythmical dance. For Orpheus represents the Curetes, who are three, as the guards of Jupiter. And the sacred laws of the Cretans, and all the Grecian theology, refer a pure and undefiled life and energy to this order. For ta charon indicates nothing else than the pure and incorruptible. Hence we have before said that the mighty Saturn, as being essentially united to the cause of undefiled purity, is a pure intellect. The paternal gods therefore are three, and the undefiled gods also are three. Hence it remains that we should survey the seventh monad. If therefore we consider the fabulous exactions, both the Saturnian and the celestial, of which Plato makes mention, and thinks that such like narrations should always be concealed in silence, that the arcane truth of them should be surveyed, and that they are indicative of mystic conceptions, because these things are not fit for young men to hear. If we consider these, we may obtain from them what the separative deity is who accomplishes the divisions, and segregates the Saturnian genera indeed from the celestial, and the Jovian from the Saturnian, and who separates the whole intellectual order from the natures prior and posterior to it, disjoins the different causes in it from each other, and always imparts to secondary natures secondary measures of dominion. And let not any one be disturbed or oppose me on hearing these things. How therefore does Plato reject exections, bonds, and the tragical apparatus of fables? For he thinks that all such particulars will be condemned by the multitude and the stupid, through ignorance of the arcana they contain, but that they will exhibit to the wise certain admirable opinions. Hence he indeed does not admit such a mode of fiction, but thinks it proper to be persuaded by the ancients, who were the offspring of the Gods, and to investigate their arcane conceptions. As therefore he rejects the Saturnian fables, when they are narrated to Euthyphron and the auditors of the Republic, yet at the same time admits them in the Cratylus, placing about the mighty Saturn and Pluto other secondary bonds. Thus also I think he forbids exections to be introduced to those who know only the apparent meaning of what is said, and does not admit that there is illegal conduct in the Gods, and nefarious aggressions of children against their parents. But he opposes and confutes as much as possible such like opinions. He assents, however, to their being narrated to those who are able to penetrate into the mystic truth, and investigate the concealed meaning of fables, and admits the separation of wholes, whether mythologists are willing to denominate them exections for the purpose of concealment, or in whatever other way they may think fit to call them. For bonds and exections are symbols of communion and separation, and each is the progeny of the same divine mythology. Nor is there any occasion to wonder if from these things we endeavor to confirm the opinion of Plato. But it is requisite to know how the philosophy of Plato admits all such particulars, and how it rejects them, and in what manner he apprehends they may be the causes of the greatest evils, and of an impious life to those that hear them. The seven intellectual Gods, therefore, will, through these conceptions, appear to have been thought worthy of being mentioned by Plato. End of chapter 3. Chapters 4 to 7 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. It is, however, I think, necessary, syllogistically, to collect the progression of them according to hebdomads from images. The Demiurgus, therefore, in the Timaeus, fabricates the soul of the universe an image, or all the divine orders, in the same manner as he fabricates this sensible world an image of intelligibles. And in the first place, indeed, he constitutes the whole essence of the soul, and afterwards divides it into numbers, binds it by harmonies, and adorns it with figures. I mean the rectilinear and the circular. After this also, he divides it into one circle and seven circles. Whence, therefore, are this monad and hebdomad derived, except from the intellectual Gods? For figure, number, and true being are prior to them. And as in the fabrication of the soul, after the subsistence of the psychical figure, the division of the circles according to the monad and hebdomad follows, thus also in the Gods, after intellectual and intelligible figure, the intellectual breadth and that sphere of the Gods succeed. The multitude, therefore, of the seven hebdomads subsist from the divine intellectual hebdomad entering into itself. And on this account, the Demiurgus thus divides the circles in the soul, because he and every intellectual order produce an intellectual hebdomad from each monad. I do not, however, assert, and now contend, that the seven circles are allotted an hyparxis similar to the seven Gods that proceed from the Demiurgus, but that the Demiurgus, dividing the soul according to circles, introduces number to the sections from the intellectual Gods. I mean the monadic and the hebdomadic number. For the monad indeed subsists according to the circle of sameness, but the division according to the circle of difference. Shortly after, however, it will appear that same and different belong to the demiurgic order. Farther still, after the division of the circles, the Demiurgus assumes some things which are symbols of the assimilative, and others which are symbols of the liberated Gods, and through these he refers the soul to these orders of the Gods. If therefore figure is prior to the intellectual Gods, but the similar and dissimilar are posterior to them, it is evidently necessary that the monadic and at the same time hebdomadic should be referred to this order, and that the progression from the monad to the hebdomad should pertain to this order. Each, therefore, of the seven intellectual Gods is the leader of an intellectual hebdomad, as we may learn from images. There, however, indeed, the hebdomad is one and allied to itself. But in souls, the circles differ from each other according to the divine peculiarities. For they receive number in such a manner as to preserve the proper nature which they are allotted, connectedly containing mundane natures, and convolving the apparent by their own circles. And thus much concerning these particulars, which afford arguments that are not obscure of the arrangement of them by Plato. Chapter 5. Again, however, making another beginning, let us speak about each of the intellectual gods, as much as is sufficient to the present theology. Let Saturn, therefore, the first king of the intellectual gods, be now celebrated by us, who, according to Socrates in the Cratylus, illuminates the pure and incorruptible nature of intellect, and establishing his own all-perfect power in his own summit of intellectuals, abides in, and at the same time proceeds from, his Father, heaven. He likewise divides the intellectual government from the connective, and establishes the transcendency of the other intellectual gods in connection with his own, but comprehends in himself the intelligible of the demiurgic intellect, and the plenitude of beings. Hence the Saturnian bonds, mystically and obscurely, signify the comprehension of this intelligible, and a union with it. For the intelligible is comprehended in intellect. As therefore the intelligible is indeed exempt from intellect, but intellect is said to comprehend it, thus also Jupiter is said to bind his father, and in placing bonds about his father, he at the same time binds himself to him. For a bond is the comprehension of the things that are bound. But the truth is as follows. Saturn is indeed an all-perfect intellect, and the mighty Jupiter is likewise an intellect. Each therefore being an intellect, each is also evidently an intelligible. For every intellect is converted to itself, but being converted to, it energizes towards itself. Energizing, however, towards itself, and not towards externals, it is intelligible, and at the same time intellectual, being indeed intellectual, so far as it intellectually perceives, but intelligible so far as it is intellectually perceived. Hence also the Jovian intellect is to itself intellect, and to itself intelligible. And in a similar manner the Saturnian intellect is to itself intelligible, and to itself intellect. But Jupiter indeed is more intellect, and Saturn is more intelligible. For the latter is established according to the intellectual summit, but the former according to the intellectual end. And the one indeed is the object of desire, but the other desires, and the one fills, but the other is filled. Saturn therefore being intellect and intelligible, Jupiter also is in the second place intellect and intelligible. The intellectual, however, of Saturn is intelligible, but the intelligible of Jupiter is intellectual. Jupiter, therefore, being at the same time intellectual and intelligible, intellectually perceives and comprehends himself, and binds the intelligible in himself. But binding this in himself, he is said to bind the intelligible prior to himself, and to comprehend it on all sides. For entering into himself, he proceeds into the intelligible prior to himself, and by the intelligible which is in himself, intellectually perceives that which is prior to himself. And thus the intelligible is not external to intellect, for every intellect possesses that which is in itself without any difference with respect to itself. But again, it intellectually perceives in itself that which is prior to itself. For every thing which is external to intellect is foreign and adventitious, and pertains to an inferior nature. But that which is pre-established in the order of cause, and which pre-exists as the object of desire, is in the desiring natures themselves. For being converted to, and verging to themselves, they discover the causes of themselves, and all more ancient natures. And by how much more perfect and uniform the conversion of the desiring natures is about the objects of desire, by so much the more are they present with their own desirables. Hence, every intellect, by intellectually perceiving itself, intellectually perceives likewise all the natures prior to itself. And by how much the more it is united to itself, in a so much greater degree it is established in the intelligibles prior to itself. For the cause of any being, and which is the source of essence, or of perfection to it, is not external to that being, but that which is subordinate to any being is external to it, and is not the intelligible. On this account also, each of the divine natures is unconverted to that which is inferior to itself, but is converted to itself, and through itself reverts to that which is more excellent. And the intelligible indeed is not inferior to any intellect, but every intellect energizing towards itself, and comprehending the intelligibles prior to itself, intellectually perceives them. Some intelligibles likewise are such as are conjoined with intellect, but others are such as are proximately participated by it, and others are such as it sees more remotely, and which are more exempt from its nature. On this account, the demiurgic intellect is indeed at the same time intelligible and intellect, but has the intelligible of his father, which he binds, as the fable says. He sees, however, animal itself, which is, according to Timaeus, the most beautiful of all intelligibles. And if the illustrious Amelius, forming such conceptions as these, said that intellect is threefold, one being that which is, another that which has, and another that which sees, he rightly apprehends the conception of Plato according to my opinion. For it is necessary that the second intellect should not only have the intelligible, but that it should be and have the intelligible; that it should be indeed the intelligible coordinate with itself, but have the intelligible prior to itself, so far as it participates of it. And it is necessary that the third intellect should see the intelligible, and should also be and have it; that it should see indeed the first intelligible, but have that which is proximately beyond itself; and that it should be the intelligible which is in itself, and which is conjoined with its own intelligence, and should be inseparable from it. If therefore, as we said from the beginning, Jupiter intellectually perceives his father Saturn, Saturn is indeed intelligible, but Jupiter is intellect, being one intelligible himself, but participating of another. Hence also Plato does not simply call Saturn intellect, but a pure and incorruptible intellect; for he in the intellectual is intelligible. Since however, he is not simply intelligible, but as in intellectuals he is intellect, and is himself paternally so, being both father and intellect, and having the paternal intellectually; in intelligibles therefore Intellect is also father, but in intellectuals father is intellect. Hence Saturn is a pure, immaterial and perfect intellect, established above fabrication in the order of the desirable. But possessing such a peculiarity as this, he is full of all intelligibles intellectually, is as it were exuberant with intellections, and establishes twofold genera of Gods, some indeed in himself, but others posterior to himself. And he leads forth indeed the prolific powers of his father, Heaven, as far as to the last of things, but fills the demiurgic order with generative goods. CHAPTER 6. Saturn, however, is the only one of the Gods who is said both to receive and give the royal dignity with a certain necessity, and as it were violence, cutting off the genitals of his father, and being himself castrated by the mighty Jupiter. For he bounds the kingdom of his father, and is bounded by the God posterior to himself. He is also filled from the natures placed above him, but fills the whole fabrication of the universe with prolific perfection. But separating himself from his father, he is exempt from his progeny. Being, however, one all perfect intellect, he contains in himself the multitude of total intelligibles, and as he deifies the intellectual summit, he illuminates all things with intelligible light. CHAPTER 7. Very properly, therefore, has this universe twofold lives, periods, and convolutions, the one being Saturnian, but the other Jovian, as the fable in the Politicus says. And according to one of the periods indeed, it produces all goods spontaneously, and possesses an innoxious and unwearied life. But according to the other, it participates of material error, and a very mutable nature. For the life in the world being twofold, the one unapparent and more intellectual, but the other more physical and apparent, and the one being defined according to Providence, but the other proceeding in a disorderly manner according to Fate. This being the case, the second life indeed, which is multiform and perfected through nature, is suspended from the Jovian order, but the more simple, intellectual, and unapparent life is suspended from the Saturnian order. And these things the Elean guest clearly teaches, calling one of the circulations Jovian, but the other Saturnian, though Jupiter also is the cause of the unapparent life of the universe, is the supplier of intellect, and the leader of intellectual perfection. But he elevates all things to the kingdom of Saturn, and being a leader in conjunction with his father, constitutes the whole mundane intellect. And if it be requisite to speak the truth clearly, each of the periods indeed, I mean the apparent and the unapparent, participates of both these Gods. But the one indeed is more Saturnian, and the other is perfected under the kingdom of Jupiter. That the mighty Saturn, therefore, is allotted a kingdom different from that of the Gods prior to him, the Elean guest clearly manifests in what he asserts prior to the fable. For he says, "We have heard from many respecting the kingdom of which Saturn was the founder." According to this wise man, therefore, Saturn is one of the royal Gods. Hence also he presides over a kingdom different from that of his father. And while his father connectedly contains the middle centers of the intelligible and intellectual Gods. He is the leader of the intellectual orders, and supplies all intellectual life, first indeed to the Gods, but secondarily to the natures more excellent than ours, and in the last place to partial souls, when they are able to be extended to the Saturnian place of survey. For this universe, and all the mundane Gods, always possess this twofold life, and imitate the Saturnian intelligence indeed, through unapparent and intellectual energy, but the demiurgic intellect of Jupiter through a providential attention to secondary natures, and in short, through the visible fabrication. But partial souls at one time energize intellectually, and consecrate themselves to Saturn, but at another time after a Jovian manner, and pay a providential attention to secondary natures without restraint. When, however, they revolve analogous to those deities, Saturn and Jupiter, they intellectually perceive intelligibles, and dispose sensibles in an orderly manner, and live both these lives in the same manner as the Gods, and the more excellent genera. For their periods are twofold, one being intellectual, but the other providential. Their paradigms also are twofold, the Saturnian intellect being the paradigm of the one, but the Jovian intellect of the other. For the mighty Jupiter himself has a twofold energy, containing indeed intelligibles in intellect, but adorning sensibles by demiurgic production. Since, however, the circulations are twofold, not only in wholes, but also in partial souls, the Elian Guest says that in the Saturnian period, the generation of these souls is not from each other, as in men, which are the objects of sensible inspection, nor as the first man with us is alone earth begotten, so in partial souls one first soul is the offspring of man, but all of them are earth begotten. For they are elevated from ultimate and terrestrial bodies, and embrace an unapparent, relinquishing a sensible life. He also says that neither do they verge to old age, and change from being younger to becoming older, but on the contrary, they are rendered more vigorous, proceed intellectually in a way contrary to generation, and as it were divest themselves of the variety of life with which in descending they become invested. Hence likewise all the symbols which are adapted to youth are present with these souls when they pass into this condition, such as a privation of hair, and a smoothness of the cheek, instead of hoariness and beards. For they lay aside everything which adheres to them from generation, but being situated there with Saturn, and living the life which is there, he says that there are abundance of fruits from trees, and many other vegetable substances, which the earth spontaneously produces. Being likewise naked and without coverlets, they are for the most part fed in the open air, for they have a temperament of the seasons which is always the same. But they make use of soft beds, grass in abundance being produced for them from the earth. Souls, therefore, derive these and such like goods from this mighty God in the Saturnian period. For they are thence filled indeed with vivific goods, and gather intellectual fruits from wholes, but do not procure for themselves perfection and blessedness from partial energies. For doxastic nutriment indeed has divisible and material conceptions, but intellectual nutriment has pure, impartible, and native conceptions, which the spontaneous obscurely signifies. The production from the earth also signifies the prolific intellect of the Gods, which imparts to souls, by illumination, perfection and self‐sufficiency. For on account of the exuberant abundance of good, they are able to impart an influx of it according to the measure of felicity adapted to them. Hence they are neither covered with garments, as when they proceeded into generation, nor have they superabundant additions of life, but they are purified themselves by themselves from all composition and variety, and extending their intellect to total good, they participate of it from the intellectual Father, being guarded by the intellectual Gods, and receiving from them the measures of a happy life. They likewise pass through the whole of their existence with facility, lead a sleepless and pure life, being established in the generative powers of intelligibles, and being filled with intellectual goods, and nourished with immaterial and divine forms, they are said to live a life under Saturn. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 to 11 of Book 5 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Because therefore this God is the leader of all intellectual life, and every intellect, as well that which is imparticipable as that which is participable, proceeds from this cause. Hence it belongs to this mighty God to feed in a distributed manner, and to nourish souls. For because indeed he is intelligible in intellectuals, he nourishes souls, and souls are called the nurslings of Saturn. But because he does not fill them with first and unical intelligibles, but with those that are multiplied by his own cause of separation, he is said to feed them distributedly, and as it were in a divided manner. And do you not see how through these things this God appears to be coordinate to the first triad of the intelligible and intellectual Gods? For as Socrates in the Phaedrus says that souls are nourished in the supercelestial place and in the intelligible meadow, so the Elean guest asserts that the souls that are fed under Saturn are filled with intelligible goods. And it is not at all wonderful if souls are perfected by both these, intellectually indeed under the kingdom of Saturn, but intelligibly under the order of the first intellectual Gods. For this God himself is nourished by that order, and on this account he is allotted a leading and primary transcendency in intellectuals, because they are filled from that order through him with occult and unapparent powers. And he is that among the intellectual fathers, which the order of the first intellectual Gods is in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders. Hence the intelligible everywhere becomes nutriment to ascending souls, but the connection with it is effected through the second and third Gods. As therefore the demiurgic order elevates souls to the Saturnian place of survey, thus also the Saturnian order elevates them to the subcelestial arch. For having made many and blessed discursive energies in the kingdom of Saturn, they are again extended from hence to the perfective, and from thence to the celestial triad, from which, contemplating the supercelestial place, they are now ineffably conjoined with the supreme goods of intelligibles. And after this manner, the second orders always connect souls with the orders prior to them. Hence also the theurgic art, imitating the unapparent periods of souls, arranges initiations in the mysteries of the second Gods, prior to the more sublime mysteries. And through these, it causes us to pass to the intelligible place of survey. These things, therefore, Plato indicates concerning the Saturnian life, and the polity of souls under Saturn, not in the Politicus only, but also in the discourses of the Athenian guest. For in the fourth book of the Laws he celebrates the life under Saturn, obscurely signifying the undefiled nature, the facility, plenitude, and self‐sufficiency of that energy through fabulous fictions. Chapter 9. If, however, it be requisite from these things, and from all the mystic discipline concerning this God, to consider and discuss the orders which he constitutes in wholes, in the first place we must direct our attention to the three kings mentioned in the Gorgias, who, distributing the kingdom of Saturn, were produced by him, as being allotted in a divided manner a uniform and impartible dominion, and over whom he places the divine law, which is the cause of distribution according to intellect, both to the Gods themselves and to all the natures posterior to the Gods. In the second place, we must consider the rulers and kings mentioned in the Laws, who are said to preside over the different allotments of souls, and who are not men, but demons of a more divine and excellent genus, who distribute to souls the measures of good, cut off their generation producing lives, restrain their disorderly lation, retain them in the intelligible, and comprehend them in the kingdom of Saturn. In the third place, therefore, we must direct our attention to the demon Gods, who preside over the parts of the world, and the herds of souls that are in it, as the Elean guest says in the Politicus, and who at one time come into contact with the objects of their government, and distribute to them intellectual and all unapparent goods, but at another time withdraw themselves from the physical life of the world, recur to their own place of survey, and imitate the exempt transcendency of the Demiurgus and Father of the universe. But after these things, we must survey the twofold circulations of the mundane Gods, videre licet, the Saturnian and the Jovian. For these Gods always have each of these, as the fable says in the Politicus. For it is evident that the mutation of the stars and the sun takes place in each of the revolutions. This period, therefore, being twofold, it is obvious to every one that the periods are full of Saturnian goods, and participate of the Saturnian series, and not only the mundane Gods, but likewise all the more excellent genera that follow the Gods, energize according to both these energies, and revolve according to the twofold circulations, through which souls also sometimes participate of an intellectual life, and proceed in this path, exchanging for sense intellect as the leader of their motion and circulation. Saturn, therefore, extends his kingdom supernally from the first Gods as far as to partial souls, perfects all things, and fills them with intellectual goods, distributing to different natures different measures of good. For on account of this, law also subsists with him, as Socrates says in the Gorgias, "This law therefore was in the time of Saturn, and always was, and now is, among the Gods." For law is the distribution of intellect, but this God is the first, most pure, and incorruptible intellect. If, however, this God is the primary leader of all division, and is the origin of intellectual separation, it is necessary on this account that law should be with him, which distinguishes the orders of beings, divides the intellectual genera, and separates all forms according to a well‐ordered progression, but imparts to all things by illumination the measure of hyparxis, connecting the order which is in them, preserving the boundaries of divine distribution immutable, and possessing the same dignity in the kingdom of Saturn, and in intellectuals, as Adrastia in the supercelestial place, and in the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders. For from each of them an immutable guard, and the progression of order to all things are generated. But they differ from each other, because law indeed divides the one into multitude, defines the measures of intellectual subsistence, and distributes to every thing an appropriate good, producing the different measures of beings from the one Saturnian intellect. But Adrastia, abiding in the intelligible, guards all things uniformly, and preserves total order in a firm, undeviating manner, exempt from all division. Law, therefore, is a certain God, which divides divine forms, and definitely imparts to every thing that which is adapted to it according to the plenitude proceeding from one uniform cause. And it is also coexistent with the Saturnian order, in which the separations of beings and the all perfect progression of forms first subsist. Hence the Demiurgus likewise, looking to this, conducts all things according to law, and constitutes mundane Providence an image of the union of the Father, but Fate and the fatal laws an image of the division according to law. Souls therefore live according to law, in the Jovian period indeed, being governed conformably to the laws of Fate, but in the Saturnian period, living according to divine law, they are subservient to the multitude of divine forms, and are extended to the one cause of all, and ascending to the intelligible place of survey, they are subjected to the sacred law of Adrastia. For this law extends from on high as far as to the last of things, and defines to souls the measures of whole periods, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus. Who therefore this greatest God is, and what the goods are of which he is the cause to souls, and prior to these to Gods and demons, the leaders of souls, let it from these things be manifest. CHAPTER 10. Since, however, theologists assert that an exemption from old age pertains to this order, as the barbarians say, and Orpheus, the theologist of the Greeks, for he mystically says that the hairs of the face of Saturn are always black and never become hoary, I admire the divinely inspired intellect of Plato, which unfolds the same things concerning this God to those who proceed in his steps. For he says that souls in the Saturnian period abandon old age, but return to youth, and remove from themselves hoariness, but have black hair. For he says that the white hairs of the more elderly become black, but the cheeks of those that have beards being rendered smooth, they are restored to the past season of youth. These things indeed are asserted by the Elean guest, similar to which are the assertions of Orpheus concerning this God. Quote, "Under Saturnian Jove men lived immortal. Moist and fragrant hair from the pure chin then sprouted, nor was mixed with the white flower that marks infirm old age, but in its stead a florid down appeared." In these verses he delivers the similitude of Saturnian souls to this God. For he says that they remove from the view the old age which they had acquired from generation, and abandon material imbecility, and that they exert the juvenile and vigorous life of intellect. For it is no otherwise lawful for them to be assimilated to the God who is exempt from old age, than through intellectual puberty and undefiled power. But the cause of this is, that King Saturn himself is the source of the unallured Gods, and the inflexible Triad. Hence he is, as Socrates says, a pure intellect. For he is at the same time the intellect of the undefiled order, ranking as a summit, and riding as in a vehicle in the flourishing and vigorous Gods that govern wholes. The souls also, which are sent to him, wonderfully advance in conjunction with intellectual energy, in vigor, and in a power undeviating and free from any tendency to matter. Partial souls, therefore, when they change their periods, at one time proceed to a more juvenile, and at another to a more aged condition. But whole souls always live according to both these periods, and are conversant with Saturn according to the unapparent period, but govern the universe in conjunction with Jupiter, according to visible providence, at once receiving an increase according to both these periods, and becoming at one and the same time both older and younger. And this is what Parmenides indicates when he says that the one, proceeding according to time, becomes at once younger and older. These things, however, will hereafter be more manifest. Chapter 11. Having therefore brought to an end the information concerning the king of the intellectual Gods, it evidently follows that we should in the next place celebrate the Queen Rhea. For both Plato and Orpheus assert that she is the mother of the Demiurgus of wholes, but a divinity posterior to Saturn. Thus, therefore, we must speak concerning her, the stable and united cause of all intellectuals, and the principal and original monad, abiding in herself, unfolding into light all intellectual multitude, and again convolving it into herself, and embosoning her progeny, and the causes of wholes that emerge from her, analyzing as it were after division the natures that are divided, and being paternally allotted the highest kingdom in intellectuals. This being the case, the vivific Rhea proceeds as the second from her proper principle, being allotted a maternal order in the whole paternal orders, and producing the Demiurgus of wholes prior to other Gods, and the immutable guard of the Gods. For this Goddess is the middle centre of the paternal intellectual triad, and the receiving bosom of the generative power which is in Saturn, calling forth indeed to the generation of wholes the causes which abide in him, but unfolding definitely all the genera of the Gods, and being filled indeed from the Father prior to her with intelligible and prolific power, but filling the Demiurgus and Father subsisting from her with vivific abundance. Whence also the Demiurgus is the cause of life to all things as containing in himself the plenitude of intellectual life, and extending to all things the prolific cause of his mother. For as the middle Goddess multiplies the uniform powers of Saturn, and produces and causes them to preside over secondary natures, so the third Father at one and the same time unfolds, divides, and produces as far as to the last of things the all‐perfect abundance of the Saturnian monad, and the dyadic generation of the mother Rhea, so as not to leave the most material and disorderly part of the universe destitute of the power of Saturn. This Goddess therefore being the middle of the two Fathers, one of which collects, but the other divides intellectual multitude, and the one through transcendency desiring to abide and to be established in himself, but the other hastening to produce, generate, and fabricate all things, she adduces indeed into herself the demiurgic causes of wholes, but imparts her own proper power to secondary natures in unenvying abundance. Hence also Plato assimilates her prolific exuberance to streams, as Socrates says in the Cratylus, evinces that this Goddess is a certain flux, and in what he asserts of her obscurely shows nothing else than her fontal nature, and a power unically comprehensive of the divisible rivers of life. For the first effective flux is fontal, which also Socrates indicating in this Goddess shortly after clearly says that the name of Tethys is the name of a fountain. Why therefore is it any longer necessary to doubt about these things, and to say, where does Plato make mention of fontal Gods? For he himself denominates the causes of the subsistence of all the Gods fontal fluxions. And besides this, if he admits that the mundane soul is the fountain and principle of life, because it proceeds both from an impartible and partible vivification, how is it possible that he should not in a much greater degree, and more truly, call the Goddess who comprehends in herself all life, fontal? Concerning names, however, it is not, I think, at all proper to contend, but we should survey the orders themselves of the first effect of Gods, and see how Plato, following theologists, copiously unfolds them to us, celebrating after the Saturnian monad the kingdom of Rhea, constituting from these the demiurgus of wholes, and all the multitude of Gods, which is woven together with him. For this Goddess, binding together the breadth of intellectuals, and embosoming total life, emits all the intellectual powers in herself of the rivers of life, and by the summit of herself indeed is conjoined to the first Father, and together with him generates wholes, and the genera of Gods that abide in him, but by her extremity is connascent with fabrication, and according to a kindred conjunction with fabrication, constitutes all the orders of Gods that are prior to the world, and that are in the world. Hence there also the causes of the demiurgi of wholes primarily subsist, and the more partial genera of life, and the union and total deity of all these is at once exempt from the plenitudes of herself, and is at once co-arranged with them. Thus therefore she is both uniform and multiform, one and simple. Though being self-perfect, she is a vivific world, proceeding from on high as far as to the last of things, and as far as to the extremities of the universe, giving subsistence to the vivific powers of the breadth of life. Hence also Plato refers the vivific cause of wholes to this goddess, and through the last gifts of this divinity indicates her total energy, which primarily indeed fills the whole demiurgus with intellectual and prolific power, but secondarily perfects all the genera of the gods with the intellectual fruits of herself. According to a third order also, her total energy nourishes the souls that are the attendants of the gods with the rivers of divine perfection. And in the last orders it imparts to mortal animals the gift of nature. This therefore is, I think, more known than everything to those who admit that things divine are beyond the works of nature. That, however, which it is more fit the lovers of the contemplation of truth should consider, I say, is this, that Plato divides Ceres from the whole vivific deity, and co-arranges her at one time with Proserpine, at another with Juno, and at another with the progeny of Jupiter, as we may learn in the Quartiles. In which dialogue indeed he co-arranges Rhea with Saturn, but connects a certain common investigation and theory about Ceres, Jupiter, and Juno. In the laws likewise celebrating the legislative goddesses, he refers the whole of a legitimate life to the union of Ceres and Proserpine, since according to Orpheus this middle goddess, being conjoined with Saturn by her summit, is called Rhea, but producing Jupiter, and together with Jupiter unfolding the whole and partial orders of the gods, she is called Ceres. And all the order of middle life is comprehensive of the other Titanidae, and likewise of Ceres. For it pre-established this monad as a middle collective of all the orders in it, both those that are occult and those that are divided about the generative powers of the goddess. Each of these powers, however, are triple, and this monad indeed conjoins the superior triad to Saturn, but weaves the inferior together with the demiurgic order. It also evinces that the Cerelian monad, being the middle, is co-arranged with, and is at the same time exempt from the demiurgus of wholes. For in conjunction with the whole order it constitutes, and together with Jupiter generates Proserpine. And thus we have celebrated the primogenial goddess, who is the middle of the fathers. End of chapter 11.